What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn in Marvel as the Flash? The Fastest Man Alive. Part 8. If you enjoy this type of content, please speed punch the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. Remember to check out the original story linked in the description. Let's get into the rise of Marvel's Scarlet Speedster without further ado. Morocco. It had been months since Selene had felt that burst of power. At first, she had ignored it, but there was that buzz of energy in the back of her mind. Selena had ignored it at the time because there were better things to do. She had her own companies to run, but she also had to corral those rabid animals in the Hellfire's Club. The members were a constant irritation for her, even with the advantages she gained with being the Black Queen. Selene watched from the shadows as a new power made itself known to those barbarians across the pond. Americans, they never learn, and now there was Spawn trying to save the world. Interestingly enough, Shaw had contacted her a couple of months after this American had made himself known to the world. They had done their dealings, but Selene had kept a lookout for that well of power. Selene had summoned a few demons and tried divining a few times, but had not gotten any closer to finding the source. Something was hiding it from her, but Selene was not one to be dissuaded from her tasks. More and more, Selene felt the winds of change drift around the world, yet there was no way to understand where it came from. That young man had become a laughingstock around the world as the president had backtracked on his support, but Selene had noticed that there was no retaliation. Even with the information about the $500 million paid to the president's secret accounts, Blake made no retaliation on the deal-breaker. It had been some more months before Selene had felt another spike of power coming from the direction of the Pacific Ocean. Selene had dispatched some of her underlings to find the cause, but once more, their findings were inconclusive. So with that, Selene watched and waited for another sign. She had lived thousands of years after all. What's a little more time? Yet, the day she was waiting for didn't take all that long to arrive. With the start of the new year, there was a mental call that went out. It was so brash, so bold, and in the face of everything she knew, that Selene knew that it was Blake. There was no one else with such American brashness to attempt such a deed. Within moments of that call, Selene had divined its origins, but her sight was rebuffed. This rebuff had come in the form of a shield-type ward that covered the island. In a fit of rage, Selene had destroyed her arcane room from the backlash of her emotions. It was another week before Shaw had made contact with a plan to control this new island with support from a Hellfire Club, but he would need the assistance from the international branch. When Shaw had approached her with that plan in mind, Selene was already thinking of ways to remove Shaw from the board, allowing her complete control over the project. They had the location to one safe house located on another continent and away from their own territories. Plans were drafted and made to be implemented once things were confirmed. They had made their plans, and Selene was ready to kill Shaw from having to share her spoils of victory. All that changed once he walked through that door. Selene could feel the raw, unbridled power that radiated from his being. Once again, it was that American Benjamin Blake, like she had conjectured, but now that she met him in person. The power was palpable. The anger was all-consuming, but it wasn't directed at her. No, the anger Blake was emitting was directed to her companion. Yes, Selene thought to herself. She could use that to her advantage. Power, influence, and a nation. Selene was going to take this young man for all he was worth. Now, it was time to solve all of her opposition. Morocco Benjamin Blake, extremely pissed. The portal was cool and calming across my skin as I walked through it. Unfortunately, that was not enough to calm my rage. The gardens that surrounded us, but we marched past ignoring everything. My smart HUD was activated, and I noticed the location ping of my guest sitting on the upper balcony. No words were spoken out of my mouth as I floated up to greet the two. For a moment, I floated there and looked down on the two of them. My axe was on my back, itching to be used, and I made a combat twitch towards my shotgun. Shaw was just how I imagined him. A man of distinguished age with ham chops for sideburns. His chest was puffed up, and I noticed the hair on his arms. The man was damn close to looking like an old-school barbarian. Sitting across from him was a beauty of regal grace. Long flowing black hair past her shoulders. Arched eyebrows with black pouty painted lips. She looked up at me with a very sculpted eyebrow, and I noticed the mad gleam in her eyes. The eyes of the beauty flashed red before me, but I ignored that as the servers came out with 2 seats. Ignoring the second seat, I sat down, taking command of the situation. The look that Shaw shot my way was more than enough to send anyone away, but I was all out of shits to give right now. Not going to introduce yourself, boy? Shaw snapped as she placed down his wine. There were no words shared as I ignored Shaw completely. All of my focus was on the beauty before me. Deadly and Grace all in the wrapper of one power-hungry eternal. It's a beautiful day, isn't it, Mr. Blake? Celine said with a smile while her eyes glinted with bloodlust. It is a beautiful day, Ms. Gallio. I returned with my own bloodthirsty smile. Yes, so I have heard the most interesting thing with the start of the new year. Celine said sultry, almost conspiratorially. Do tell, Ms. Gallio, what did you hear? I asked as I leaned forward, ignoring Shaw as his teeth ground together beside us. My anger was still simmering under the surface, and it was only a matter of time before Shaw lost his head. On my HUD, I was notified that my Praetorian guards were getting in position. Marcus and Faura were both standing at the door leading to the balcony, and so was Sage. Sage stood there looking over the proceedings as stoically as she could. Hell, if I didn't know better, it would have seemed like she was at home. Lucky for her, I knew where she stood and would not be losing her head today. There was a reason why I wanted Xavier on my side, and Sage was one of them, besides the fact he gets around. You see, I was relaxing in this nice little place I had over in the French Riviera when I received the most particular telepathic communication, Celine said with such calm one would think she was an actor out for the Oscars. That glint in her, I said more than enough, and took a lot for me not to pull my shotgun and start blasting. There I was relaxing under the sun when another mind touched my own. This other mind spans a story about a new home for those with powers and so much more. That's a very interesting story you have decided to share with me, Ms. Gallio. I replied smoothly as I accepted the glass of water handed to me by a waiter. Now, my question for you, Ms. Gallio, is what do you plan to do with such information? Ooh, a little of this and a little of that. Celine said with a little fop wave of her hand. The stare down between us was intense as I watched the outer rims of her pupils shade slightly red. Before any more was said, Shaw decided to be a wench. Enough of this. Shaw growled out as he slammed his palm onto the table, rattling the fine china. My super shotgun was up and within the face of Shaw at the drop of a nanosecond. I didn't even turn his way, but I noticed the shocked reflection from Celine's eye. We were all silent for a moment, and I allowed them to understand how dangerous I truly am. They decided to invade the territory of an apex predator, and they were going to regret it. You are consorting with a gentleman and a lady on this fine day, sir. So you shall act like a decent human being, or you shall be treated like that barbarian you resemble. I replied smoothly, before placing my super shotgun back into storage. Now why are you here, Shaw? Yes, why are we here, Sebastian? Celine asked slyly, while never moving her eyes from my own the entire time. We are here to have a discussion with the leader of this so-called mutant nation. Shaw replied a little too smugly. Instead, we are here waiting and being intercepted by this boy, who is trying my patience. The curve at the edges of Celine's lips told me she noticed my irritation with the man. Sitting back in my chair, I finally looked at the man. Once upon a time, this man would have been extremely intimidating. That was once upon a time, and now he wasn't much of a blip on my radar. Plans were in the works on Emma's end to out the man from the Hellfire Club, allowing her to take over, but now, Shaw delivered himself into my domain. I don't believe the leader of the nation would like to speak to you, though. I replied as I idly tapped the table. Then tell him, I have his little bitches. Shaw stated smugly as he pulled a tablet from his inner breast pockets. I watched as Shaw powered up his tablet before inputting some code before flipping it over for me to see. The little wench thought I wasn't aware of her comings and goings. But I have eyes and ears everywhere. It was simple to check and match up the time frames to her schedule. On the screen of the table were Emma, Raven, and my mother out having lunch in Paris. I tried hard, but there was no stopping the chuckle that came out of me. Insolent whelp, you think this is funny? Shaw asked as he raised an eyebrow at my laughing. Even Celine was looking at me crossly as if I had something wrong with my head. Yes, actually, this is hilarious to me. I replied with a shrug for him to see. If you had actually taken my woman, security would have grounded your people down into pulped flesh. Celine cocked an eyebrow at me. The look on Shaw's face for a split second told me he knew he messed up in a colossal way. Keep watching that live feed, I said as I waved over Faura to my side. Faura came over and handed me a small package while Shaw went back to watching his little tablet. Turning, I gave Celine a smile since I knew she was watching me like a hawk. I double-tapped the device on the table to bring up a live feed for us to watch. The holo projector showed a little espresso shop in Paris as my woman and mother were sitting down for brunch. Send your people in, Shaw, and if they survive, then I will acquiesce to your terrorist demands. Shaw looked at me, shocked before sending a little hand sign on the sly to Sage. Celine had finally stopped watching me in time to watch Shaw's little Hellion team get demolished. I didn't know who made up Shaw's team, but they folded like wet tissue paper. We watched as a team of 20 ran in with skin-tight spandex as they attempted to take my woman and mother into custody. There were screams as the little shop was evacuated, but no one got up from my other table. I watched as the first one went down with his head removed. From the way Shaw let out a slight flinch, I knew that had to be one of his heavy hitters. Raven just sat there relaxed before playing one of the hand cannons on the table, before taking another sip from her espresso. The hand cannon Raven used was from one of my working prototypes. Since we had anti-gravitation technology, I wanted to see if I could recreate the Mass Effect drivers without the EZO power source. They were a work in progress, but the hand cannons were only good for 10 shots before needing a recharge. My mother turned towards the camera, did a little espresso cup salute before going back to having her girl time with her daughters-in-law. And that is why I had no worries about your little plot. I said smugly as I took another sip from my glass of water. I guess it was time to kill this fool and then deal with the real boss. Anything else? The look on his face said more than he ever wanted it to. With a snort of derision, I turned back to the holo feed. We sat and watched as more and more of his Hellions decided to use force to remove Emma, Raven, and my mother and detain them. None made it far though. Raven had pulled out her blades of Athena she got for Christmas. Emma turned into her diamond form and used the hand cannon that Raven had placed on the table. The jacket my mother wore turned into a black trench coat as she pulled out a super shotgun of her own. Closing down the feed to not watch the slaughter that was going to unfold, I turned to the man who came woefully unprepared. Taking out a storage device from my utility belt, I placed it on the table before pressing the activation key. Celine looked very interested in the clear glass box that was now on the table. Shaw, I said, pulling his attention from watching his people get slaughtered. The look he gave me could have killed if he had laser vision, but I was all out of shits to give. You think you could just walk in here and threaten me and mine, and I would just accept it? Well, you messed yourself thoroughly. You now have 24 hours to get your affairs in order before I kill you and put your head in this box. The stiff back posture was odd in comparison to how pale his face became. Shaw turned towards Celine for some help, but he was a fool. Celine only respected power, and whatever he offered paled in comparison to what he just lost. She was going to mess him over the first chance she got also, and he knew it. 24 hours, Shaw. I repeated as he got up and excused himself from the table. Shaw's walk was slow and composed, but I knew better. He was going through plans and contingencies in that tiny little brain of his, always missing the small and bigger picture he did. He never even realized that I didn't make a promise about those hours. And now there is only you, my dear. I spoke as I waited for Marcus to finish his little check. With the all clear, I turned to Faura. Make sure he disappears with bad maintenance as the cause of his plane crash. Stick his head with the rest once you have completed your task. Faura took 20 from my guards as she left to complete her tasks while I prepared for the real fight to come. The look Celine gave me said she approved, and now it was our turn to tangle. Would you like some tea, Ancient One? I asked the invisible lurker as she showed herself with a smile. Of course, a little honey if you don't mind. The Ancient One said as she appeared with a chair as if she was there the whole time. I was getting better and better with my gravity manipulation awareness, so I wasn't about to tell her how I found her so that she may try harder to sneak up on me. Hell, I even noticed the moment Celine had picked up on the Ancient One phasing invisibly into our area. Are you here to reprimand me about my heavy-handed tactics with Mr. Shaw? I asked as I waited for her to finish a sip of her tea. Celine had a refill of wine while we waited on the Ancient One to finish her tea. Oh, nothing so contrite, Mr. Blake. The Ancient One answered. There's no reason for me to insert myself into your nation's politics, and like you said, Mr. Shaw is very inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Hot damn, that was a burn if I had ever heard one. No, I am here to make sure your battle doesn't end with planetary nor continental destruction. The Ancient One finished as she placed down her empty teacup. I have my doubts about something like that happening. I returned with a little irritation tinging my voice. The smile she gave me, though, was damn infuriating, to say the least. It has been some time now, hasn't it, Sorcerer Supreme? Argentina correct? Celine interjected with a little smile of her own. Yes, the werewolves outbreak, I believe. The Ancient One returned with a smile and nod of her own. Might I ask, though, are you here to breach the contract that was laid down at that time? Celine returned a smile of her own, but that dangerous glint never left her eye at all. This nation is not one under the magical charter of man. Celine returned with glowing red eyes. Yes, I believe you are correct in that regard. The Ancient One packed on her own thoughts. So that is how it will be, huh? I said, interrupting them both. Fine then, let's find a place and throw down. Come now, terms should be reached before we get deep within such activities together, Celine said as she slid her glass of wine to the side out of reach. Marcus, do be a dear and bring us some parchment paper, please. The Ancient One called out while raising a hand to stop me from getting up. Marcus gave me a look before leaving once I gave him a nod to follow those orders. He might be brash and boisterous, but he knew not to mess around during times like these. With Marcus leaving, we descended into silence, but even that was broken when the holo projector started to beep red. With a little applied gravity manipulation, the holo projector activated showed a very interesting scene. Shaw never made it to his secret hangar to fly out of Morocco in his attempt to escape. I watched as whoever drove Shaw swerved in and out of traffic in their mad dash bid in escaping my general's pursuit. One of the Spartans was flying the sky car, while Faura was half hanging out the side with a massive cannon strapped to her back. Behind that sky car were 6 others, all in hot pursuit of Shaw's vehicle. Shaw's black SUV back door opened with the side door, and a few things happened all at once. Sage was kicked out the side as they made a sharp left turn into traffic. Then someone opened fire on the leading sky car that Faura was hanging out of. No one scattered from the shots fired, but the back sky car did pull over to pick up Sage. Thinking of a map brought up an intuitive map of the area to my HUD. This same map showed that they were on the final approach to the hidden air track under Hellfire International. When Shaw's drive took the straight, that was when my general struck. Faura kicked off hard from the sky car as the security came pouring out of the Hellfire International airline terminal. They stood no chance. Spartans took to the air behind their commander, destroying all opposition before them. Fire, ice, lightning, and water abilities were thrown around with a splash of magic here and there. 20 Spartans took out a force of over 100, and none lived to tell the tale about it. Changing the camera to Faura's perspective, I watched as she flew over the mess below. She was tailing Shaw while also still giving out commands to those in her command. Faura had noticed the jetliner that was on the tarmac with the ramp down, waiting for Shaw's boarding. It was also noticed how the jet didn't show up on standard radar sweeps, and this piqued my interest because I didn't know he had any stealth tech of the sort. The SUV that Shaw was in came to a stop beside the ramp, but Faura was already moving. Before Shaw could get very far, she came down on his SUV, crushing the vehicle beneath her completely before grabbing him in a telekinetic hold and throwing him. Shaw went over Faura's shoulder while the heads of his guards went splat because of crushing telekinetic forces being applied. Shaw never stood a chance in the fight. I knew what his powers were, so that meant so did my people. Without any preamble, Faura held Shaw spread eagle in the air as she took out her swords. She looked at her swords before putting them away and doing something I was never expecting. She started to talk to the man. Kinetic absorption could only do so much, but I have read your history. I have followed the breadcrumbs of your deeds. Faura said while circling her prey. My king had marked you as an enemy on principle, and I did my homework on scum like yourself. You are a man who sold his soul working for the Nazis in Germany. You are a man who experimented on his own kind, and it wasn't for some noble goal. No, it was for profit and because you like to inflict pain on those that could not defend themselves. So here you are defenseless and against someone that knows your sins. Let's inflict some pain, so grit your teeth and bear it. I watched as Faura cuffed the power-suppressant cuffs around the wrist of Shaw before delivering a devastating rabbit punch to the back of his head. I like her. I heard Celine mutter from my side. Even I didn't side with those monsters during that debacle. Faura drilled a few more punches into Shaw's face before pulling back as one of my sky cars came flying down onto the tarmac. Out of this new sky car came Emma Frost and Raven. Well damn. Shaw was really messed now. We watched as Emma and Raven walked up to the now kneeling Shaw at the feet of Faura. As of 10 minutes ago, Frost Industries has been purchasing your company's stocks wholesale as the word of your demise became live news coverage, Emma said as she stood over the defeated foe. I made a promise to you a few years back that you would die destitute and broken at my feet. Take what we need, Raven said as she took up a post beside Faura. I noticed that Raven was carrying the blades I made her on her back, while the chains were still attached to her wrist. Those blades were some damn scary things, and it didn't help that I made them far more dangerous than the versions in God of War. Shaw attempted to spit on her, but Emma's kinetic shield caught the wad of saliva and blood from making contact. With grace and swiftness, I knew that could only be taught from either Raven or Natasha. Emma changed to her diamond form in one strong stride before her fist knocked a few screws loose inside the head of Shaw with the powerful right she delivered. Before Shaw could do anything else in retaliation, Emma grabbed him by the sides of his head while her eyes blazed with power. That was interesting. Even I could tell she had way more power than I thought should be possible. That would need investigating later, though. Shaw screamed and screamed as Emma took everything she wanted out of his mind. Her diamond form was damn hot with the all-white she was wearing. From the belt around her waist, I could tell that it was one of my UMF suits. I wonder who she had designed her outfit, though I wasn't aware we had anyone on the island with any fashion sense. Those thoughts were pushed aside as Emma basically shoved Shaw away from her with a mighty push. Emma turned to my general and gave one hell of a command. Bring me his head, General. Shit, they were about to go old-school Mortal Kombat on his rear. Faura gave a salute before dragging Shaw kicking and screaming before Emma and Raven. The look in Emma's eyes, though, spoke of fury and rage, and that said more than enough. It was strange because, over our months of interaction, she has never shown such emotions before. Not even when deals have fallen through worth millions has she even shown such anger. I fired off a quick message to her and Raven to find out what happened, but all I received in reply was that they were going to raid Shaw's compound hard and fast. There was a notice to request a Spartan contingent for her assault against Shaw's holdings. I, of course, gave the okay on that, then sent a message about her not having to ask. As one of my women, she would automatically have command of her own Praetorian guards. That would mean that her and Raven combined would have 600 soldiers between themselves to carry out their will. Orders were given, and Spartans moved as gunships were launched from my military base on Pandora. An inhuman scream drew my attention back to the holoprojector, causing me to look up and see Faura dishing out some well-served justice for a lot of people. Shaw was on the ground screaming as Faura had a foot on his back while her hands were wrapped around his head pulling. The sounds of Shaw's spine snapping crackled like popcorn as Faura put some more strength into her slow pullback. Silence. Faura barked as she punched Shaw in the side of the head before pulling once more. Shaw's legs flopped around as Faura went about her grim work. Muscles snapped, tendons popped, and the cracking of bones reached my ears, but I kept on watching. With one mighty jerk and twist, Shaw's head was pulled from his carcass with half his spine swinging beneath it. Kicking the now corpse aside, Faura walked in front of Emma. Getting down on one knee, she placed the head in the box I gave her before holding it up above her head in the presentation of her completed job. Raven sneered at the head of one of her hated foes, while Emma picked it up from Faura's hands. Blood pooled in the bottom of the box as Emma tilted it this way and that, as she inspected it like fine art. Place it on the shelf with the rest of the Sinisters, Emma commanded as she handed the head in a box to one of the Spartans standing at the side. Faura, you will be with us for the foreseeable expedition. We have a compound to raid, come along, dear. As you command, my queen, Faura replied, snapping off a salute before checking orders were given to take care of the plane with Shaw's cooling corpse. Closing down the hologram, I noticed the mess-me eyes that Celine was giving me from across the table. You are the one that has been killing young Nathaniel? Celine asked subtly with a predatory smile. I have been killing his clones and raiding his bases, yes. I returned with a shrug of my own. 53 clones and counting. So far he has been one step ahead, but from the cellular degradation of the latest clone acquisition, we are extremely close to his capture. Celine had a moment that looked like she was thinking about what I had to share, but chose not to say anything about Nathaniel. Instead, she changed the topic. "Have you completed the contract yet, Sorcerer Supreme?" Celine asked across the table at our third companion. This magical contract was done in the old ways due to the level of power at both of your disposal. Marcus. "My king, it means that it is to the death or submission of either party," Marcus answered with a bowed head. "The stakes?" I asked while looking across the table. "Your throne," Celine answered with a savage grin plastered on her face. "Then place yourself as the stakes in this bout," I growled back as I pounded a fist on the table. "No, I refuse to be the stakes of some duel." Celine spat as her red magical aura started to shimmer. "Then, I refuse to place the island and people that I have worked so hard to establish to be placed as winning stakes for you," I growled back as I stood to face her. Our auras clashed, causing plaster and the walls to buckle from our intense stare-down. Through all of this, the Ancient One was cool as a cucumber on a midsummer day. "You want a throne? Go build a kingdom of your own. I refuse to put my hard-built kingdom up so you can feel special about yourself." "Why not citizenship?" The Ancient One interjected with a question. "I shall be queen, not a slave, and not a concubine." Celine snarled, but the Ancient One still paid her no mind. "Then, enter it into the contract." The Ancient One returned. "I very much doubt the kind of woman that Mr. Blake already enjoys the company of would allow him to bring a slave home." I could see the hard look in her eyes as she mulled over the idea. "I have riches, and I have a nation with people at my beck and call. I even have a friendly relationship with the Ancient One, who is like a grandmother to my kids," I said with some heat in my voice. "You have nothing I want but your vast experience on this planet, and I accept no threats to myself or my people. So I want it in writing that should you lose, you would do nothing to get out of said contract, nor will you attempt any coup of my empire, be it on Earth or anywhere else amongst the cosmos we may venture utter loyalty and advice. You shall not usurp any child of mine, nor any child I call my own to attempt a coup. Any child or persons or anything of the sort to remove me or mine from power. No deals to demons or cosmic beings to remove you from your duties, nor anyone to change reality on your behalf. No deed through action nor inaction on pain of magical evisceration of your soul to the cosmic winds to be collected by death herself. Then and only then on your loss will I accept you and name you one of my queens. Then I want it written that on my victory, you shall be made a slave with all those pledges themselves to your banner and cause. Your nation shall be mine, your mind shall be mine to do with as I please. Everything you are will be and will be mine to do with and command as I please." Celine returned with her own conditions. "Are you sure you would like to do this, Benjamin?" The Ancient One asked, and that was the first time today that she called me by my name. I turned to look at her with a grim determination set in my features. It was time to nut up or shut up. The Ancient One gave me a nod in return before writing up the contract with Marcus's help. My smartband started to ping, but I ignored it. I had some ideas on who might be contacting me to tell me not to make such a deal, but they didn't know that this was the only way to get Celine to back off unless I was committed to ending her. And it was a damn hard job to end an eternal such as Celine. She has been alive for thousands of years, older than the Ancient One and even Apocalypse himself. No, this battle had to be fought, and I was the only one that could do it. Rules for the match. The Ancient One asked from over the contract on the table. No extra-dimensional demon summoning nor any that might be stashed in some hidey hole, planetary nor continental destruction attacks. Also, no life force absorption during combat or attacking any close villages or people within the area. I answered instantly. "Are these terms agreeable to you, Mississippi?" Galileo. The Ancient One asked, turning to look at a red-eyed Celine. "Agreed," Celine answered through gritted teeth. "Then, please sign here in blood on this line." The Ancient One replied, handing over a black feathered quill. Celine looked at the quill for a moment before giving the Ancient One a raised brow. I didn't know why until it was my time to sign the contract. The quill was a blood quill, an enchanted quill to take blood for signing. I showed nothing as the quill cut into my hand to seal my name onto the contract. "This way, please." After signing, I found the Ancient One standing beside a portal leading out to somewhere with an ocean of grass. The place for this battle will be taking place on the Mongolian steppes. The Ancient One answered, noting my inquisitive look. The Ward Master of Pandora has already placed protections. The land will return to how it once was upon this duel's completion. Satellites? I asked, tilting my head to the side. I have been informed that they would be taken care of. This was in case of a situation like this were to happen. Answered the Ancient One with a smile. You both shall start a mile from each other. Before anything else could be said, she flicked her wrist, sending the portal at myself and Celine. Gold flashed before the world shifted to my senses. Looking up, I noticed the phase of the sun, then took a moment to feel the wind on my face. It was time to go hunting. Pulling out my triple-barreled super shotgun, I hunkered forwards as I took off sprinting at high speeds across the Mongolian steppes. Somewhere over the Switzerland mountains. Drop me here, Emma commanded as she waited for the gunship she was in to pull around for a hover over the compound. Emma, darling, wouldn't you like to change into something more suited for our party? Raven asked from the side. Besides Emma, Raven was standing in full combat Athena loadout. Honey, I'm flawless the way I am, Emma replied, turning up her nose. Yeah, sure, but I already picked something out that you will love, Raven said as she started to input something on her smartband. Before Emma could reply, her clothing started to change. The all-white stayed to match what she previously wore. Now though, her outfit was no longer the flowing gown of before. Styled boots wrapped her legs as leather pants wrapped her curves. The shirt she wore changed form into a crop top with an X across her stomach. The crop top had long sleeves with golden accents. The wrist of her shirt had bangles that connected to a miniature cape on the back. Emma noted that over her flat stomach was a thin film that could still provide protection against knives and bullets. She was sure that even the gel layer would protect against shock. So a stylized suit for me, and you're in armor? Emma asked with a raised brow as her body slowly became diamonds. Raven gave her lover a beaming smile before doing a little twirl. Ben made me this after our little outing in Russia. We broke it in together rescuing Stark, Raven answered as the gunship touched down. Emma gave her a look while still in her diamond form before turning towards the ramps. One of the Spartans at the end of the ramp handed Emma a smart device that worked as a scanner. This device connected around her ear without getting in the way of her hair or vision. The look she gave the Spartan had him answering her swiftly. Scouter, my queen. The Spartan with the name tag Gordon answered as he held out the device. It will give you smart lenses connectivity since you have not been issued a helmet yet. Turning over the device in her hands, Emma noticed the C shape that would go behind her ears. She also noticed the swivel part that went in front of her eye that also doubled as a display unit. Emma gave the Spartan a nod before placing the scouter where it was advised. A HUD display came into view over Emma's field of vision. One of the tags, Emma noticed, said shields. The thought of activating those sent a shimmer over her person. That shimmer was the activation of her personal shielding. Sending a nod to the team of Spartans, they stepped forth into the fire. Emma walked with the grace of a queen in her court while flanked with a team of 10 Spartans. Any and all opposition was gunned down as Emma strolled through the Shaw's secret compound. Nothing was going to step in Emma's way because she was on a mission right now. One of the Spartans had sent over a report of finding the server room. From there, commands were given, and a map was uploaded. Scanning over the map, Emma found what she wanted on the 6th floor down. Tapping on her scouter, Emma gave out the commands of what she wanted. What she received in return was that the elevators were on lockdown with the rest of the compound. Before she could let her frustration known, a Spartan with blue wings on her armor stepped forth with a platform device. The circular device was 10 by 10 with a 1-foot ring around the outer edges. The Spartan directed them to the center of the compound before placing the device on the floor. She waited for the others to get on the platform before activating the device. The outer edge to the platform pushed out, securing its position before lasers of blue lights cut into the floors beneath their location. Floor after floor, they went lower and lower. On each floor, soldiers were there to take shots at them, but the Spartans following Emma and Raven made short work of them. Raven knew something was up as they touched down on the 6th floor. The vibes that Emma was projecting were those of emotional turmoil. Her exterior was calm, but for those that knew her, they knew she was feeling anything but. Rage, sadness, excitement, and apprehension was all of the emotions that Emma projected. A spark inside of her ignited as the Spartans headed down the hallway. Emma took the lead to the rooms she was after. Her team of Spartans secured the 3 doors she wanted as more and more Spartans secured the 6th floor. Half of the team was down here with Emma and Raven, while the other half was securing the compound above. Taking a deep breath, Emma walked up to the first door labeled 1C. On the door, there was a description of the person inside. That same description chilled her stomach. It said viable clone, age 7 female blonde, days without bonded pairs 34, weight average. Raven was with her at the door, but Emma held out a hand to stop her from proceeding. Slowly she opened the door. On the other side, Emma found who she was looking for. Huddled in a corner was a young girl, blonde of hair with a wiry frame trying to seek refuge from the world. Moving slowly not to startle the little child, Emma made her approach. Taking a breath, Emma shared small whispers before connecting with the little girl telepathically. What Emma found almost knocked her over. The young child's mind was full of life and whole, but there was a devastating part of her missing. Spartan Wiggins, open the other doors, Emma commanded as she picked up the little girl. They were stepping out of the room with the child in her arms when Emma noted the psi dampers. That was pure cruel treatment for any telepath. Add on to the fact that the girl needed 2 others, and it was inhuman treatment. Once the other doors opened, Emma felt the child's mind connected with the others in a semi-hive mind. Each of the girls could think on their own, but they worked better on a linked telepathic network. Looking over, Emma noticed that Raven was carrying one of the girls, while Spartan Wiggins was carrying the other. Slowly and tentatively, Emma merged her telepathic thoughts with what she could only understand being a storm of joy. Blues, greens, and reds of emotional colors flashed before her mind's eye. This was before Emma put her telepathic might behind calming their minds. Calm now, calm. Tell me girls, what are your names? Emma asked telepathically. We do. Not carry. Designations. Emma nodded before reaching behind her as a telepathic command went out to Spartan Wiggins once more. Deposited into her outstretched hands were 3 UMF suit belts. With some inputs into her own smartband, Emma made some changes to the suits. She gave the red and white one to the first, naming her Sophie. The second UMF belt was green and white and went to the middle one that Raven was holding, also naming her Phoebe. The last belt was given to the one being carried by Wiggins. This belt was changed to blue and white while she was given the name Celeste. With Raven's help, Emma got the girls into the basic UMF jumper. The standard look of it made Emma want to turn up her nose, but the only saving grace was its programmable feature. Well, that and its bulletproof nature, fireproof nature, and so many more ways to keep one alive. With the girls dressed and named, one of the medics looked them over before giving them a shot of chi solution. With the all clear, Emma connected once more to the girls, giving them a swift information dump to digest on the way out. Languages, basics to life, and so much more were shared along the telepathic network she now shared with her girls. Emma placed some quick commands into her smartband, changing the clothes the girls wore. The girls now wore stylized black pants with boots. Over that was a wrap that doubled as a cap with a colored undershirt to match their given colors. With a smile and a nod to Raven, Emma turned around to head back to the platform. The girls fell in line behind Emma like little duckies. They rode the platform back to the surface, while Emma thought over her next moves. Waiting on them up top was a fully staffed gunship, while the compound was crawling with Spartans. It looks like Ben is having fun. Raven noted with a projection of Ben's fight above her wrist. From what the hologram showed, Ben was cutting a path of destruction. Who is that? The girls asked Emma telepathically. Your new father. The girls looked at Emma with their larger luminous eyes for a moment before nodding once she gave them some telepathic information on family dynamics. All right, Wiggins, let's pull a number 7 on this compound and head home. Raven yelled out the command while Emma was distracted with the girls. Ben had made a scale on how to raid a base or fortress. 10 was the highest, and that was also the option to strip everything down to the bedrock before blowing a crater into the earth. Doc, let the hospital know that we have 3 incoming. With those commands, the Spartans went to work. With the orders given, Raven relaxed into one of the available chairs. This was so she could watch the fight with the girls. Bar in Salem. Here you go, ma'am. 60 wings with triple nacho fries and a pitcher to wash it all down. The waitress said as she placed down the order in front of a blonde male and a female with black hair and goth makeup. You mind changing the channel? The goth chick asked. Also, where is everyone? Oh, you missed it, sweetheart. People are migrating through here to Pandora for a better life. The waitress replied with a wistful smile. Pandora? Sorry, beautiful, I'm Pietro. The blonde guy said, introducing himself. And this ray of sunshine is my sister Wanda. The waitress smiled at Pietro as she thought of how to answer that question. Before she could answer, another patron at the bar spoke up. Pandora, my friend, is a nation built by a metahuman for everyone. A large guy with 4 arms answered from his booth. Pull up a chair, mister. Call me Malcolm, kid. The patron at the bar answered as he took a seat. Ma'am, can you change the channel please? Wanda asked before taking a bite out of one of the wings. Can't most of our metapopulation want to watch the fight? The waitress answered with a shrug. And luckily, we have a deal with Pandora to show some of their channels live. Okay, wait, why do you keep calling them that? Wanda asked, holding up a hand to stall the waitress. The waitress looked at Wanda as if she was a fool. Malcolm barked out a laugh as he took a seat on the other side of the booth. It's a pretty commonly known thing around here, girlie. But the facts are we aren't a mutation like cancer or any of those benign diseases known to man. We are evolved, yes, but that makes us a metaphysical manifestation of the human condition. So many powers, so many options born of our X gene. Malcolm waxed on poetically with a large smile splitting his face. While he took a swing from his mug, he didn't notice the siblings sharing a look. Wanda, the goth, gave her brother a nod before going back to eating her food, but she did keep her ears wide open. So how can we get to this promised land? Pietro asked before chugging half of his mug. Ha, that's easy, Malcolm answered boisterously. There is a portal over at the school. You pass some simple test, and they give you citizenship. Hell, I got this nifty little smartband that protects against telepaths. Malcolm was so cheery he didn't even realize the twins shared another look. They both looked at the miniature hologram over Malcolm's wrist before coming to their own decisions. Ha, look at him go. He's gonna serve that uppity wench some rear kicking. Everyone in the booth turned to watch the fight going on the TV. It looked like fiction, but the tag at the bottom of the screen was telling the twins that this was all live. Look at that, Benjamin Blake, the leader of Pandora, also known as the fastest man alive. That sparked the twins' interest more than anything else because they knew that name. Benjamin Blake was a thorn in their father's side for some time now. Wanda was wondering what it would be like on the island. While her brother was wondering who would be faster, him or this Blake guy, Wanda was sure of her next move. There was a boom and a crack that drew Wanda's attention back to the flat-screen TV. Mongolian steps, the only clue that I had before the Ancient One pulled that bullshit with the portal was 1 mile. That could only mean I would have to start my search on finding my opponent. Well, if it was going to be a mile for my search radius, then so be it. With my super shoddy pulled to my chest, I roamed the Mongolian steppes going half of Mach 1. I roamed the north, then the south, yet I was not finding Celine. All of that changed once I changed course to the southeast. Before I had seen the dust cloud on the horizon, my tremor sense had picked it up. As my feet hit the dirt, a 3-dimensional picture flashed through my mind of the southeast. Loping towards me were fast-moving bipeds. There was no pause mid-stride. All I did was change course to an intercepting vector. I was 100 meters out before my HUD brought up the image of dire wolves. The dire wolves on approach were 3 meters tall and 4 meters from snout to tail. Their face was drawn back in a snarl showing yellow teeth, but it was the eyes that drew my attention. Their eyes were a dark shade of red with a sigil shining brightly. That was the only clue I needed to understand that I was on the right track for now, at least. Speeding up some more, I did a quick shift of my shoulder as I barreled through my opposition. There were snarling and yeps as I smashed my way through the leading dire wolf. With a backhand, I smacked aside a snapping maw as I launched myself into the air. Mid-jump, I released a sphere-shaped drone from my armor pauldrons. Charging up my right fist, I came down on the beast beneath me with a smash. Rocks, ground, and lava flew upwards as the earth reacted to my actions. Within a 5 by 5 feet around me, earth spikes shot up, impaling the dire wolves. With that, the first half of my attackers were not dead. With a wave of my hands, the stone pillars drew back into the earth, leaving their corpses behind. My open attack took down 10 from what my HUD told me, but there was more to come from the data my drone collected. A howl drew my attention to one large bastard that sat on his hunches overlooking my attack. On the hill overlooking me was the alpha of this pack. The dire wolves that circled me started to run in a circle before everything changed. The beast went from quadruped to bipeds, and I now knew I wasn't messing with actual animals. No, what I was facing were mythical creatures, and they were completely in the thrall of Selene. Damn werewolves. These were werewolves, and I was not facing mindless monsters. Hell, I was now wondering how many mystical-type beings Selene had under her control. I didn't even know she had control over a werewolf pack, but I should know better. If I hadn't closed off her options of summoning demons, she would have used another type of summons. Wait, do they even count as summons since they are from Earth? Shaking my head to get out of my own thoughts, I moved just in time to dodge a swipe from one of my attacking foes. I had to pull back my head quickly from that swipe, leaving the werewolf in a perfect place for me to get a shot off. A light squeezing of my trigger sent the upper body of my attacker flying away as nothing but meat sludge. Shit had hit the fan now, and there was no longer a need to hold back. I dodged another swipe before firing off 2 more shots from my shotgun. Mid-turn, I noticed that the alpha had not moved from his position at all. Yes, he transformed, but he was still standing on top of that hill watching and waiting. If that was how he wanted to act, then so be it. With a savage punch, I shattered the maw of one werewolf that came at me with open jaws. The force of my punch was so terrifying that the air pressure sent them back 5 or 6 meters. Before another attack could come, I placed the shotgun away before activating the chain gun I had on my right gauntlet. Triple barrels appeared on my right gauntlet below and on the sides. The looks the wares gave me said it all. They knew what they were about to face, but did they know that I was the meat grinder? One took a step back, then another, but the howl in the back forced them into attacking. The roars and stampede overshadowed the sounds of the engine in the minigun. Yeah, there was no stopping the death and destruction that I brought with me. 10,000 rounds per minute were fired downrange, mulching each and every werewolf I walked my sights over. Note to self, add shoulder-mounted weaponry in the next armor upgrade. Some hid under the bodies of their comrades, but it was all for no. And that reason was that I believed in the philosophy of double tap. Those that had died without putting up much of a fight, and I cared not. With a double flick of the wrist, my minigun was sent back to its storage dimension. There was a bloodthirsty howl that tried to force a shiver down my spine, but I ignored the sensation. Flipping backward, I missed the mad swipe of the claws that attempted to slice me in half. During my flip, I lashed out with a kick, but this wolf was made with sterner stuff than the others. As I landed on the ground, I started to bob and weave while the alpha attempted to shred me with his claws. I dodged left and right as I moved to avoid the wild swings. My own savage grin was plastered on my face that only angered my foe more and more. Without a word, the alpha decided to kick it up a notch. The bastard upped his speeds, breaking the sound barrier. Now, he was playing in my domain. Stand still so I can gut you for my mistress. The werewolf growled as he took more and more wild swings at me. Hey, the mutt knows how to speak. I taunted as I shifted into high gear and vanished from his sight. Before he could react, I was on his left and slapping down a palm across the back of his head. There was a boom as the earth quaked from the alpha turning into meat paste. Looking down, I watched the twitching muscles and broken bones try and fail to put the alpha back together. It would seem his healing factor was not as strong as Logan's. There was a moment of peace as I was caught in the sight of one of the eyes. Gone was the sigil of control, and in its place was a bright amber orb. For a moment, we just looked at each other before peace overtook its visage as it went glassy once the strength left it and death took over. In my solace, I removed my axe from my back to bang the butt of the shaft onto the ground 3 times in completion. I did not know why I did it, but it felt like the correct thing to do. The earth moved and formed to my will. In the place of the dead alpha now lay a coffin. The coffin was black with a stylized wolf embossed on the top. Taking a moment of silence, I then banged the butt of my shaft once more onto the ground, sending the alpha to his final rest. I turned to leave but was halted as a howl drew my attention back to the grave I just created. Sitting on top was the milky shade of a wolf towering over me, staring into my soul, judging me. My grip increased on my axe, but there was a nagging tell in the back of my head to not attack as the large shade leaned forward and gave me a sniff. A second howl, then a third, fourth and fifth, then more and more rose. Looking around, I found myself surrounded once more as the spirit wolves sniffed me as they circled me. Instinctively, I knew what to do next. Slow, I reached my hand out, and that was when the spiritual wolf reacted. My palm rested on the wolf's forehead before he was absorbed into my being. A shimmer of cool ran up my arm, and an image of what to do next flashed before my eyes. Picking up my axe one-handed, I spun it around before channeling my lightning through it. With one mighty earth-shattering cleave, I split the air asunder, pouring all that I am into the strike. A howl akin to a roar sprang forth as a massive white wolf cloaked in lightning was shot out from the strike. Yeah, that was cool. The surrounding wolves howled in union with the one I created before parting for a group of 20 to approach. They stood before me, then changed from quadruped to biped to human. These were the last of the werewolves that attacked, and I was alpha now. This I knew it deep in my bones. I needed to learn magic, ASAP. This is all that is left. I asked, sizing up the pack. Yes, my alpha. They all answered as one. Marcus Portal, I commanded while I looked over their war-torn faces. They had gone from over 100 wolves to only 20 in a pack. It was a damn shame, but I was alive, and they now knew better. There was a whoosh as a ring of gold sprang to life at my command. You will all go to the Morocco safe house to get checked out by the doctors. Then and only then will I allow you into my territory. I said, putting some of the wolf intent behind my words. Those that were watching snapped to running for the portal at my command. Standing with Marcus was Ambrose, Faura's second in command. How many of my guards are still at the safe house? 250, my king, all ready for battle. Ambrose swiftly answered. Give them portals, Marcus, I commanded while turning around to survey the land before me. At my back were 250 Spartans, and in front of me was battle. Check your sides and be aware of friendlies. Let's hunt. My Praetorian guards took to the sky using their telepathic abilities to fly while I ran along the ground. Selene wanted to summon wolves, then I was going to call my Spartans. We followed the path of my last battle before I felt a thrum in my chest, followed by a low growl from my new partner. The large white lightning wolf beside me growled as we came over a hill to a vast army. While I had taken out her first salvo and got my people here, Selene had been busy. Before my Spartans and I was an army easily over 1,000 earth golems, and backing those were 5 large dragons. And on the largest dragon in the middle was Selene in hot black spandex, with a cape. Oh, she's gonna learn today. My Spartans lined up behind me, so I floated up with my gravity manipulation. No words needed to be shared as I looked into the eyes of my opposition. Pulling my axe from its magnetic holders on my back, I prepared myself for the battle to come. My back was straight, and I had steel in my blood. The wood that made up the shaft of my axe felt warm in my hands. That same warmth offset the cool feel of the Mongolian air. I didn't know which side started it, but once a falcon flew through the middle. The powder keg was lit, and I was already moving along with Selene's dragon mount. Flame hot enough to melt dirt to slag was spewed at me, but I was already bringing down my axe in a cleave that could shatter mountains. KKOLEM. Half of the army before me was reduced to dust as I brought my axe down with shattering mountainous force. The dragons took to the sky, and half of Selene's army was reduced to rubble. Digging deep, I was already pushing forward, tearing through her army. With a twist and pivot, I spun like I was a barbarian in Diablo. Nothing stood back up as I grounded a path through Selene's earth golem. As I made it to the back of her forces, I leaped into the air. My aim was true as I blasted my way out of the left dragon with some red coloring as he attempted to block my path from his master. As I burst out from the back of the beast, I swung myself around to run up its back. Getting to the shoulder joints, I swung hard, removing its head from its body. This beast was 20 meters, and I was certain that my woman would love a pair of dragon hide boots. Hell, I know Jean and Emma would be the first in line for such things. And I was going to be damn sure I got myself a dragon hide trench coat. And it was going to be made out of that large black one that had Selene on its head. Standing on the dead carcass of Selene's dragon, I looked up at her with a smug smile splitting my face. The frown she wore said more than enough. I'm the fastest man alive, and this battle was to only indulge her and get my soldiers some battle experience. I knew I could not have beaten her with speed alone, and she fell right into a magical contract trap. She would have won blasting me with magic before all of this started, or any number of equally devastating magical moves. Now she was trapped with no way out because she wanted to be queen. Selene did something that caused a black vortex to form at the mouth of her dragon. That didn't look good at all. Calling out the command to scatter, my Spartans and I bugged out of there fast. Before the attack was even launched, I circled around, removing another head from a dragon. And now there were 3. The Black Void-type attack vaporized the body I was on when the attack first started to charge. Shit, looking down, I decided to pull out a Pokeball and send my latest kill into a pocket dimension. Putting that away, I looked over to my Spartans fighting for all they were worth. Interestingly enough, I had a few magic users amongst my Praetorian contingent. I watched water and ice get tossed around from mandala flares. Another had the magic tattoos alight using metal swords as his means of attack. While I was looking in the opposite direction of my adversary, something smashed into me, sending me flying as a burning sensation crawled up my skin. I was hit with such force that I went rolling along the ground for 50 meters. There was another flash of light that I could only think was a follow-up spell. I was not going to accept that crap and was already up and moving. Gritting my teeth from the burning sensation that I felt, I turned to look. And I was not happy with what I saw on my left arm. All along my arm were black flames trying to consume me whole. On the ground where I was now a slagged and burning spot of black flames. Celine just tried to Amaterasu my rear. All bets were off now. The pain was so much, I was damn near ready to cut my arm off to have it replaced with a clone version, but I stopped. What I noticed was the runes flaring along my sleeves. The blazing pain kept going, but the runic work was fighting the black flames slowly. Gritting my teeth, I allowed the runes to do their job while I had something for this mad wench. I took a hard solid step on the ground. The earth shot up in a display of power as I made my way towards a golem. Time of play was over with, and it was time to kick rear. Strafing to the right of the earth golem, I snatched it up by one of its legs. My flesh still burned as I dragged the oversized earth golem behind me. Celine fired more and more spells towards me, but nothing connected because of my speeds. The only things I allowed her now were my after images. This was time to prove why I was the fastest. With a mighty leap, I slapped an azure blue dragon out of the air with the earth golem. I sent a command to my Spartans to kill the lizard as I threw the earth golem in the way of another nasty spell thrown in my direction. The earth golem and Celine's spell detonated mid-air, sending a shockwave that knocked down a few people. With my speed force, I ignored the shockwave and everything else as I made my aim for the forest green dragon that was having trouble staying afloat from the forces at play. He never survived as I ripped and tore his wings off his back, then came down on the skull with a gravity slam. The forest green dragon died with a smash with nothing to show for being in this battle. Arf! There was a scream of rage, but I was already moving. The only thing Celine was able to attack was an after image. The dragon she rode flew overhead going for my Spartans, but they had situational awareness better than my own. The Spartans teamed up, and the mages put up a magical shield over the force field that was erected in an emergency. I was already moving, and behind her damn dragon. The spikes of its tail lashed around in the air, but there was no way they could have hurt me. Finding some solid purchase, I twisted, wrenching the beast with a mighty heave. My muscles strained, and I knew that this was the most I have ever used the strength force before. Up and over, the dragon went as I slammed it onto the ground. Jumping up, I brought it over for another slam, then another. With one last heave, I slammed its head against the side of the crater before tossing it aside in the directions of my Spartans. Again, I was moving as a flare of purple went through the chest of my after image. Circling around, I sent a devastating punch into the left side of Celine's temple. Unfortunately, she had copied my after image trick. The after image began to explode, but I was already moving. There was no way I was going to stay still now that we were in the endgame of the fight. My HUD pinged a location, but there were too many for me to be happy. All across the Mongolian steppes were clones of Celine. Gritting my teeth, I pulled out my axe and was surprised to find my arm no longer burning. The flesh had to be messed under the armor, but that was a worry for later. The only thought in my mind right now was to win, and maybe a little payback. One clone lost its head, then another before I started to get a little creative. By the 10th one in, I had drop-kicked the thing at Mach 4 speeds, plowing right through its chest. The 20th got a clothesline across the middle that took the upper body clean off. I had sent my Spartans home after a while, so I knew I was the only one here with Celine. I was a fool. Taking a moment, I sent out my senses in the same way I always find the Ancient One. I felt the spatial disturbance coming towards me, and I smiled. Yeah, I found her all right. With a twist, I swung my axe in an arc, sending out a lightning wolf attack right at her. The white wolf was smashed into her shields, slamming Celine back down onto the ground. There was no time for her to recover because I was slamming a fist into her shields at high speed. Thousands of hits before I accepted that there was no way into her shield. Hell, I was hitting so hard that I had broken the ground around us from the force. Our eyes met, and the smug smile Celine gave me grinded my gears like nothing else. The sound of flapping reached my ears, and that was when I knew she messed up. Instantly the image of Edna mode flashed through my mind saying, "No capes." Vanishing from Celine's sight, I grabbed a fist full of her cape before pulling it with considerable force. There was a yeep, but I was already slamming her bodily into the ground over and over again. There was a blue flash as she released her cape to lunge directly at me. I can do hand-to-hand, easy. Celine came dashing at me with enhanced speed. Her face was bloody, her clothes were ripped, but she rushed me anyway. A flare of orange rolled over her body as we clashed fist to fist. Damn, she had strengthening magic. With a twist, I had Celine going over with a judo throw. A fist went past my face, but I ignored the scratch to my cheek. I blocked a kick from Celine's down position. I did a swift reverse with a flare of her magic made itself known, allowing her to get back up. I dodged the mid-kick with a swift instep before wrapping my hand around the side of Celine's head. Kicking out her support leg, I smashed her face into the ground, forcing her to eat dirt. There was a scream and flare of magic launching me away, but I did a flip to recover. Enough. Celine screamed out as her arms glowed a crimson red with magical power radiating out. With no intention of allowing her to use that on me, I was already moving forward. Unfortunately, I was stopped inches from crashing into her. Somehow she had me trapped in her magical grasp, and I did not like this at all. Instead of killing me, Celine started to monologue. I'm happy to say that I paid no attention to it at all. First, my pinky was able to get through her barrier. I took a moment to check and noted that she showed no knowledge of such action. Once I am crowned queen, I will have you chained in my deepest, darkest dungeons. There I will drain you for eternity to keep me young forever. Celine all but declared herself God Queen. Before she could say any more, my left arm snaked out. The widening of her eyes was all too comical. Celine strained with my arm wrapped around her throat, but I had other plans for her. With a pull, I smashed my forehead against hers. Once, twice, 3 times before her struggles flagged. I dragged her forward, screaming once more, slamming my head into hers, before she finally passed out. I shook her once to make sure she was out, but that wasn't needed because of the narrator sounding out in my ear. Winner Benjamin Blake, King of Pandora. Taking a look around, I noticed the camera spheres floating as they watched over the battle. Before I could move to drop Celine, the Ancient One appeared to check her. Magical mandala circles appeared over Celine's body as the Ancient One did her thing. After a few scans, the Ancient One gave me a nod before calling over some medics. After the Ancient One left Celine to the mercy of my fanatical medic, she turned to me with a frown on her face. The magical circles appeared once more, and this time a tighter focus on the side I was hit with magic during the fight. The Ancient One waved her hand, vanishing the top portion of my armor. What I found was black and crackling skin. I wished I had not looked at it. The burning sensation was back as she grabbed my hand for a closer examination. Very nasty spell. Great runic work though to stop it from spreading. The Ancient One muttered as her magic mandalas ran up and down my arm in the examination. Let's fix this then. With a snap and flick, black flames were drawn out of my wounds. I had to learn some magic. There, now I believe it's time to go see the medic. The Ancient One said as she waved a portal into life. Come along, Benjamin. My only reply was to give a shrug as I followed along. What I found though had me shaking my head at the absurdity of it all. Maya and Alfred had a hologram sign held up in congratulations. The Spartans were giving me a standing ovation with some of the nurses. Aurora was looking at me with an exasperated look on her face. All that was normal, sure, but it was Emma that was standing at a door with 3 mini blonde versions of her that was tripping me out. Instantly my meta-knowledge filled my gaps on who they were. I waved away a nurse that was trying to probe my arm with some advanced medical device we had created. And I growled at some doctor that thought it was best to tell me to lay down in some damn room like I was some damn invalid. My king, your healing factor has not kicked in, and we would really like to get you under some scanners. the doctor that was trailing me said, rushing his words. I ignored him as I made my way to Aurora for my victory kiss. I pulled her in towards me, and damn did she fit perfectly. Her lips met my own, and it was like my being singing a song of joy. The kiss Aurora and I shared shook me something fierce, taking my breath away. Wow, Aurora whispered while her eyes were still closed in bliss. Damn, that was hot, Raven said in a husky whisper beside Emma. Something was different, and I was going to keep going until I figured out what. I sent Raven a sly smile before zipping over to her location, posting an arm onto the wall. The blushing blue cheeks I received had Raven looking as if she was a shy maiden. Using my index finger, I tilted Raven's chin upwards. Before she could say anything, I placed a blistering kiss upon her. Again the kiss felt as if something was slotting into place within my being. The kiss was heated and wanting, and the moan Raven released told me that she wanted more than what we could do in public. Raven went weak in the knees as I let her go. Turning to Emma, I noticed her cheeks pink. She knew it was her turn for a smooching of a lifetime, and did I deliver? Emma put up a calm facade with a sculpted eyebrow raised at me, but I was not one to be scared off. I might be a pretty chilled dude, but it took a spine to deal with my uber badass woman. Emma let out a yelp as I swept her off her feet at high speeds. With some fine gravity control, I had us both floating almost horizontally. Emma's chance of speaking up was stolen from her as I pressed my lips to hers. Once again, that feeling of peace came over me as our tongues dueled for dominance. We went at it as Emma tried to test my tonsils before I won, pinning her tongue with my own. Damn. Emma and I parted to look down at everyone watching us. It was funny to see my Astartes blushing different shades of colors. Emma ducked her head into my chest in a futile attempt to hide before punching me in the chest. With a light-hearted chuckle, I let her back down so I could meet the girls. Aurora was standing at the room's entrance with Raven waiting on us as Emma straightened out her outfit. You know fabric doesn't wrinkle, I whispered into her ear before pinching a butt cheek as I walked by. The look she gave me was completely ignored as I walked into the hospital room. Now that I had a closer look, I noticed that Emma had color-coordinated the girls. I knew that she didn't need that because, as a telepath, she would be able to tell which was which. I guess this was all of the non-readers, if anything else. I was also certain that the Astarte telepaths on the island wouldn't need the colors either. Putting those thoughts aside for now, I allowed one of the doctors to fuss over my arm while I looked at the girls. The doctor looked at my advances as I released a hearty laugh. I went from a flame-headed troublemaker to a stoic technopathic son to now being the father to a set of triplet telepaths because, of course, I'll man up in this situation. It wasn't about the money or resources, no, I had the will, the family, and the heart to be there for these girls. Greetings. And salutations. The triplets said as they broke the sentence up amongst themselves. Salutations, I guess that's not half bad, I mumbled while rubbing my chin with my right hand. Well girls, I hope I haven't scared you with my weird-looking arm, because hi, I'm Dad. We did not feel any aversion to your appendage. This time it was Aurora who chuckled from the gobsmacked look on my face. Great, I was now dealing with kids that were going to give me triple speak. They are still learning, Raven said from beside the monitoring holo terminals. Nodding my head, I leaned back into a rest position as I started to float with my gravity manipulations. The girls looked at me with slightly widened eyes as they watched me floating there in their room. What? I asked with a cheeky grin on my features. The Munchkins would like to fly. They looked at Emma with widened eyes before looking back at me. Raven gave me an exasperated sigh as I levitated the girls up into the air. The one on the left squeaked before pulling her middle sister closer, while the one on the right carried a bold-faced smile. All right, girls, would you like to introduce yourselves, please? I asked while having them do lazy circles around the room. The girls shared a lot before the bold one came forward first. Sophie. Celeste. Phoebe. And I'm Maya. A sudden squeal came from behind me as a rush of heated air flew by. And you can call me Alfred or Big Brother because that is what I am. And take comfort in knowing that I shall protect you until my dying breath. We turned to look at Alfred as he stood in the doorway. Natasha was trying hard to stifle her laughter, while the girls just looked blankly at him. All right, it's time you lighten up, kid. I said while pulling him over with my gravitational manipulation. Alfred pouted as I tucked him under an arm as the rest of the family came into the room. I felt someone ruffle my hair, which drew my attention to my dad smiling at me from over my shoulder. "I'm proud of you, kid," my father said before taking Alfred with him out of the room. I was wondering why he was making a hasty retreat before I realized that it was now a room full of women. That and also my mother was glaring at my injury. Yeah, that was my cue to leave. "Come on, Doc. I heard a room has my name on it." Without looking back, I also bolted. The neighborhood Manhattan, New York, New York. George Stacy was relaxing in his man cave when his door opened, and he heard the dreaded words. "Honey, we need to talk." George Stacy looked at his wife, then looked at the lab reports he was going over on his tablet, before pressing the off button and putting it away. "Okay." George returned in as neutral a voice as he could before tapping a seat beside his own. With a nod, his wife walked in carrying that dreaded box. She took a seat across from her own before taking the TV remote and turning down the sound of the news. "So what is this about?" Georgia asked as he ran memories through his head. He didn't miss her birthday, and they recently celebrated their anniversary. Hell, that brat Ben had even reminded him about Valentine's Day, so that wasn't missed either. He was snapped out of his thoughts as his wife began to speak. "Gwendolyn and Ben gave these to the whole family for Christmas. Why haven't we used it yet?" Helen Stacy asked as she opened the box she carried onto the table. The box had a fingerprint reader on top, but the inside was something else entirely. Inside the box sat 2 syringes that carried a golden liquid suspended to float in the air. Sitting underneath the serum sat 4 UMF suits with an easy user guide, with matching couple smartbands. "Honestly, I don't know, Helen," George replied after a while. "Look, when we met the kid, it was awesome to finally have someone Gwen could talk with that was on her intellectual level. Now they are doing so much, and this is just a step I never saw coming. I want to be able to live long enough to hold my grandkids and not have to worry about my health or knees." Helen replied softly. "But it won't just be our grandkids, will it?" George Stacy replied heatedly. "Is that why?" Helen asked sharply to her husband. "I don't know, before it was just Gwen, but now he has so many," George replied with a huff. "And you know what the worst thing is? I can't even punish that bastard for it. The other day we were out on the clay range. This was a few months back when he broke the news to me that he and Gwen were going to enter a polygamous relationship with that Jean girl. Hell, I put a shotgun round point blank into his chest, and he didn't even flinch. Before I could realize what I was doing, I fired the other barrel, reloaded, and did it again twice more before he took the shotgun from me." "You did what?" Helen asked loudly, nearly a full scream leaving her mouth. "Tried to carry out a father's justice," George huffed in return. "And I was denied my satisfaction because of his powers." Helen sighed as she ran a hand over her face before looking at her husband. "Is that why we haven't taken him up on his offer to retire to that island of his?" Helen asked with an accusing tone of voice. Helen squinted her eyes as she watched her husband turn his head away from meeting her gaze. "George Stacy, you will answer me this instant. Is that why I can't enjoy a nice vacation and tan at a fully paid-for island vacation?" George averted his eyes for a moment before turning back to face his wife. "Look here, our daughter is living her life, and there is nothing you can do to stop her from growing up and loving who she wants to love," Helen said while pounding her fist on the table. Turning around, Helen picked up the TV remote to turn up the volume of the news. "Look, George, look at our baby girl. Today, Wonder Woman rescued a crashed school bus filled with children heading to the MoMA. You see that? Look at her. Tell me you don't see that smile on our baby's face," Helen said as she pointed the finger at the TV display. "I'm going to take the serum, and when you get over yourself, then you can maybe stop sleeping on the couch and join me." George Stacy watched as his wife took the syringe with her name on it before leaving out of his man cave. Grumbling to himself, he rotated the floating substance, staring at it. This would change his life in so many ways, but it was also coming from the same person that had his baby girl's heart. With a sigh, George settled into his seat to watch his baby girl save the day on the news. The serum floated in front of him, but George ignored that for now. Today was not going to be the day he gained wings. Yeah, there was also no way he was going to wear spandex either. Benjamin Blake Zen Flow, the doctors in the hospital, had gone over my arm in excruciating detail before putting it in a runic script wrap and dousing that with Medigel. Even now, There were black wisps of flame rising with each breath I exhaled. The whole operation didn't take all that long either, not with the Ancient One overlooking all of the complex runic work involved. The Ancient One had led the operation as they removed the black flames from my essence. The kids had taken up a room with their new sisters, while Nat and the rest had taken up rooms here in the hospital. Unfortunately, I also had to stay overnight for observation. There was nothing wrong with that, seeing as I was sitting on a bed king-size in a room fit for royalty. Currently, I was sitting on my bed in a meditative position, with Aurora sleeping at my side. From above, the bed rained a dim golden glow as artificial chi was projected as a dim light ray. The NX-5 was a masterful stroke in discovery, and it was featured in almost all facets of our medical advancements. Some of the lab techs wanted to incorporate vibranium into the same studies and fields, but we had such a finite amount that, using it for anything else besides research could wait. Slowly, I sank into my mindscape as I meditated. There was no sleep, and I wasn't going to do any work tonight. So I might as well give myself a once-over. My mind was my bastion, and I was relieved to find that there were no breaches. The speed force that made up the yellow star in my mind was shining brightly onto everything it could. The earth that represented a decoy for my memories had that wolf from earlier. I was not expecting to have found the spiritual wolf within my mindscape. I sent a mental nudge its way. The only thing I got back in reply was a yawn before it went back to sleep. Next, I checked the hidden library archive that I had set up on Pluto. Security was running fine in that portion of my mind before I moved over to the star that had my main worries, the Death Star. This construct housed my connection to the Strength Force and maybe more things once I had more control. The mental construct I had surrounding my Strength Force connection was in disarray and looked like it had seen a better day. There were red holes punched through certain parts with sparks of red littered across my mind. The power was being slowly absorbed into my system, but I would need more than what I am currently using. Selene had shown her face, but Magneto was still out there, with the sighting of his kids in Salem. I knew it was only a matter of time until he showed his face. In all honesty, Eric wasn't the one that had me worried. No, it was his right hand, or his apostles as they were called in the comics. Exodus was another Omega-level powerhouse, but that wasn't what made him dangerous to me. No, what made him a force that I took seriously was that he is a 1,000-year-old hag that was experimented on by Apocalypse. He had been noted for taking on the entire team of X-Men while also fighting off a telepathic attack from Jean Grey. Granted, she was the neutered Jean Grey because of Xavier, but she was still a powerhouse in her own rights. I had to prepare myself to face an Omega-level powerhouse that would not underestimate me the way Selene did. I would not be able to talk my way out of this fight, nor was there going to be any bluffing him down into surrender. I had to be ready, and the only way to be ready was to make sure all of my abilities were going to work at peak efficiency when I needed them the most. Gliding through the air, I did a small somersault flipping over to allow my feet to touch down onto the surface of my mental construct of the Death Star. Stooping down, I laid my palm onto the surface of my mental construct. Letting out a sigh, I felt the damage my mind was being subjected to. With a mental flex of concentration, I had the sphere repaired, but that wasn't all. Rising over my location was another mental construct coming to secure the Death Star's emplacement. The largest changes I had made were the outlets at the north and south pole of the sphere. Jumping away, I allowed the sphere to enclose the Death Star. Once that was completed, I released the Death Star, allowing the sphere to take over my connection to the Strength Force. Instantly red energy launched out of the 4 venting ports to mix with the yellow Speed Force energy. I wanted to connect and see if Sidorak was still there, but I knew better. There was no way a mortal mind such as my own would be able to keep one such as him subdued for long. I could feel and tell there was something different about my soul, but there was no way of telling until I learned magic. I knew my mind was advancing with the different understandings I was gaining day to day, but at the end, my mind was still that of a mortal. Returning to the real world, I felt the new surge of power within my veins. Damn, what a rush. My muscles coiled and condensed as they pulled into themselves tighter and tighter. A dull thud sounded out as I tapped myself down. I found everything fine with my person besides the wisp of black flames, leaving my body faster than before. Oh, did I feel good right now? Aurora rolled over in her sleep, putting an arm where I should have been if I was laying down. I shook my head and smiled for a moment as her arm reached around, searching for me before she opened her eyes. Before I could say anything, one leg went over my waist as she pulled herself into my lap. My chuckle rumbled in my chest as Aurora hung off me like a lazy cat. Her silver hair hung loosely over her shoulders as she grumbled while placing kisses along my shoulder and jawline. Hey Ro. MMM. Words weren't shared as she trailed her nails across my back. As our lips met, I kissed her back fiercely. Ro's gasp was music to my ears as I released her lips to trail my way down her neck and collarbone. 2 hours later. The morning shower had gone on a lot longer than I thought it would have, and right now though, we were all dressed and walking down a completely trashed hallway. I should have felt bad about it, but honestly, I didn't. Whatever resolution I had with my powers had caused some type of sympathetic effect when I'm enjoying romantic relations with Aurora. That would have to be fixed as soon as possible, because there was no way I was going to give up my woman. Yeah, that was not going to happen, even if the world wanted to burn down around me. A holo tablet was in my hand, and I was going over the situation at speed as I followed behind Nat and Ro walking down the hall. Raven had dispatched about 100 of our medics over the island and to Japan in a relief effort. I was happy to note they would be wearing the Vega Industries colors and not the island's. The other thing that was interesting to note was the quake was rated well beyond a 10 on the Richter scale. That was the earthquake scale, and the island was safe from everything, including a nuclear strike. Yes, self-healing metal and concrete with magical wards could protect and safeguard against a hell of a lot, it seems. Whistling to myself, I ignored Nat giving Ro a pinch on the bum as we walked into the room containing the girls. Outside the room, I noted 30 more guards since all of the girls were going to get 10 each. Maya was bad enough with her 5, but it was well worth it to add 5 more to keep her out of trouble. That girl would vanish if no one was covering her with 360 degrees of coverage. Alfred didn't cause me many worries, so he still only had his 5, which was lucky for him. Unlucky for the girls, I was an overprotective father. Lucky for them, they would have more family than they could ask for. Talk to me, Doc. The girls good to go? I asked, looking at the man blushing a deeper shade of purple. It was always interesting to see the variety of shades and body sizes that the X gene could create. Yes, they have been given their smart bands and added into the island systems. I have even updated their health profile for the school. The doctor answered as he bounced on the balls of his feet. We appreciate that, we were not cut open while we slept. That statement caused me to just give the girls a deadpan look. I turned to Raven and Emma, but I found them with blushes huddled in a circle with Aurora and Natasha. Shaking my head at them, I turned back to the girls with my smartband controls open. With some rapid inputs, I had them all changed into proper outside gear. Jeans, a fitted t-shirt with a leather overcoat that matched my own. On their feet were comfortable yet stylish black pairs of boots I found in the selection options. Looking at the massive choices, I was certain that Emma had contracted a designer for us. Aurora and Nat ushered the girls out of the room, while I was caught by Raven and Emma at the door. You have a meeting with Sue, but I want what they got. Emma purred while rubbing her hand over my chest. Raven gave me the same smash me eyes that Emma was showing. I gave both a kiss before teleporting out of there. I had to leave before I did something that was going to mess up the rest of my day. My woman was already handling the girls and the relief efforts on the other side of the world. Right now, it was time to remove another element from my hunted prey. Susan Storm jumped as I made my appearance out of thin air in the lobby to my office. Well, shit, looks like she came early. One of Nat's trained assistants sitting behind the desk jumped up with a tablet in hand with my appearance. Yeah, I have powers, so what? I answered with a shrug. Since you are here early, let's get this meeting underway. Once that was said, Sue's transformation was almost instant. For a moment, her mouth still hung open, before she realized what I said. When her mind finally caught up, Sue straightened her clothes, picked up a folder, and followed me into my office. I took my seat before directing her to take her own. The fierce look of determination on her face said it all, but she was still playing into my hands. This meeting is about you gaining access to the same resources as Gwen, I said while she began leaning forward in her chair. My hands stapled together as I peered at her over my fingertips. My credentials place me as one of the world's foremost geneticists alive to date. Sue started with fierce determination on her features. While you have taken over the Baxter Foundation and placed the name over the medical division, I have solved 3 genetic mutations debilitating to the human genome over the past year alone. Allowing me access to such resources could help solve more genetic diseases and help humanity progress. I looked at her, blonde hair up in a ponytail with a white lab coat on. From my resources, I knew far more about her than anyone should. Hell, even the comics did not cover the amount I knew about this blonde bombshell before me. Let me show you something first, I said with a wave of my hand over my desk. Above my desk, an image of Johnny Storm popped up, her brother on the island going through one of the hero programs with Peter as his second. What is this? Sue asked as she pulled closer to my desk. Her eyes were pinched as she took in all of the details of the hollow image. Well, your brother Johnny has always been super high energy, and you have had no way to handle him, to be honest. What you are watching is Peter sneaking him into my selection class for my Avengers program. They think I'm unaware, but I let it be because it helps them with finding friends and getting along in life with their powers, I replied to her question. He needed the outlet, and you can't always be there to look over his shoulder. Simple, short, and sweet. We watched as Peter and her brother launched themselves against a team of foes. Johnny flew around, lighting guns on fire, causing the thugs to drop their rifles. Peter was webbing the thugs up and checking on hostages. He was doing a lot better now as he made sure that they had no weapons before setting them free. How is this a school? All they are doing is fighting bad guys who can shoot them. Sue asked with a look that said she was half a second away from screaming. Keep watching, I said, pointing at the image as Logan made himself known during the exercise. All right, exercise over, Logan said as we watched him walk up to the two. That was a lot better than last time, Peter. Johnny, good choice aiming for those rifles. But next time aim for the barrel with a short, intense burst. Melt the barrel and be more aware of the ammo cartridge, which has a high chance of cooking off the ammunition, so be aware next time because we don't want to damage any of the hostages. Sue was stunned as she watched her brother give Logan a grim nod. Then laughed as her brother gave Peter a high five once Logan turned around. Sue's eyes softened as she watched her brother learn to be a better hero. He was goofing with Peter, but that would all fade as his hero persona kicked in. This was my moment, and I was going to strike while the iron was hot. Come, let's visit the island, then I can have someone show you around or Johnny can, I said as I waved at a wall summoning a portal. A light neon blue portal shone on the wall as I got up from my seat. The look on her face said it all. She was not expecting any of this, and I was happy because this was another person out from under Richard's influence. She gave me a smile before stepping through the portal, and I was right behind her. What Sue found on the other side was a security check where they scanned her for everything. Sue had to give up a communications device that Richards had made before picking up a smartband. Once that was done, she was allowed beyond the checkpoint. From there, the first place she wanted to go was the training center for her brother. A sky car was waiting for our use as we exited the teleportation center. All through the ride, Sue was talking non-stop, trying to learn more about the island. It didn't take long for us to arrive at the facility where Logan was holding class. Instantly, Sue tried to bolt out of the sky car to find her brother, but I was already moving to stop her. You can't interrupt classes, okay? I said, laying a hand on her shoulder to stop Sue from messing up the classes. Her shoulders slumped, and I took that as my go to pull off a step-point teleport action. We moved in a burst of lightning in one of the faculty rooms overlooking the young heroes. You can't keep him sheltered forever, you know. Sue's shoulders flinched for a moment before disappearing as she gave me a fierce look. What is it that you want? Sue asked with folded arms and a serious face. Why show me all this? What is your endgame? Huh, so you want straight talk, is that it? I muttered out loud before taking a seat. Yes, don't think I haven't put it together yet, Sue answered, swiftly standing before me with a determined expression on her face. The great billionaire Benjamin Blake is also a metahuman, yet the world doesn't know. There has to be some angle you're playing, so tell me. I want my people to live a life without worries, and I want parents to not have to hide their children. Hell, I want the galaxy at my fingertips. But what I can do is make the world a better place one step at a time. And that starts with you, I said as while pointing a finger at her chest. Of course, I wasn't going to give her all the truth, but half was better than none. Sue gave me a confused look, but I continued before she could stop me. I want you to join my team as my xenobiologist. We already have interplanetary spaceflight, and I need a person on my team that understands genetics. I need your flexibility and ingenuity working for the benefit of mankind. I don't know anything about xenobiology, Sue answered quickly with a huff. Correction, you know more than everyone here. I spoke to Gwen and revised the video footage and followed how you were able to bring that sample alive. Yes, that monster was a failure, but you were able to do something Gwen failed at even with all of my resources. I need that flexible mind on my team, but with safeguards, I answered her as a flick of my wrist brought up all of my collected data. Wait, you know where that DNA sample came from? Sue asked after taking a step closer to the holograms. That DNA sample was pulled from some of the very first predators this universe has ever seen. And that is the Brood. Think of them as xenomorphs from those Alien franchise movies. I replied with a wave towards more data on the holographic images. We had cracked the galaxy's communications, and I had set a team on solving the basic language problems. Once that was solved, I had some of the tech guys run over most of the basic available information. It was strange knowing that the wider galaxy didn't have the internet as we knew it, but their archive crap was decent for now. One of the first things I had done was set the computers and doctors to cross-check our records, and damn did one DNA sample stick out like a sore thumb. The DNA sample they were playing with a while back was from the species known as the Brood. I knew they were around not too long ago, but having Brood DNA around was a little disconcerting. Hell, one of the realities I was happy not to be born in was the Alien franchise, but knowing that there was the Marvel equivalent around which was far deadlier was not a happy thought. That shouldn't be possible, Sue answered while scrolling through the data displayed before her. Why not? I asked now with a smile on my face. There should have been nothing after the Big Bang. Not only that, even with what I know about that DNA sample, this isn't matching up at all. Sue answered with manic fervor as she found what she was looking for. That DNA sample was at least 3,000 years old, but it still came alive. But you said these things were one of the very first predators in the universe. How can that be possible? And now you understand, I answered her with a smile of my own as I stood up. Oh, make no mistake, I know the answers, and to prove those same answers would bring destruction to us all. And yes, that is correct. It would because, believe it or not, our reality doesn't run on some god's whim. No, the Celestial are far less benevolent than any deity made out of the Ethereum of cosmic goop. I'll bring you to the ends of the galaxy, and I want you to use our discoveries to uplift mankind. The look Sue gave me made me feel as if I was a cult leader. That was great, but it was also bad because I think I found out how Richards was able to gain her allegiance over Victor Von Doom. There was a bell overhead that saved me from the fanatic look on her face, but also saved me from that spike of guilt. This wasn't a change in canon because of the natural flow. No, this was me making a conscious effort to make sure she and Richards never happen, but also ending Franklin's chances of being born. Then again, I didn't like the threat of a child wielding universal reality warping powers hanging over my head. Instead of focusing on that, I noted the bell and the end of class. Look at the time. Johnny is being let out of classes right now with Peter. Talk to your brother, and then let me know what you have decided. Before Sue could say anything, I waved a guard to take her to Johnny as I twisted on the spot, performing a lightning teleport to the home tree. It was time for a meeting, and I already knew everyone would be waiting for me. I appeared with a flash of lightning outside the conference room. Standing around having small talk was Hank McCoy, my new ambassador with Emma Frost, Raven Darkholm, Charles Xavier, Aurora Blake, my mother, the Ancient One with Jean, and my top 3 leading Astartes. My ladies began to blush at my appearance, while Hank had a smile with a note of business about him. While everyone was walking into the room, I pulled Jean aside and gave her a kiss. Jean had taken command of the space mission and led it admirably. Last night I had reviewed the data and read the reports. There had been no mistakes or screw-ups on the mission. Hell, from some of the reports my Spartans filed, Jean was a damn good leader, and I couldn't be prouder. Even the shuttle performed better than it should have, but the techs still ran over the data and wanted to make upgrades and improvements. Jean gave me a blushing smile that matched the colors of her hair before turning around and entering the conference room. Wanda Maximoff Teleportation Center, Island Nation Pandora. After watching the battle during their time at the bar, Wanda had quickly come up with a plan to visit the island. She had made sure to get all of the information she could last night before deciding to take her chances. The school was closed down during the night, but once it had opened in the morning, Wanda was one of the first ones in line with her brother Pietro. The wait wasn't that long before doctors came out with scanning tools. The first 10 in the group were all families with kids, while she was just here with her brother looking for a better place. Staying with her father was not turning out to be anything great with them staying holed up in that blasted asteroid. At least there, she might have a life outside of serving her father and his ego. This was a chance for her and her brother to escape, and she was going to seize it. So far, they had been cleared by the doctors before getting their smart bands. Wanda had noticed small glittering scripts written across the surface of the device before she had put it on. Once the smart band had activated, Wanda had noticed the instant silence of all the turmoil that plagued her mind. Wanda knew that the smart bands blocked out telepathic thoughts from messing with her own, but she didn't know that it could block out what was plaguing her. Releasing a sigh, Wanda got in line with her brother to wait on the opening of the portals. From the schedule on the wall, the first portal was open at 9. Wanda looked over to her brother Pietro, who was eating a custom speedster's meal. Everything she was seeing was leading her to think great things about this place she was about to head to. Yet, Wanda was worried about what her father would think if they defected to his enemy. Yes, it was frustrating to think about, but Wanda had to do what's best for her and her brother. The intercom beeps before announcing the opening of the portals. A murmur ran through the crowd as everyone got up from their chairs to stand in line. Wanda took a moment to take in the look of the portal. From what she could tell, the portal was a 10 by 10 construction that shimmered a neon blue color. On the other side of the portal, Wanda could not see a line like the one she was waiting in, but she did notice everyone walking around as they entered and exited other portals leading to other places. That alone sent Wanda's mind racing about the possibilities. Wanda noted how her brother twitched, and she reached out with her powers to pick him up off the ground before he took off running. There was no way she wanted to get in trouble before they even got to a new place. The red hologram wait line vanished with another beep of the intercoms. Behind her, Wanda noted the families that were waiting but had no heavy baggage. Wanda and her brother didn't bring anything because they wanted to check this place out before they committed. She had noticed what she thought was a lack of security, but Wanda did note at least 2 guards in each of the larger rooms. Placing her brother back down on the ground, Wanda got up once her ticket was called as the next in line. She and her brother walked up to the scanner before the portal running their smart bands beneath it. Once they got the green light, both of them walked through. Wanda watched Pietro pause at the portal before sticking his hand through. Nothing happened, so her brother picked her up. Before Wanda had a chance to scream, her brother sped them both through the portal only to run into a wall on the other side halfway across the lobby. "You just got here, kid, and you can't go running off like that." Rolling over, Wanda couldn't help slapping her brother across the back of the head. "I keep telling you to stop doing that, Pietro." "Okay, Wanda, okay." Pietro yelled as he put his hands over his head. Wanda had connected 3 hits before her brother had sped out of there only to hit another force field. Those that were surrounding them laughed at his attempts to run away. Wanda heard the person that spoke to them earlier let out a sigh. Once she had gotten herself up off the ground, Wanda looked up and found a pink-skinned lady with purple hair standing with a strange tablet. It looked like the lady was waiting on someone, and it only took Wanda a moment to realize that she was waiting on them. "Good morning, my name is Sarah, and I will be assisting you with your transition." The tall statuesque lady named Sarah said as she held out a hand for a shake. With a sigh, Wanda stood up before brushing herself off. Once she made sure she was presentable, Wanda returned the handshake. "Nice to meet you, Sarah. I'm Wanda. The blonde one who keeps looking around is my brother Pietro," Wanda said as an introduction to Sarah. "Follow along, please. You have been given a 2-bedroom apartment in the northern city," Sarah said as she ushered the both of them out of the portal facility. "I have noticed that you both have not brought any clothing. Would you like to stop and pick something up?" We don't have any currency for the island, but I can figure something out if you can show me where the currency exchange is located," Pietro answered as he did 2 quick circles around them. "We do have a currency exchange for those with gold or silver. This is because we have not opened our trade with the wider world, and the US dollar or any other currency would not be worth anything here," Sarah answered as she ushered them to a Skycar parking lot. Wanda was amazed as she looked up to see flying cars traverse the sky above her head. Not only that, but she also noticed people were flying around on their powers. Everywhere she looked, Wanda could see young kids and older adults with powers on display with no fear on any of their features. This was far better than she had been hoping for. Even on her father's asteroid, there was nothing like this. On the asteroid, there was the constant fear of accidentally killing them all with a misplaced blast. Wanda and her brother took a moment to take everything in before turning around to find Sarah waiting with an open sky car. Sarah directed them to the car and waited for them to get in before she followed behind. Wanda noted the red leather seats and holo displays while her brother buzzed around the vehicle. Sarah got in behind the brother and sister pair before pressing the button to send the sky car on its way. "Check the balance of your accounts. Your monthly living stipend should have been approved by now," Sarah said as she brought up some holo displays for the pair to look over. "Health and medical are free, and so is education." "What's the catch?" Pietro asked while still buzzing around the cockpit of the sky car. "Everyone is held accountable to the knowledge available. The stipend is available for everyone, but there is also a mandatory test every 6 months. The better the grade, the more you are allowed for the stipend." Sarah answered, showing the different grades on stipends. The average C would get a normal living wage stipend, while the A grade would upgrade the stipend to wealthy living wages. This was also split with the difficulty of the course and the testing. Wanda was stunned, looking over the options and choices available to them. From magic to the understanding and study of the X gene. Hell, one class was all about energy manipulation and its uses. What about those that can't take any test or those that want to work? Pietro asked another question, shooting over to their guide. "Learning and taking tests to gain stipends are mandatory, or you can register with the Labor Department. That will not change because our leader believes in advancing oneself with knowledge or hard work. And anyone can pick up a job. We also have a vast list of options." Sarah replied, changing the holo display that they were viewing. "Wanda, look, space miner," Pietro said while pointing at an option. "Yes, be a space miner, Pietro," Wanda said as she scrolled down the list of classes she could pick from. "Wait, space miner?" "Yes, we are one of the extremely rare nations that have access to interplanetary travel," Sarah answered with a smile. "Okay, so can I race this Ben guy?" Pietro asked with a manic gleam in his eyes. "BLAM." For a speedster, Pietro didn't see his sister's hand as it came around to smack him upside the back of the head. "You are not about to go off and race some guy who we watched killing dragons on live TV." Wanda said sternly to her brother with a frown on her face. "We have arrived," Sarah said as she got up from her seat to walk out the open door. Benjamin Blake Conference Room. As the meeting started, we had gone over the minor things. There were no food shortages, and our power production was through the roof with the solar reactor working as the island's heart. Transportation was on the rise as more sky cars came off the production line. Even the population was on a constant rise, reaching 300,000 not too long ago. "All right, who would like to start?" I asked as I put down my green tea. I had the main situations I wanted updates on, but I also liked an open floor type meeting. It was true I was the leader of this ship, but I wasn't going to enforce my will over something so simple as a meeting. I noticed my women shared a look before Nat did a slight nod and started to speak. The X-Force team has been launching attacks against the Purists, the so-called Friends of Humanity terrorist group, and 3 others. The groups have been undercut significantly, with fewer raids towards those bound for Salem. Recently, though, we have come across a new group calling themselves the U-Men. Natasha briefed us as the hologram in the table came to life. 3 of the major meta-hating groups rotated above the desk while each person got a smaller hologram customized with data. "My God," Xavier whispered as he scrolled through the information. Hank, who was seated beside Aurora, removed his glasses and was stunned at the list of atrocities also. The X-Force has been smashing every convoy that they attempt to send out and raid for young metas, but they seem to have some type of political coverage. This has happened in these 10 areas, and no one ever responds in their area of influence, Nat said as more and more data points popped up, showing these groups' influence across America. I tasked Psylocke and a few techs to find out who is pulling strings from the back. We haven't found anything yet besides some strange shipments of metal and other industrial products. That stopped me cold. Instead of answering, I allowed them to speak as I sped through all of the data. And the pit of my stomach almost fell out. 2 of the groups were known to be affiliated with Bolivar Trask, but on the back end. I knew that name, hell, anyone who was an X-Men fan knew that name. Call Psylocke and have her pull out now. I barked, startling those around the table. Pull her out now, and send in some drones. Have them scan this central point where all of the materials transfer through. What? Ben, you're not making any sense, explain. My mom inserted as Natasha tried to listen in, as she was sending orders out as fast as her hands could go. The industrial materials are for robotic parts for the creation of metahuman killers, I answered to the group. It has been noted that Essex Corp sold a gene scanner a few years back around the time Trask's son was caught in a metahuman-caused explosion. The man has been noted on record to hate them ever since. Look at the data. Trask is now linked to a metahuman hate terrorist group. And look here in the SHIELD files. Bolivar Trask is in development of something called the Sentinel program, which is classified as metahuman suppression bots. I see what you are saying, but where is the money trail? Emma asked from her seat at the table. None of this stuff is cheap, yet why didn't such excessive spending tip anyone off? Even the prices of titanium and other materials haven't changed. I believe I can answer that for you, dear, Raven said as she swiped across on her tablet, changing the above holograms. Shaw has been manipulating the market, and he also has a stake in this program. Shit. So we have terrorists on the one hand, a madman on the other, and some metahuman supremacist on the other side, all trying to take over and control this Sentinel program? Aurora asked, sounding like she was trying to understand this whole situation. Yes, and with killer robots in the mix, we can't approach any of these areas with metahuman scanners on the board, I answered as I started to type out some commands to Gunny. Since they had metascanners, it was time to go old school shoulders with advanced exosuits. The mission right now was just for recon. Once we had confirmation, I was going to bring down the full might have my military to crush this before it could get anywhere. There was never any time to relax in the Marvel universe. The look on Xavier's face said it all, and even Hank had caught on to the implications of such a thing being available. Psylocke has been called back, and I have an asset in the area reporting strange activities. Nat spoke up as she waved a hand, changing over the hologram image to that of the area the U-Men shared with the purists. Okay, well, get your asset out of there. We are not going to lose people because we fail to understand the writing on the wall. Gunny is going in on recon with his armored division, I replied, expressing myself forcefully to let her understand that this was an order and not to be ignored. Understood, Nat answered as she went back to sending orders. They settled down, and I let them stew on that for some time. With a sigh at the ridiculousness of it all, I turned to Aurora. Aurora, tell me you have some good news, at least? I asked, turning to my silver-haired goddess. First, it was Magneto's kids getting on the island, and now it's the bloody Sentinel program. I needed some good news, otherwise, it was just not worth it getting out of bed this morning. It was time to open up some more contingency files I made a while back when this all started. Just a few more people to rain fire and brimstone on, and I will then be able to relax with my kids. Our admissions have grown with the opening of the island. Our current campus is supporting roughly 6,000 students. I would like to put forward a motion to build 2 more schools, one over in the western city, and another up at the northern end of the island. Aurora said as the holo images changed over to her graphs and data. That made everyone take a moment to realize what she had just said. Hell, I knew that opening the island would bring families, but to have that many students was surprising, to say the least. Why are there so many students? Xavier asked while leaning forward with his hands moving the data before him aside. Most of these kids have been living on the streets all over the world, and the others have been hiding at home. That's only 5,000 of the current group. With our testing policy to keep the stipend going, we have had a registration of roughly 1,000 adults looking to improve themselves. I plan to spread the kids out more around the island. This will also spread out the parents and the population. Aurora finished presenting her work to the group. That's fine. Let's build a school in each of the major cities and spread them out as you have planned. We can even add a school to the colony that Hank will be setting up in the Savage Lands. I answered as I typed up some plans and commands. The hologram in the center of the table shifted over as I was writing up my plans at speed. Once I hit the share function, others around the table started to make their own improvements over the plans. Security, resources, and recommendations for teachers were all added and amended within moments. We went over more of the educational situation of the island before the mention of a university came up. Hank made the motion, and we had to take a moment to refigure how we would go about such a thing. With the advancement of medical sciences on the island, we had found that including the Chi solution within our water supply not only improved health and longevity, but it also had a permanent improvement over one's mental development. That meant third graders were now taking Algebra 2, which would be considered a high school course back in America. All of the classes had been reshuffled due to these advancements in scholastic achievements. Even now, your standard ninth grader class was special wave theory and quantum theory. So you would understand how stuck we were when it came to building a university of higher learning. Dr. McCoy was super excited once he learned all of this, which I found strange until I checked my logs. The good doctor had been reviewing and preparing himself for his trip to the Savage Lands. I allowed the group to talk as I left the floor open for discussion for a while as I thought over the idea. I had to stop the discussion after we had gotten nowhere over the last 20 minutes of back and forth. Let's table that discussion for another time, right now. I would like to give a round of applause to Jean for her first successful mission to the asteroid belt. I said, cutting right across the table. Jean blushed as she received a round of applause while the hologram shifted to a wider view of the solar system. Looking across the table, I could see the look in Hank's eyes. He wanted to know more, and so did Xavier. Raven got up and gave Jean a toe-curling kiss before sitting back down after the whistle Nat let out. My mother and the Ancient One had one of those proud parents' looks on their faces, while Emma had a calculation look. I knew that look, and she was already thinking of the profit to be had with our new venture. What did you use as the propulsion on this shuttle, I see? I heard Hank mutter to himself as he looked over the available data on the mission. Hank was allowed a chance to look over the data before I turned the meeting over to Jean. With Ben leaving early yesterday, I took over the command of Shuttle Jumper 001, Jean began as she got up from her seat, walking us through the mission. The nano-constructors were launched after the Galactic Communications HUB. Xavier's eyes lit up, but Jean had raised a hand to forestall him as she continued. From the initial scans, the asteroid that we landed on in the belt was approximately 100 by 100 miles in diameter. I deemed that this was too much for the space station, so I reworked the plans for half of that. The dimensions reworked into the commands of the nano-constructors would allow the station to get built on a faster timetable. The current space station will be half of the asteroid. Jean carried on as she pointed out her points on the holo image. Up in front of us was the space station that I had initially designed as our go-to space station. The station was shaped like a knife pointing down with a ring running through its upper handle. This station was going to handle the mining and processing of the ores from the surrounding asteroids. I also had plans to double the space station as a docking yard for years to come. There were plans in the works for a halo ring type structure, but those were long down the road. The ring had hundreds of docking bays the size of football fields. Hell, a few of the docking bays were 3 times the size of a United States supercarrier. Along the sides of the space stations were railguns capable of firing at 1/10 the speed of light. Was I insane for such overkill? Hell no, I wasn't. We were the rear end of everything here in Marvel's version of the Milky Way, and everything was out to get us. Not only were we one of the last races into space, but we were the most vulnerable. That space station needed teeth for any pirates that wanted to take a bite out of us before we had our navy up and going. Or the space station could be a line of defense for any invasion force. I already knew what I wanted to build next, and that was an interdiction field generator, but that would have to wait for now. One of the first things I had the nano-constructors build was a teleportation room, allowing us to bring in the molecular forge courtesy of Alexander, Jean says with a little flourish to our lead scientist. For those that have not done the reading on our latest scientific innovations, the molecular forge is capable of deconstructing matter and reconstructing it into any form one would need except for exotic material. Those would still need to be sourced. We in the Science Observatory are working tirelessly on solving that problem, Your Grace, Alexander answered from the side with a little insert. We have already sent an update allowing materials to be made from energy itself. And thank you for your hard work, Alex, Jean said, giving him a stellar smile. With a power source hooked up and a molecular forge, the space station is underway. Now for those of you who are more interested in the gains of this project. I believe you would be happy to note that we have found not only gold but also a 4-foot diamond among other valuable materials and data. Everyone turned at the sound of Emma's voice hitching, and I tried to stifle my laugh. Please continue, Jean. I chuckled out as I shot Emma a glance. Her cheeks were flushed, and I could see the dollar signs in her pupils. Well, we have already pulled out a 1/4 ton of gold and other materials, but we also struck vibranium as you have theorized, Jean said, shooting me a wink. I'm more worried about the new type of gas we have come across, and I have put a lockdown protocol in effect if any biological material gets found. I have also stationed a team there to transfer material into dimensional storage units before being sent back here. Besides that, I have also put in an order for more of those matrix squids. I felt it was better to have them spread out and explore the belt, than have our people track behind them. You know, keep everyone safe. Of course, dear. The Ancient One spoke up with a nod of the head. With the launch of the Galactic Communications Hub, we have established a link with the greater universe even if we haven't made contact yet. Alex spoke up next as the hologram shifted to show us the big four of the universe. Their networks aren't as structured as our own, so that means no web. But we aren't sure if this is just a diversion of thinking from our own, or pure alien thinking and understanding. What we did find were archives in a manner and rudimentary navigation by our standards. It's also interesting to note that even though their communication navigation software is behind our own, make no mistake, they are far more advanced than we are. Thank you, Alex. Now let's note the big four of the universe or the big five that everyone must be aware of. You will understand as I explain more. First is the Nova Empire, since we are using their networks. Please note that all the following information is from the Nova Empire, and they are more of a republic even though they have a queen in power. Faura was saying, but I had to stop her because of the ping of information that just popped up on my smartband. Susan Storm had accepted my offer and was waiting outside the room. I sent the orders and had one of the Spartans get the door. Standing on the other side was Sue in a lab coat. The look on her face was that of trepidation, but that would soon pass. Come in, Dr. Storm, and have a seat. I called out while I motioned to an open space at the table. Out of the floor, flowing like liquid silk, came nanoparticles, forming into a chair. Of course, I had upgraded my conference room from standard chairs and such. Sue looked around the room, stunned as she took in the faces of my inner circle. It's an honor to meet you, Dr. McCoy. Sue gushed as she put a hand forward to shake the ferryman's paws. Please call me Hank. We are all colleagues here. The good doctor said with a gentleman's smile as he got up and returned the gesture. Once Sue did that, we had introductions around the table before she took her seat, and we got back to it. Now, as I was saying, the Nova Empire is the closest thing to humanity among the stars. This will also be the empire that we would be most likely to open trade with easily. Do note that we share the same skeletal structure across all three major species as we continue this briefing. Please also note that with our findings, even though this empire runs more like a republic, they do have another central power besides the Empress. Nova Prime, the leader of their star force located on their home planet Xander. He or she has the greatest say besides their Empress. Next to their spaceships, they have advanced operatives called the Nova Corps. With that, an image of the Nova Corp helm that I had in my possession was displayed. Besides, there was also video footage of them flying in space and fighting planetary beings and pirates. All of these we found in their archives. Note that this Nova Corps is capable of operating interstellar, but each of their locations is currently unknown. From our understanding and finding from the helm, we have in custody. This Nova Corp can be recruited from all over their territory. So caution is advised, Faura said as she had the Nova Empire upon the holo image. They were located in the Andromeda Galaxy Way, on the other side of space. Hell, I was starting to understand why they kept calling us backwater planets in comics and movies. We were located on the far other side of the current standard galactic map. That was going to be a boon, and a negative as the future unfolds. Next on the list is the Kree. Yes, they are blue like you, Hank, but not as cuddly, Faura shot across to the doctor with a smile. They are the warmongers on our list with one other species. One of the well-known species that they have decimated is the Skrull Empire. Note the green skin and chin ridges. Please don't let that fool you. The Skrull are advanced shapeshifters and infiltrators. Moving on, now a notable Kree is an accuser as they call him. His current actions speak volumes because he is going around destroying colonies of the Nova Empire with his fleets. His name is Ronan, and note the clothing is futuristic yet tribal spiritual. If you are not Kree, then you are not allowed life's freedoms beyond slavery or subjugation. Do we know why he has not been stopped? Xavier asked, looking up from his personal holo image. If these Nova Corps are advanced as you say, why has he not been stopped? No clue, but I have my guesses, Faura replied with a frown as she looked at the image and thought. Please go ahead, Xavier said with a nod. From our research, We found that the Kree are known to have advanced weaponry compared to the greater galaxy. It's not so much as to create a disparity in powers, but enough to allow this Ronin to run once he has completed his deeds. Faura finished with a nod. Not only that, but the Kree has evolved physically compared to the Xandarians of the Nova Empire. So hit-and-run tactics, Natasha spoke up with a nod of her own. That means even in space, some rules are still the same. Correct. Also note that since this information is second-hand from the Nova Empire's network, we do not have any concrete information about the Kree. Another note is that none of this has been corroborated, besides our findings. We will send a stealth shuttle once we get the chance. It's a good thing we are not trying to make contact with them. My mother spoke up as she flicked her way through the files in front of her. The last. I asked so that Faura could finish her part. Ah yes, another of the ones we should be careful of. Also, another warmongering species in the greater expanse, Faura said as the main hollow image changed over the conference table. The Shi'ar has been noted to have evolved from birds of prey. That's something to note because it has been rumored and confirmed that they ate an entire species to extinction less than 500 years ago. Sue looked up, shocked by her reading, and so did Hank and Xavier. Sigh, please calm down. I understand that you might have standards when it comes to the wider galaxy, but do note that they are not human. We cannot hope to fathom how these species think. Yes, we are comparing them to human standards, but understand that we do not know the wider galaxy's standard. I said, waving their shocks aside. The Shi'ar is another militaristic civilization, the same as the Kree. They are known to the Nova Empire for their love of conquest. Lucky for us, they are located quite some distance from us. Faura said with a chuckle as with a wave of her hands. The hollow image changed to a galaxy map showing the universe. Far away from us was the Shi'ar system that contained the throne world of the Shi'ar. Yes, I know they renamed their system after their empire. Besides their cannibalism, they are also known for marrying other species with their own to expand their empire. Next up is Thanos, also known as the Mad Titan, over a few thousand years old and feared across the cosmos for untold numbers of deaths and planetary invasions. And after him is Galactus, also known as the World Eater, Faura said, highlighting two patches of space, one on the other side of the cosmos with a purple face and the other in empty space with a half-eaten planet icon. Shit, that was new. From the comics and movies, it was like no one ever knew when these two would strike, but from the data, I was seeing they had some way of tracking these forces. No one could kill either, but I knew that they must have tried over the years. Each extremely deadly, but as you can see, the galaxy knows about them and is attempting to track these foes. My recommendation is that if we cannot avoid confrontation, then send in our strongest Omega-level powerhouses in hot with the mindset for battle, because these beings do not negotiate at all. I would stress that this should be our last option because data suggest planetary destruction following such a battle. I heard the Psi Xavier released, but said nothing of it. So the only one we would be able to trade with would be the Nova Empire, duly noted, Emma said with a nod. We shall see when we get to the wider expanse, Marcus answered with a nod of his head. Now, my turn to wow you folks. Look in awe as I dazzle your eyes with my latest creation. The look Faura shot him could have killed if she was allowed to. Xavier chuckled at his antics while everyone else was doing their own thing on their sections of the conference table. Now it has taken us some time, but since then, we have laid down the foundations of magical physics. We tackled the problem because most of the time constraints we hear about quite often. Marcus let out boisterously as he walked around the room. Behold the time dilation chamber. With a wave of his hand, the hollow image changed. On the screen was an ugly-looking tool shed. We all turned to look at him as if he was crazy, but the reaction from the Ancient One drew my attention. She was on her feet and looking at the shed with an extremely intense focus. Taking a second look, I noticed the haze look that made it seem out of phase with the world. Don't let her pretty looks fool you folks. She is the real deal, Marcus said as he puffed out his chest. After getting a chance to look over the eye of Agamotto and looking at the bossman's speed particle in motion, I thought we could use something like that without all the issues that come with it, you know. This TDC can glamour to look like any pre-selected image, but wait, there's more. With the key, you can pick her up and bring her anywhere you like. Fully staffed kitchen to last a year. With pre-installed teleportation to all of our affiliated safe houses. What are you using to power this chamber, Marcus? The Ancient One cut across with her question. It's either the Bossman's speed particle or plugging in an energy conversion matrix then into the island, Marcus replied with ease, causing my eye to twitch. I thought, I put an end to testing on the speed particle? I asked out with a growl drawing everyone's attention. The look Marcus gave me told me he understood when a predator was looking at him. We have found a way to make our own, once we took a look at the scientific notes you have on the server. I had to figure out a way to synthesize my own. It's the only substance that gives control over the chamber. The energy conversion needs a set parameter before use and cannot be changed from inside. Marcus answered as he stood at attention. There is a reason why I banned such testing. We do not play with the building blocks of reality. Test and understand, sure, but we do not play with the fundamental laws of reality to fuel such a creation. I replied with a growl. What happens if something goes wrong? Raven asked with pinched brows. Anything from a time paradox to sending yourself across time. Then there is the fact you might speed or slow yourself down. Lose all molecular control. The list goes on and on. I replied with a sigh. They all looked at me, but I was already inputting commands into the server, moving them to my personal server at home. That and only my biometrics could now access the information. And this doesn't affect you? Jean asked, looking at me from over her data image. Remember, I can't sleep and am capable of surviving in space and the deep oceans. And trust me, that's only the light effects of the speed force. Understand that any lapse of concentration can send me spiraling into a time sink for untold hours or years in my perspective. I replied with a deadpan look. So yes, I am very affected by it. Everyone gave me grim looks from around the table, but I wanted no pity. I did this to myself, and it was the only way I was going to survive my life in Marvel. Moving on, I said, shifting over now to Hank. Ben, you can't just breeze by with something like that, Emma said with some concern. I can and I did, I replied with a shrug. There's far too much going on for me to sit cry, woe is me. There is a price for my power, and I'm alright paying it. Now, Dr. McCoy, you wanted to talk about your trip to the Savage Lands. Mr. Blake, don't you think sending so many troops could send the wrong message? Dr. Hank McCoy asked after his briefing about his deployment to the Savage Lands. We had found the portal to the mini-dimension off the Palmer Peninsula, Antarctica. It's hidden from the rest of the world, but we had the coordinates. It was also on my list of places to set up a colony to expand for my people. Yeah, I know, how American of me. Turning to look at the blue furball, I sorted my thoughts before meeting his eyes over his glasses. First, I want to let you know that I understand your apprehension with bringing so many troops with you to the Savage Lands, Doctor, I replied, clearing the air letting him know I truly understood. With his nod of understanding, it was time to lay down the facts for the man. But you need to understand that the Savage Land is just that, savage. You got your 200 doctors and scientists, but you need to accept me sending 10,000 troops along. And you already know why. With your kind nature, you are going to help the natives, and because you have helped the natives. They are going to want shelter and protection. Once they understand that we represent safety, people will want to stay. When that happens, the natives are going to bring their problems, and those other rulers are going to want what we have. Now when the bad guys show up, you're not going to give out kind speeches and platitudes. No, you're going to turn to Spartan Ferris, who is the commanding Spartan in charge, and tell him to mess that bastard up for messing with your Zen. And because you are an intellectual, you already understand that the bad guys won't stop until you make them. The table was silent after my little speech. Hank gulped and shared a look with Xavier before he gave me a nod. I guess they were just starting to realize what they were getting themselves into. Yes, I was doing my best for metahumans, but I was also expanding and taking care of a nation. Good, now I'm leaving with my team for rescue efforts and relief on this dreadful act of Mother Nature. I was up and moving while completely ignoring the blushing faces of my woman. Jean, Sue, Emma, I am going to need you ladies to suit up. Ororo, gather the team and meet me at the launch pad. Mom, it's always nice seeing you. Tell Dad I still want him as my police commissioner. Faura, make sure Hank has squared away and prepared for his flight. Marcus, don't mess up that chamber. I want Alex to give it a once-over before anyone uses it. Once that's complete, lock it down and put it inside my vault. Raven, you're in charge until we get back. Let's move, people. Trainee Avengers Wanda Maximoff, lost in paradise. Wanda was utterly lost and had no idea what to do next. Sarah had brought them to a building that floated in the air using anti-gravity generators, she was told. The walkways floated, and even the water fountains floated. Wanda couldn't help but be in awe. For Wanda, everything was doing great. If only she could keep her brother from being, well, himself. Wanda released another sigh as her brother ran into another force field that blocked his path. Wanda wanted to hide when Sarah, her guide, turned to give her a raised eyebrow look. "Get up and stop embarrassing yourself," Wanda whispered as she slapped her brother in the arm once more. Pietro was looking dazed and confused as she looked around for what had hit him. "Why do I keep running into invisible things?" Pietro asked, looking around confused. "Those, Mr. Maximoff, are kinetic shields rated to stop anything at speeds exceeding 60 miles per hour. This is to keep any skycars from crashing into the surroundings, but still allow flyers to land at designated spots," Sarah said as she pointed out entrances above their heads. As the siblings looked up, they watched as a girl with brightly colored wings took off while someone with a pink glow landed on the same platform. "Okay," Pietro replied before starting to look around once more. Since he was already at the edge, he couldn't help looking down over it. Down below, Pietro looked over the forest, but something else he couldn't make out. "What's down there?" "Down below, you will find the hyperrail systems and the garbage chute, but also a fast lane for those with advanced movement type abilities," Sarah answered before pressing a few command keys into her tablet to open the door to the apartment complex. "This way, please." Wanda noticed that her smartband had beeped with the opening of the door. She smiled as she noticed that she now had access to this apartment complex. Wanda turned and gave her brother a tug with her powers before following behind Sarah. "You can go down and race the other speedsters later, Pietro." With a huff, her brother turned around and followed along. "Worry not, Mr. Maximoff. There is an entrance portal allowing you to head down and run to your heart's content," Sarah said as she directed them to an elevator-shaped box. Wanda watched as Sarah pressed the glowing button that labeled Complex 8 Wing B. She felt a minor shift before the doors opened once more, and Wanda could instantly tell that they were now up in the same apartment complex. "Wow," Pietro said with shock before zipping to the controls panel. Pietro was frozen solid in the air before any of his fingers could touch any of the panels. "Mr. Maximoff, I do have things to do today other than helping you and your sister get settled. Do not interrupt more than you already have, please," Sarah said with a small smile as her eyes glinted with a promise of pain. "Now follow along, please." Wanda could only shake her head as she followed Sarah down a remarkably short hallway. Beside how short of a walk it was, Wanda noticed the 3 other doors that were separated by an open-air balcony that looked over the island towards the bay. "Beautiful," Wanda remarked as she looked at the view. "Wait until you see it from your apartment." Sarah spoke with a smile on her face as she stood next to a door. "The view is always beautiful when I look at you," Pietro said with a smile as he zipped to the side of Sarah. Wanda had to stifle a laugh as she noticed Sarah roll her eyes as she turned around to enter the apartment. Giving her brother a smile and a shoulder bump, Wanda followed behind into the apartment. When she walked into the apartment, Wanda was stunned by the size. It was double the size on the inside, she noted. The living room alone could fit her living quarters on the asteroid her father owned. There was a large hologram TV mounted on the wall, and in the center of the living room were 3 steps that led down to a couch and lounging area. The kitchen was off to the right with an island center. Pietro zipped to the fridge, opening it to check out all of the food stocked inside. This allowed Wanda to also notice even the inside of the fridge was a lot larger than she thought possible. She turned around and spotted the smile on Sarah's face. "The insides are bigger," Wanda asked and stated all at once. "It doesn't matter, Wanda. Look. Food," Pietro said in excitement. Wanda looked at her brother, then turned to Sarah in wait for a reply. There was silence as Wanda stared down Sarah while her brother made an enormous sandwich for himself. "You will have to ask the teacher that's volunteered to teach you about spatial manipulation," Sarah answered, throwing Wanda off with the statement. "Teacher?" Wanda asked with an arched eyebrow. "Of course, one of the reasons your application went through so quickly was because the Ancient One had given orders to make sure you were accepted quickly and made comfortable," Sarah replied with a smile as she looked at the confused expression on Wanda's face. "Now the rooms are down that hallway, each with full baths and another one off the hallway." Ding dong. Before they could make their way down the hall, the doorbell had rung, drawing everyone's attention. "Ah, there she is now. Please be on your best behavior," Sarah said with a serious expression on her face. Before Sarah could get to the door, Pietro was already there. With a sandwich in one hand, the door was opened with the other. Without even looking, he asked, "Who are you, and what do you want?" The bald lady on the other side wore golden monk robes and smiled at him before snapping her fingers. Wanda watched and was stunned before panicking as a golden ring beneath her brother's feet appeared. The golden circle sucked him in before anyone could say or do anything. Such speed on that feline transmutation spell. The bald lady before her chuckled as she walked into the apartment. Behind her was a lady with a walking stick. "Well, I had to be quick. I know you like those void transference spells," the lady with an onyx black cane said. Wanda flared her powers, causing her hands and eyes to glow a ruby red. "What did you do to my brother?" Wanda growled with her powers on full display. "Oh, nothing horrible, dear. Just helping him learn some manners." The one with the cane answered as she also walked into the apartment. "Yes, such dreadful manners for one so young." The bald one in golden robes answered. "What did you do?" Wanda demanded once more with a growl. The ruby-red aura started to spread from her hands to cover more and more of her body. "Interesting use of chaos energies, dear. Very interesting," the little old lady with a cane said as she peered at Wanda with sharp, piercing eyes. Yes, it would seem that Benjamin's little hypothesis was spot on, once again, the bald lady with golden monk robes spoke. "Sarah? Introductions, please." "Ah yes, of course. Wanda, may I introduce you to the two mistresses of magic of our little nation. Ms. Agatha Harkness with her beautiful feline, Ebony," Sarah said with a wave of her hands towards the lady with the cane. There was a meow from the black cat that she had not noticed. This beautiful lady with the flowing golden robes is known as the Sorceress Supreme, Protector of the Realms. Also known as the Ancient One. "Thank you, Sarah," Ms. Harkness said as she looked at the couch, then back to Wanda. "Your brother is fine. Now be a good dear and offer us a seat. He will enjoy himself. Don't worry, dear." The one known as the Ancient One said with a smile as she took a seat without it being offered. Wanda gave Sarah a look but only got a shrug in reply before she just gave up and accepted what was happening. Instead of lowering her hands, Wanda sent a bolt of ruby-red energy at both of them. Yes, the chaos is clear, and without any corruption. Interesting indeed, the lady with the cane said as she caught the bolt of ruby energy and inspected it. Wanda didn't even notice as the one in golden robe's finger flicked her attack away. Wanda listened to Madame Harkness mutter as she looked her attack over. Then with a twist of her wrist, the chaos energy fluttered away on the wind, having been transformed into butterflies. Wanda was dumbfounded with nothing to say as she watched her attack fly away on wings. The band on her wrist. The runic work is to keep one's mind isolated from outside influences, even one's own powers. The Ancient One answered with a smile. "And you said that Benjamin came up with this idea?" Agatha asked her colleague. Agatha asked as she waved a hand for Wanda to show her the smart band. "And you haven't taken him as an apprentice? He is quite terrified by one such as I." The Ancient One replied smoothly, before taking a cup of tea out of thin air to drink. "I see, and you would like me to teach her since you are going to take Strange," Agatha surmised with a smile to her old friend. The Ancient One returned the smile and a small nod in acknowledgement. Agatha looked Wanda up and down before giving a nod of confirmation. "Would you like me to be your teacher, dear?" "Teach me what?" Wanda asked, still confused with it all. "I will teach you to harness your raw magic," Agatha replied with flashing eyes. "Magic is not real," Wanda said with her brows pinched. She noticed the Ancient One, and Ms. Harkness shared a smile before the world started to shift around her. "My dear, magic is as real as you and I." The world shifted for Wanda, and she could not tell her up from her down. Her hands changed to paws as a kaleidoscope of colors ran past her vision. This was a trip that Wanda didn't think she could survive. She fell and started to yell out as her powers didn't respond. Yet, before she knew it, Wanda was now somewhere in the solar system beside the sun. Everything you know, dear, is only a part of the story. Wanda watched the sun shatter into little fireflies before coming to circle around her hand. The fireflies flashed brightly before the world shifted once more. Are you willing to learn? Wanda was far too stunned to answer anything before being slammed into an open chair. Wanda looked at the two crazy old women before her and felt fear for the first time in her life. This was a fear so primal that Wanda felt it in her soul. This was a fear Wanda had never felt before she had met her father's killers on that asteroid of his. When she was finally able to get the word yes out of her mouth, everything shifted once more. The world slammed back into focus for Wanda as she found herself sitting on the couch in her new apartment once more. Good. Let's get you squared away so we can start your first lesson. Madam Harkness said with a smile before tapping her cane on the ground twice. Before her eyes, Wanda watched as the clothes she had left on the asteroid started to appear before her. The clothing spun in the air once, before going to the room Wanda had wanted. This was the room that would give her an amazing view of the sunset in the evenings. Still standing stunned, Wanda was jerked out of her dazed moment as a pair of her brother's sneakers floated by her face and into the other room. Wait, my brother, can you please bring him back? Wanda asked as she rubbed a hand over her face. Of course, dear. Madam Harkness said as she scratched the regal cat that sat on the couch beside her. Wanda was trying to figure out how she would do it, but the one called the Ancient One did a little finger wave. A golden circle appeared beside the door as a blonde cat came falling out of it. Stunned, Wanda looked on as the blonde cat jumped and looked around before all of its hair stood on end. Thanks for your help, Sarah, but I do believe it is time to drop this one off with Benjamin before we start Wanda's lessons. The Ancient One said as she finished off her cup of tea before getting up. Wait, what? Wanda asked, still totally confused about everything and how fast things were moving. Keep up, dear. We are already moving, Madam Harkness said before levitating the blonde cat into Wanda's arms. Wanda never noticed that shimmering fractal wall of light approach before it washed over her and teleported her away. Benjamin Blake Anti-Hero Red Hood. Hero Lightspeed. The flight pad was a beehive of activity. I noticed as I got out of the sky car first with the rest following behind. Logan was growling at a group of metas, while he had a no-nonsense looking Spartan as his second. I was interrupted from saying anything as I felt the world bend and shift before depositing two women that thoroughly unnerved me with one of Marvel's chief mess-ups, Wanda Maximoff. What I was not expecting was the blonde cat in her arms looking thoroughly scared. Emma gave me a look that said this was all my fault, and there was nothing I could say against that. With a sigh, I went to find out what they wanted. I had given them plenty of magical apprentices to choose from, and a complete Archmage's tower to traumatize with their brand of teaching, and yet I can't seem to escape them. Wanda flinched as I approached, but I barely even gave her a glance. Of course, as a gentleman, I gave a slight bow before kissing the backs of their outstretched hands. I then bent down and gave Ebony a scratch behind the ears. Now, with that out of the way, it was finally time to figure out this mess. Madam Harkness, Ancient One, might I ask, what brought you both out here to the flight pad today? I asked politely to the two uber-powerful magic users. Neither of these ladies was Celine, which meant they would use full power from the start. No ego was going to stop them from eradicating me or teaching me a life lesson if they felt like it. The blonde cat in Wanda's arms was odd, but I was getting the feeling that Pietro might have irritated one or both of them. That could only be him in cat form since I didn't see him standing there next to his sister. Plus, cats don't come in blonde puts colors. Oh, nothing much, dear. We only came to drop off one unruly child, the Ancient One answered with a smile. A wave of her hands and Pietro the cat levitated out of his sister's hands before turning back. Now, Agatha, let me introduce you to a student by the name of Marcus, a little loose in the head, but dreadfully talented. Come along, dear. I watched as they vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving Pietro behind. With a facepalm, I looked down at the blonde moron. He looked around from his location on the floor before shooting up to his feet. Who are you, and where did that old hag go? Pietro yelled as his head did a rapid side to side as he looked around for the old witches. I couldn't help but shake my head at the fool. And I was correct because as soon as he finished his statement, Pietro started to bounce on the spot. Most of us watching him winced as he bounced off his head a few times before being deposited on his face. Emma looked down at him and gave a sniff before leaving towards the direction of the kids. With a sniff of my own, I gave the moron a kick in the ribs. Get up and stop making a fool of yourself. I sighed, looking down at the newest recruit for Logan's School of Hard Knocks. Are you aware why the Ancient One left him here? Ororo asked from my side. Sigh to teach him a lesson, but also have me keep an eye on what I could have become. I answered, giving Ro a sad smile. Well, crack the whip, Ororo said, before smacking me on the rear. I turned and watched her hips swing as she walked away. We have places to be. And who are you? Pietro growled as he tried to poke me in the chest. He never got the chance as I was already moving, leaving an afterimage in my wake. Kid, I am the fastest man alive, I replied a little smug as his hand went right through my afterimage. You can try and keep up, but you will still be too slow. Pietro shot me a cocky grin of his own before he came directly at me. He never made it within arm's reach of me. As he was running, I started to do circles around him as he kept trying to reach out and grab me. Kid, you're just too slow, I sighed dramatically before starting to leave after images. There were now 3 images of me around Pietro, and he still couldn't catch any of them. Hell, I would have taken you out over the ocean, but with this speed you can't even run on water. Pietro's face changed from a sneer to one of concentration, but it was far too late. I was already finished with my little game. My after images vanished as I moved in for the knockout. I watched Pietro's eyes become comically large as I slapped him across the back of the head. The Spartans around us watching laughed uproariously as Pietro went down like a wet fish. With a sigh and a shake of my head, I picked up Pietro, then tossed him towards a medic. Fix him up and make sure he is on the flight with everyone, I commanded before heading back to where Ororo and the rest waited on me. As I pulled up behind Jean, I listened in on them talking about how they would distribute the team of trainees Logan had recommended. Ignoring the medics as they looked over the blonde puts, I made my way over to my kids standing off to the side with their guards. I watched as Maya and the triplets stomped their feet, squared their shoulders with their little balled-up fists on their hips. Looking them over, I noticed the extremely cute pout they shared. "Papa," they said in unison, and it was a straight shot to the heart and hit me right in the feels. I had to hold and protect my heart from the sudden attack in cuteness overload. I looked down at the leader of this little rabble. Maya stood there with her chest puffed and a proud smile on her face. The triplets looked a little lost, but they backed their sister, while Alfred was sitting on his spider-bot on the side. "And what do we have here?" Ororo asked as she came out of the Pelican dropship with a tablet in hand. I gave a shrug before answering. The Brady Bunch had something to say. "Well, let's hear it." Jean spoke as she walked up on my other side. "We would," Phoebe said before her sisters. "Like to," Sophie said next in the same bright, clear voice. "Go to," Celeste finished for her sisters with bright eyes. Everyone was thrown for a loop while I tried not to rub my forehead with their triplet speech. "Yeah, I wanna help," Maya said with puffed-up cheeks. "Denied," I said with finality, but Ororo had spoken the same time as I did. My plan was just to shut them down and then have their guards take them out for food or gaming, but the look on Ororo's face spoke volumes. Her eyes were glowing with lightning, and her hair raised up. Jean snorted as the kids took one look at Ororo before turning tail and running away. Turning, I gave Alfred a raised brow, which he returned with a shrug. His spider-bot turned to follow behind his sisters, while I turned around and looked across the launch pad. Most of the team was already loaded, but Sue was still off to the side talking with her brother. Ororo gave me a peck on the cheek before getting into the Pelican dropship. Jean did the same, but I had her wait on Sue. As I walked up behind them, I watched Johnny do one of those over-the-top sighs before running into the Pelican. "Wow, it's larger on the inside," Johnny said, stunned. Turning to my left, I gave Faura a little wave motion signaling her to take Sue and get on the Pelican. With everyone loaded, I gave the command for the Pelican dropship to take off without me. I watched as my heavy V12 flew over the island before I decided to make my move. I step point teleported to my armory to get prepared. Vibrating on the spot to form and concentrate my power some more, I willed my body to split into two as I stepped out of the spot where I was standing. This was one of the many abilities I had been experimenting with for some time now. The world shifted as I started to look around me in 2 separate directions. With some focus, I was able to look at the clone of myself. What I did was separate my speed force from my strength force. Yet, this was only possible because my speed force was able to make me paradox-proof. I did some minor tests, arms, legs, and minor reactions before turning around and getting myself and my clone dressed. It felt weird doing two things at once. It was as if my mind was partitioned, and I was living and breathing in two separate spaces. My speed clone wore red, black, and gold combat pants with a tight muscle shirt that showed off the arms. The helmet was the Hayabusa Ninja type from when I had first started out. The HUD that was built into the helmet was linked to the one in my Red Hood helmet. Everything was made out of my UMF material, which meant that it had a smart function and combination features. Looking both of myself over, I took in the Red Hood Batman battle armor that I wore on one body. Then I looked over the ninja-styled speed clothes I wore on my other body. With a step, I combined back into one, turned, and took off running across the ocean. Before I made it out of my nation, I made sure I picked up a utility belt that had all of the tools and materials I would need to rebuild anything I might come across. I leaped from one of the many cliff sides and burst through a spray of water frozen in the air. I shot off over the open ocean surrounding my island. The GPS locations where the shelters were going to be placed were already uploaded into my computerized gauntlet. A mile out from my island, the land faded from view in a shimmer, reminiscent of an invisibility screen. I was taking a moment to look it over and smiled at my mad genius magician's work of art. Once I was finished taking in the invisible view, I turned around to start my rush across the Pacific Ocean. The waters rose behind me as I sprinted flat out across the ocean. I crossed leagues of water within moments, almost missing something spectacular. The sight was so peculiar that I had to pull over to help the small island inhabitants. I vibrated on the spot to keep myself from sinking into the water as my systems ran a facial recognition on the person I was watching. She was fighting desperately to hold the water back from her little fishing village. What I got back from the system was a completely unrecognizable name. Her name was Pearl Pangan, age 22, born on Mactan Island, located in Cebu, Philippines. I took a moment to look at her, and that was when it struck me, and I was sick to my stomach for my own revelation. A lot of the actions I was taking were starting to be reminiscent of Magneto's. Hell, the fact that I dismissed the lives of those that were unable to protect themselves was the same as his reactions to humans, and it revolted me. It made me sick to my stomach coming to that realization, but I could not fold. I was on a path, yes, but I could still change how I traveled along that path. There was no way I was going to fall into such a cliché thing and become the next Magneto. With a growl, I jumped down from the wave that was holding me in the air. I landed down on the ground right next to Pearl. From my position on top of the water, I could tell that she had some form of hydrokinesis, but she lacked training. I knew she lacked training because right now her face was slowly turning red from the strain as she held back the wall of water. Landing beside her, I raised an arm in one fluid motion so she could watch me bring my gravity manipulation in a solid ring around the village, keeping the water surrounding the island up and at bay. When I landed, I had stomped hard with my left foot and engaged my tremor sense to figure out where all of this water was coming from. The information I received back was not good by any measure. The location of the village was slowly sinking into the ground because of the erosion deep below. So, I did the next best thing until I could get a chance to fix this myself. With the water forced away, I raised the island with my earth and gravity manipulation, and then I placed a call. Portal control. I barked out the command into my comms as the villagers looked at me in awe. This is Red. I need a sling portal placed on my location. Red, this is portal control. Be advised, we are using camera feeds for portal placement. Please stand back 5 feet. Portal control, Red, we understand and acknowledge. I spoke while sending off the location marker before turning around to look at the meta-named Pearl. Nice to meet you, young miss. They had been speaking in the background for some time now. I could tell that my communication runic array was already working out the translation issues when fluent English reached my ears. Her eyes widened as she looked at me, then they shifted to behind me. The sound of a portal opening reached my ears, but I paid it no attention as I kept my eyes squarely set on her features. Taking a moment to look at her, I noted the silky black hair and bright brown eyes. She was roughly 5'6", and her lean muscular build told me she had a healthy diet. From the healthier tone of her skin, compared to the others, I surmised she didn't normally live on this island, and she was only back to visit. Through her soaked shirt, I noticed that she wore a swimmer's leotard underneath, and I could make out her abdominal muscular definition. I guess her Facebook statement about training to be an Olympic swimmer was spot on. Too bad that chance was now shot with the activation of her metagene. That was another one of the most frustrating things to learn. Knowing that one can't even participate in the Olympics once they found out you're carrying an active metagene. One of my Spartans came to stand behind my shoulder, but I held out a hand to stop them from moving forward. "Miss?" I asked once more, prompting her. I didn't know who this was because she was not in any of my larger Marvel meta-knowledge and was going to snatch her right up. She let out an eep, then answered me. "Pearl Pangan, sir." Pearl answered, snapping to attention, giving me an answer. "Who are you people?" "Code name's Red. Who is in charge here?" I asked with a commanding tone to my voice. "That's... no one." Pearl answered while scratching the back of her neck as she looked around. "I was visiting my mother when this happened." "Then talk to your people because my Spartans will be giving out aid while I fix the erosion underneath the earth," I said as I looked at her from behind my helm. I sent a subtle hand gesture to the leading Spartan. This caused him to immediately turn around and begin snapping off orders. Pearl kept looking around like a stunned fish as my Spartans went to work. Taking up a kneeling position, I placed my hands on the ground in preparation for what I wanted to do. Before I could start, though, she was already looking over my shoulder and asking questions. "What are you doing?" Pearl asked, standing a little too close as she knelt right beside me. "Fixing the island," I answered as my mind sank into the earth. "I know you're like me, right? But how?" Pearl asked as she floated a little bit of water around her hands. Taking a moment, I looked at her out of the corner of my helm. "I will use my geokinesis to fix the erosion I felt when I first landed. Once I repair that, I will add in hardened support struts to secure the land better," I answered with a thoughtful tilt of my head. "Geokinesis?" Pearl prompted with a pause. "The name of the metahuman power I am currently using," I said. Then I closed my eyes for a little better focus. This was going to take some fine, detailed work. "Do you want some training?" The pause she gave me allowed me to fix the erosion problem by changing the density of the shifting sediment below. Once that was fixed, I traced where the underwater channel was coming from and found a leaking well connected to an underground aquifer miles away. I fixed the break, then funneled the earth around it and back into the underground aquifer in case this happened again. With that issue solved, I turned my attention back to underneath the little island. Using my gravity manipulation, I crushed the earth into solid 10-meter slabs under thousands of pounds of pressure and aligned them to keep the island up and in place. This was performed 50 more times as I made sure to keep consistent with my style of overkill. Getting up, I looked at the still thinking Pearl. She had not said anything since I had asked her the question about getting some training. Turning my back to her, I started to give out commands as I prepared myself to leave. My job was done here now that the island was no longer sinking. Hell, I had even raised it some to make sure this didn't happen again. I looked back at Pearl, but she still didn't say anything. I checked my utility belt for one of my cards. I found one and gave it to her with instructions to call me once she made her decision. Turning around, I gave a two-fingered salute to the Spartan in charge before vanishing from everyone's line of sight with a burst of speed. I sent off a message as my feet touched down on the open ocean once more. Join or not, I was going to get a sample of her DNA for the heart tree's genetic banks. Arg, I guess I can actually speak to her first before just taking what I want. Hell, her Olympic chances are shot now, and she doesn't even know it yet. I quickly arrived at the landing area the team set up once they had arrived. What I saw almost made me fall over and bust a gut because they had Pietro out, running around, setting up tents. Pietro was out running with a few guards hot on his tail with Logan looming over the area he was working in. Ignoring them, I pulled up beside Aurora and Sue as they discussed something with Jean and Emma. Taking a moment to look around, I noticed that Peter and his little gang were nowhere in sight. "Okay, Susan, you are with me and Red. We will be flying to the southeast," I heard Aurora say as I turned around and stopped looking for Peter. I can't fly," Sue said a little meekly. Aurora, Jean, and Emma all gave her a look. "Powers or flight harness?" Jean asked, trying to figure out what Sue meant. "Both, either, what does it matter?" Sue huffed indignantly. "I can't fly." "Okay, let's walk through this real quick," Aurora said, taking command of the situation since I hadn't made myself known. Hell, I was going to relax with my stealth field up and see what they did. "Your profile said you could create invisible telekinetic barriers. Aurora spoke up as she tapped away on her smartband. With that in mind, we will start with something simple. I watched as Emma and Jean relaxed a little, while Sue looked on nervously. Aurora had a small platform hologram form a little shade of light blue. Now, create a stable platform matching this hologram without letting it touch the ground, Aurora directed with a hand. Sue looked at the holo image, then Aurora before complying and doing as she was told. Now, stand on it. That can't support me. Sue said, a little put out about the situation. Why not? Jenna questioned with squinted eyes. Having confidence and being self-assured are how psionic powers are manifested in the first place. With a wave of her hand, Jean created the same platform before calling over one of the Spartan guards. Williams. Stand on that. Jean commanded as she pointed at a glowing red platform. Spartan Williams, who was wearing camo blue security gear, snapped to with a salute before standing on top of the platform. With another command from Jean, Spartan Williams did a few jumps before leaving the platform and going back to his post. Thank you, Jean. Aurora said, giving her a beautiful smile. See, it's not that hard. Hell, even the kids are taught how to use their powers in different ways on the island. Emma snapped, sending a look in Sue's direction. Aurora shot Emma a look, but Emma was already done caring. Fine. Sue shouted as she threw her arms up into the air. See, I'm standing on it. The platform she made caused her to tilt for a moment before she found her balance. Balance is a little stiff, but we can work with that. Now, form a wrap like this to cover the top of your foot. Then have one wrap around the back of your leg to support your ankles, Aurora said, tossing out more instructions as she manipulated the holoimage. This will also keep you secured on your telekinetic platform. Watching Aurora teach Sue how to use her powers as something other than brute force walls was an interesting prospect. Over to the side, I watched Emma double-tap the mini snowflake emblem on her chest. This caused the back of her suit to sprout wings of frost with glittering snowflakes slowly shedding off the wingtips. She gave Jean a kiss before waving to her own set of guards and took off flying in the direction towards the south. Jean turned and gave me a wink, sensing my position even in stealth mode, before she made herself a set of flame wings. Then she also took flight towards the north. With a chuckle, I turned back to watch Aurora instruct Sue on how to use her variable barriers for flight. Sue was not doing as great as I thought she would have. Pulling up my smartband, I ran a systems check on the UMF suit she was wearing. Besides her suit's diagnostics working as they should, I found her gyro stabilizers were turned off. I didn't even want to know why she didn't turn on all the features to her suit. Seconds after I turned on the stabilizers in her suit, Sue gained newfound skill on her invisiboard. Of course, Sue wasn't pulling off any kickflips or anything crazy, but she did gain solid stability while she zoomed around the little area. I sent off a message to Aurora, letting her know what had changed. With that message sent, I turned around and headed right into the Pelican VTOL. This gunship was another thing I had recreated from the Halo universe, but with my own little twists all around. There was a flow of light over my body as I crossed the threshold, which could only be the force field. This was a unique invention that stood in the way of any unauthorized access and those without approval from entering. With a sharp turn, I was around a corner and was now removed from all outside lines of sight. Now, no one outside the Pelican could see me. It was time to head to the command deck. The reason I took this path was to make sure I was not caught on some stray film or picture as I separated into two beings once more. It always felt weird as I separated my speed force from my strength force, yet stayed the same person. I thought this was due to the speed force and its paradox negation, but I was not going to test that theory. I stared at myself for a moment in the flashy red and black ninja combat pants and gear as I looked back at myself in heavy armor and red bat helm. It was always a trip doing this, but it was always better than being caught and outed. With one last check on both of my helmets, I sent the speed version of myself to clean up and perform rescue operations on the other side, while the strength version of myself in the heavy armor started to reshift the mass of Earth washed away by the tsunami. It was time to clean up my messes. Peter Parker Spider-Man Peter was supposed to have felt strung out and devastated, but for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to feel those feelings. That wasn't because he was some heartless and soulless machine man. No, this was because he was out doing what he loved to do with tons of his friends. Peter was out being Spider-Man, but also bringing joy to those he saved with his friends. With a hop and a twist, Peter shot out a web line over a lamp pole and onto a slab of concrete. Then he pulled back on the web line that stretched over the lamp pole that worked as a support beam. With a mighty heave, the heavy slab of rock shifted to allow those trapped underneath to breathe fresh air for the first time in hours. His shoulders almost buckled as Colossus patted him on the back before he picked up and tossed the slab of concrete like it was nothing. With a smile under his mask, Peter released the web line before bringing up his smartband. A few quick commands brought down his Voltron drones from their overwatch position. This had the added effect of bringing smiles to the faces of the kids while the adults looked on in awe. While they were distracted, Peter had his Voltron drones scan for those that might need medical help. Once that was complete, he pinged on 2 people for mild and urgent needs and notified the medics waiting on the side. Before he could enter the conversation going on, Peter heard the sound of thrusters overhead. As he looked up, Peter saw Johnny Storm flying over, flanked by his own Power Ranger Zords. The drones they made were a total fluke and were an extension of something Peter and Johnny were working on in their spare time. It wasn't until he was relaxing on the couch with his nephew Alfred and Laura that the mad idea to remake the drones sparked in his mind. This was because of the TV show at the time. He had then created the Voltron 5 while Johnny had gone and made the Power Ranger 5. There was no way he was going to tell his brother that he used Ben's $1 million drone and shot up the budget to make his own variants. Well, there was that, but there was also the fact that these were completely battle-ready and tested because he might have or might not have battled Johnny's Power Rangers. Of course, the score was still 5-3, Peter winning, of course. The kids made noises and gasps as they looked up and watched the person made of flames fly right over their heads. Peter felt a tingle along his spine, forcing him to jump out of the way as his spider senses screamed danger. Ha ha ha. Mid-flip, Peter had his arm outstretched about to launch his webbing when he realized that it was Kitty. Performing a graceful landing, Peter stared at Kitty Pryde as she laughed at him while being phased half in and half out of the rubble. Not funny, Shadowcat. Peter huffed as he looked at her for a moment. I thought it was funny, said a voice from behind Peter's back. Quickly Peter performed a combat roll before turning around to spot his girlfriend, who had been standing just 1 foot from his left shoulder. The first thing he noticed was the small smirk at the corner of her lips. Where is Iceman? Peter asked, ignoring the smirk on his girlfriend's lips as he looked around. I had him create an ice barrier over on the southern side of the city to change the direction of the water, Laura said with a hand pointed in the southern direction. Nodding his head in confirmation, Peter went back to uploading commands into his Voltron drone. The drones went into a sequence that caused them to transform back from the larger robot and into its 5 animal parts. As Peter bent down, the back of the black lion opened up, allowing him to inspect the inside. That was strange. The diagnostics showed a slight tremor internally. Peter was far too busy to have noticed that the joking around him was no longer going on. Peter shifted the power core to the side and found that one of the bolt nuts holding down the cooling coils was loose. Pulling out his traveling tool set, Peter went to work on tightening the bolt, but found that his light was blocked for some reason. Can you please move? You're blocking my light. Peter mumbled out. Oh, I am sorry, let me fix that. Someone replied to him. Thank you. So the guardian spirit of the sky, the black lion, interesting choice of creation. That same voice spoke as he examined Peter's work. I know, right? My brother wanted drones, but I felt those were far too one-dimensional. Peter spoke up with some pride in his voice. Yes, I can tell they are a hit with the kids and parents. You and the other one have brought joy to their little slice of hell. The voice spoke with a little introspection in his voice. But you still took $1 million drone and made toys out of it. That brought Peter up short and he paused, and he looked up to find a red-helmeted Ben standing there in battle armor. B. Red Hood. Sir. Colossus yelled out as he snapped to attention with a salute. At ease, Colossus, I'm just here to check on your training, and seeing how you have all progressed. Ben answered back easily, while my speed clone tore apart the city in my rescue efforts. So Voltron, Spider-Man? Ah yeah, it was ah. Peter was stuck and had nothing to say as he was already so busted. Before he could form a complete sentence, Johnny came flying over once more with his Power Ranger variants. Peter's eyes widened comically as he watched Ben jump upwards and snatched Johnny out of the sky. The Green Dragon Zord turned as if it was going to open fire, but one look from Ben shut down its weapon systems. Peter watched as Ben gave Johnny a shake that made him drop his flames before planting Johnny right beside his location. "Aye, man. I was just minding my business and planning out another rescue." Johnny whined like a petulant child. "Not right now, you're not," Ben growled through his helm at them both. "Shadowcat, Colossus, and Amazon, you should take the civilians back to the triage area so a medic can take a look at them." Peter felt the command in that tone of voice, and knew that neither Johnny nor himself would be able to escape this time. Peter shot the others a pleading look, but they looked between themselves before leaving him to his fate. Laura stayed for a moment, but then Jubilee came and pulled her in another direction. Once everyone had scattered away from the area, Peter could only muster his courage and hold his head high. "Ben, it's not what it looks like," Peter tried to say, but was cut off with a wave of the hand from his brother. "So, you didn't use my military drone project to recreate the Zords from our childhood shows?" Ben asked Peter, and Peter knew that Ben had at least one raised eyebrow. "It might look like that, but I can assure you that is not what it is, right, Spider-Man?" Johnny said quickly while shooting Peter a look. "Then explain it to me." Ben replied instantly as Peter tried not to wince at how fast Ben's head turned. "Well, you asked us to create autonomous drones that can transform from quadruped to sphere and back again with flight features," Peter spoke, catching on to what Johnny was throwing out. "We not only did that, but we went a step further, and now they can combine to analyze and collate data a lot faster without bogging down someone's personal smartband or systems. And this is only the test platform around civilians," Johnny shot up loudly. "Yes. We wouldn't want the civilians to know that this is still under development, right? Or that it has militaristic applications." Ben stared them down for a moment before he spoke. "You're both just talking out of your asses, but those are decent enough points for me to leave you alone with them. Send me the data once this is over," Ben finally said, letting both Johnny and Peter breathe a sigh of relief. "Also, next time stick to simple animal forms, okay?" Peter and Johnny instantly started to nod their heads at his statement. "Now, show me how to work that Dragon Zord, Johnny," Peter heard Ben say, and he could feel the excitement in his brother's voice even though he couldn't see the smile on his face. Benjamin Blake Anti-Hero Red Hood, Hero Lightspeed. I had messed around with Johnny and Peter for a while before I had to leave them and get back to being the boss man in charge. It was an interesting undertaking to have my being split and doing two separate tasks at the same time. My speed self was now clearing out people and debris, while my strength-powered self was shifting whole buildings with my gravity manipulation. This was turning into more than just a learning experience. This was starting to be training, and I had started to call more help from the island in the guise of medical and rescue aid. Just doing what I was doing, I was starting to understand why all of the power was going to Magneto's head. With one hand, I was moving and shaping Earth, while with the other, I was shifting the island onto a more stable base and calming fault lines. I was finishing up when I got a beep on my smartband, notifying me that my guests had finally shown up. I picked up a slab of concrete that I had found as I fixed the road I was working on and started to fly back. I flew back to find Fury inspecting one of my Pelican tolls with Michelle talking at his side. Ignoring Fury, I found Coulson with Peter and Johnny looking over their Zords with Melinda May standing off to the side. I wanted to facepalm so bad, but I didn't want to accidentally break my helm. Grunting instead, I ignored them as I went inside the Pelican as my Speed Force double came sprinting across the area. The moment I was no longer in sight of the cameras, I fused back into one person. The world shifted from double sight back into one once more, and damn did it feel great to be whole again. I walked past the communications room, then the armory before I found the cafeteria. I had one of the on-duty staff give me a speedster special. On the way back out, I caught Logan sitting with Pietro in a corner, talking softly to him. With a shake of the head, I made my way back out and followed my smartband to the medical bay where Aurora and Sue were currently located. As much as he doesn't want to admit it, Logan was a great father figure for many of the kids without parents. The comics always made little jokes about it, but it was always nice to see how he attracted so many like himself. Pietro was in damn good hands, and I could worry about him less now. Stopping outside of the med bay, I found Aurora, who asked me not to interrupt her class. That was strange because I was not aware we brought any of the medical students on this trip. Giving them a nod, I made my way to the observation room as a precautionary measure. Standing in the observatory, I looked down and watched as Aurora coached Sue as she used her powers during the medical exam. I waited and watched as Sue used her powers to check the bones of a person instead of using the X-ray scanner built into the medical bed. Since Aurora had the Sue situation under control, I made my way back to the armory to pick up a few things. Once I had the briefcase in hand, I made my way back outside the Pelican. I found Coulson in control of the Green Lion Zord fighting Melinda May, who had control of the Red Power Ranger Zord. The small crowd standing around them cheered as the two did battle. Melinda May ended the fight swiftly with some latch-on-the-neck move that brought Coulson's Zord down quickly, and he was out for the 10 count. Looking around, I was stunned because of the cheer from the crowd. Then I caught on to what was happening. Yes, their lives have changed, but this was a little something to brighten their moods, and they were going to take it. I watched as Peter let one of the little kids have the controls next. Melinda May pointed Coulson in my direction, and I made a little head motion to one of the tents. I noticed Coulson looked over at Fury before he said something to Michelle, and she left to do whatever it was she was doing. Besides her being a part of Natasha's little X-Force group and being the daughter of the spy, I tried to keep things as just family with her. Maybe I should invite her to hang out with Peter and I later. Putting those thoughts out of my mind, I laid the case down on an empty area on the desk. Then I gave Coulson a massive grin. I had my people go over some ideas we had during our last D&D session, and they told me it could be done. Here you go, Coulson. Magically enchanted gloves, I said with some grandeur as I opened the briefcase. Note the glowing crystal on the back. There is a bioenergy conversion matrix runic script built in. That crystal charges up using bioenergy, nothing harmful. You will just get tired from a lot of use, so pay attention to your exhaustion levels during combat. I then turned the case around for Coulson to look at his new magical gloves. In the armored case was a set of gloves, just like Roy Mustang's from Full Metal Alchemist. These gloves were made out of a silk nano carbon fiber vibranium mixture. The gloves had a built-in camouflage feature that allowed them to also look like anything Coulson might think up. Oh my gosh, Ben, you figured it out. Coulson squealed like a high school girl. Fury raised an eyebrow as he looked at his longtime partner and best agent. Melinda May, on the other hand, cracked a smile before coughing the word nerd out. Can I do a fireball? How about levitating? Wait till I get air slash. Fury pushed Coulson aside as he walked up and looked over the gloves. Ben, I want 50 of these for my agents. Fury commanded with an appraising eyebrow as he watched Coulson put on the gloves. Nope, no can do. Those were a special order for Coulson since he let slip his birthday was coming up during a game of Dungeons & Dragons. I answered while turning my nose up and away. It was tickling my bits to see that vein on Fury's forehead pulse angrily. Coulson, those are blood-locked by runes, so I would recommend putting a drop of blood on them now. Once you do that, then they will only work for you. Ben, can you make something for May? She is like my warrior monk. Coulson gushed while his nose was buried in his instructions manual. I watched as he also held out a hand, allowing Melinda May to put a knife in it. Sure. Just be careful with those because once you get used to them, you will be able to use the mental component and won't need to call out your spells, I answered as I dug out an ear while ignoring Fury's teeth grinding not too far away. I cracked a smile as I watched Coulson juggle a fireball. Would you like a bow staff or a tonfa set? Make it a bow staff with a release catch in the middle. Melinda May said without any thought on the matter. Turning to Fury, I double-tapped the top of the briefcase to reveal the hidden compartment. He looked at me, and I looked at him. We both said nothing and just let the silence hang there for a moment. My own mother, his sister, used this silent technique on me far too often for me to fall for it here. Natasha and Emma were the ones that broke the silence since Coulson was in his own little world with the gloves. Natasha took a seat in my lap while Emma took a seat on the table before looking into the briefcase. Emma sent me a burst of telepathic affection as Fury instantly took the case from her to check the compartment himself. One of the first things he pulled out was the enchanted eye patch I had my people create. Hold it up to the other eye patch, I said with a little motion from me to do as I was saying. It's enchanted to merge with the other, but also give better comfort. You might forget that it's on. The enchantments are for sight, giving you back your depth perception, but also comes with X-ray and enhanced vision for up to 1 mile. I had them add in a little time dilation, but please don't call it bullet time. It will only give you a 2-second slowdown of the things around you. Be very careful with that because it will cause you problems if you keep it going for extended periods. Fury gave me one hard look before quickly holding up the patch and allowing it to merge with his own. He tried hard to hide it, but I noticed the hint of surprise and the shifting of his shoulders at being able to see naturally once more. He looked at me for a moment and gave me a nod before taking out the last gift I made. Natasha and Emma let out a low whistle at the thing. The hand cannon Fury pulled out was styled in the old-fashioned ways of the West, but had the feel of a new-age gun. The handle was aged wood while the rest of the weapon was made with a combination of steel and adamantium alloy. The intricate scrollwork was done in a mixture of gold and vibranium to soak up the recoil, but also keep it stylish and tasteful. "The last word," Fury said, reading off the Latin inscription on the side of his new hand cannon. "Why that turn of phrase?" I gave him a shrug. "Mom told me about what happened in '72, I said before handing him the manual for his new cannon. "She fires an ionized charge, flip out the cylinder, and let her vent once the heat builds up. That's going to cost you 3 seconds before you can fire once more. The modes are stun, kill, and leave no bodies behind." Everyone took a moment to stop and take a look at me. "What?" I asked in confusion. "Sometimes, you just need to reduce someone to ash." "I want one," both Natasha and Emma said at the same time. Before I could answer either of them, I got a message on my smartband from Xavier. It would seem that an old friend stopped by his school to ask about the telepathic message we sent out at the start of the new year. Alongside that message I got from Xavier, I got a few more. One was that Sage was awake, and so was Celine. The other was that the werewolves would like to talk with me, who they were calling their new alpha. Xavier could wait. Celine and Sage were far higher on my to-do list than meeting with someone who couldn't help the metahuman population. Sage was ultra-pragmatic and could easily be converted to my side and look after the company when I am off-world. While I can have Celine create a magical primer for me so that I could start my studies on the mystic arts. Granted, I already had access to a vast array of tomes at home, but none of those were the handwritten thoughts and collection of one of the first metahumans to roam the earth. It also helps that she is a metahuman doing magic. Before I could leave and get to my meetings, it was time to get serious. Looking over to one of my guards, I gave them a signal that had them put the tent into lockdown. "Are there any protocols you guys need to call in before I shut down all signals?" I asked Fury, who in turn, locked eyes with me, noting the serious note to my voice. He gave me a nod before calling in a code purple subsection Delta protocol. He turned, and Coulson and Melinda May both did the same before they all took the batteries out of their phones. I gave them a nod before completing the shutdown with my smartband controls. "Okay, with that finished, I have good news and bad news." I spoke before sending the command to start up the hologram system inside the tent. "Bad news then," Fury and Melinda May said together. He looked at her, and she returned her same stoic look that I noticed she gave everyone except Coulson. "Bucky Barnes is alive," Emma said, waving her hand at the holoscreen. "Nat and I have a plan to capture him, but we are going to need bait, and that is the good news." The reaction from both Coulson and Fury was instant as they both snapped to the hologram itching for more information. "Okay, how is this bad news?" Fury asked before he started to read the bio we had gathered on Barnes. "Because he is the Winter Soldier and you would not believe who has had him captive all of these years, nor will you believe his situation right now," Natasha said as she got up from my lap to start pacing. "My God," Coulson whispered as he got down to the part about HYDRA. "Yeah, I know it's revolting to know that they are still alive and kicking. It's also worse knowing that one of their top operatives is one of our guys brainwashed to do their bidding," I said as I had one of the videos of Barnes' brainwashing being played on the holoscreen. I noticed that May slightly flinched as the electricity ran through Barnes' brain as they programmed him with trigger words. Yeah, it was a good thing I had my Spartans raid that old Russian HYDRA base from a Civil War movie. There was not going to be any of that crap on my watch. "Give me the good news then. You called it bait for Barnes." Fury spoke through gritted teeth. "Greenland," Emma answered with a beautiful smile as she changed the display to our little side project. "We have found Captain Stephen Rogers." On the screen was the display of a crashed plane buried under tons of ice off the coast of Greenland. The satellites were able to get a scanned image from orbit. But the best layout of the Valkyrie HYDRA bomber came from the underwater drones. They were able to get us a far more detailed scan even though they were hundreds of feet away on the outside of the glacier. The plan. Fury asked as his eyes moved furiously across the screen. You can let it slip to the World Security Council while we run interference when we let it slip to the private community about the discovery of a lifetime, Emma spoke up. Only we know who it is exactly, so when you let that slip, the mole will have no choice but to activate Barnes for a capture or destroy mission. Coulson will run paperwork interference for S.H.I.E.L.D., causing the mole to go with the less savory option of extraction. Natasha carried on with a few things switching on the screen. And if S.H.I.E.L.D. sends in a team? Fury asked as he looked over the X-ray image of a sleeping Captain Rogers. Not only are we lawyered up better than Stark could ever be, but we also have the hardest hitting force in the world guarding the site of excavation. Emma answered with a smug smile of her own. This is a trap for Barnes, and whatever mole is inside S.H.I.E.L.D., make sure that a team isn't sent when the paperwork gets messy, Natasha said while giving Fury the stink eye. I have a list of clean agents and possible moles. Would you like it? The way Natasha asked that last question gave me shivers. I guess Fury knew that it wasn't going to be cheap because he decided against asking for a copy of Nat's list. The look in Coulson's eyes, though, was more than enough to tell me that he was with this plan. I also knew that at the end of the day, Fury was going to do whatever it took to make sure Barnes came home, and that's why I decided to bring this to him while also putting him on the tail of HYDRA. We were far too much alike. I had no limits and ran on the belief the end justifies the means mentality. Since I was no longer needed here, I made my way back to my island to get the rest of my day over with. I had to see Sage and Celine before I would head over and see what Xavier wanted. Island of Pandora. Once I arrived on the island, I made my way towards the hospital located on the military base. The room Sage was staying in was not heavily guarded as the one Celine or the werewolves were in. I found Sage's room overlooking one of the lunch courtyards. Sage had a holotablet in hand with a smartband lying in her lap. As I walked into her room, I noticed the video she was watching. The video was one of how Shaw died as Faura ripped his head from his body. I took a seat and allowed her to finish what she was doing while I took a better look at her features. Sage had long flowing onyx black hair that came down a little past her shoulder blades. I noticed that she had 2 reverse check marks on both of her cheeks. They might be scars, but the red had me thinking that they might be birthmarks or something else. Her eyes were a vivid blue yet not as striking as Aurora's. Sage had that European taskmistress to her features that made me want to salute with, "Yes, ma'am." "So, are you here to make me an offer?" Sage asked as she put the holotablet to one side. "Maybe," I answered back as I looked her in the eyes. "Do you plan to continue spying for Xavier?" She didn't even flinch when I laid that out before her. Sage gave me a look before speaking once more. "Neither Xavier or Shaw has accomplished what you have accomplished with twice the time, connections, and money," Sage answered as if it was the easiest thing in the world to understand. "What are you going to do with Shaw's Hellion mutant team?" I held up a hand and made my first correction. The correct term is metahuman, not mutant. I spoke with some heat, trying to convey how serious the term and understanding is to our future. My people have already started to raid his safe houses and secret locations with the information Emma took out of his head. Sage went silent once more. "You're not as nice and naive as Shaw said you were." Sage finally said after a while. "I leave those traits to Xavier," I replied with a raised eyebrow of my own. "You have 3 days to decide if you want to work for me or not. The guards will leave once the docs say you can go. I will make sure that one of my staff swings by and offers you citizenship if you would like to stay." Without looking back, I headed out of her room and to my new crazy magic user. Celine's room was on the other side of the hospital under far heavier security. I knew she was now under a magical oath and contract to be loyal, but I wasn't going to take any chances until I spoke to her. When I got to her room, I had to walk past at least 100 Spartans, all ready and loaded for war. The doctor that took her as a patient had reported that she has been awake for some time now. The fact that she hasn't made any move was exciting to me, but also unnerving for me. One of the guards held the door for me, and I walked into something crazy. The hospital room was no longer just that, a room. The room was now as large as a standard apartment, all with a balcony on the side leading outside. The ceiling was high, and a chandelier hung down made from crystal. "Are you here to finally command me to do your bidding?" A voice spoke from one of the long couches. The sight of her almost made me pause for a moment. Celine was lazily lying on a couch in a silken gown that hugged all of her curves. Long ebony hair with dark smoky eyes that could burrow into your soul. She was giving off the smoking hot MILF vibes, but I knew better than to stick my schlong into crazy. Hell, I was certain that the crazy to hot scale was made to warn against women exactly like her. Yes, but not to do what you might have in mind. I answered back as I took my own seat opposite her. Am I not pleasing to the eye? Celine asked as she slowly raised up off the couch, accentuating her bust. I would like you to put together a magical primer from beginner level to advanced. Also, include your understanding of the soul and magic that can influence it. I said, ignoring her attempt of trying to do whatever it is that was running through her mind. That's all. Celine asked incredulously. Not going to have me turn over my company and assets? Not going to breed me for magically superior children? Okay, I'm not sure what's going on with all of that, but I don't stick my schlong in crazy, and you are as crazy as they come, Celine, I said as I stood back up from my seat. Just get the primer done within the next 3 days and have it uploaded into the system. My AI collective will send it to my devices. I am not crazy. Celine half yelled, half shrieked. Sure, my staff will be by to get your information to get you registered as a citizen. Play nice, that's an order. Also, no killing the citizens of my island. I didn't even look back as I left her room, I just had to be out of there. Murder witch or not, she was damn hot, and I was sporting wood hard enough to break titanium. A staff member sent me a message about the werewolves. They were planning to move onto the island with the rest of their pack. That was all right with me, but I had to let them know that I would come and see them some other time. The meeting with Xavier was going to be soon. With a step point teleportation, I went home to remove some of the heavier parts of my armor before switching into something light. I kept the helm on my head because, let's be honest, it's Xavier. I had no idea who he had invited to this little chat at his mansion. Before I knew it, I was ready to go see Xavier and this person he wanted me to meet. Ignoring the portal building, I ran out onto the open ocean and ran across its surface. It didn't take me that long to circumnavigate the globe and make it to the east coast of the United States. Within record time, I arrived in Salem right outside Xavier's School of the Gifted. What I found did not fill me with boundless joy. Xavier was found in the back garden talking to a man who was shirtless and shoeless with his belly on display like he was on a beach. His shoulder guards were smooth like scales, and they interlinked down to his wrists, then combined into a set of fingerless gloves. His pants were far too tight, and he had the same black scaled armor at his hips and down to his bare feet. Instantly I knew who this was, and no, it wasn't the scruffy beard or the seashells on his chest that gave it away. No, what gave it away was the trident stabbed into the ground beside his seat that let me know that this was Namor. The wings on his ankles could have been any metahuman, but none welded the trident in Marvel like Namor, since he was the rip-off version of Aquaman. Well, Namor wasn't known in the public eye, so he wasn't going to say crap about who I was. So that meant I didn't need my helm, but I was going to do something to keep my identity safe just in case. I tapped the side of my helm, applying a built-in glamour system. Honestly, I wanted to be nice, but the fact that he felt he could walk around up here like that was already irritating me. Xavier looked at me a moment before it clicked that he was not going to be able to get into my mind. Then he switched gears and started to introduce us. Ah yes, may I introduce you to King Namor of Atlantis? Xavier said to cover his little slip. I paid it no mind as I inserted my own introduction instead of letting him give my name away. Nice to meet you, Namor, Jason Todd, King of Pandora. I said with an arm outstretched for a shake. There was nothing that said I couldn't be civil with a man, even if I felt he was full of it walking around like that. Nice to meet you. Namor grunted before giving my hand a hard shake with a little too much strength to his grip. Now, I was about to start getting pissed. So I did what anyone would do, I squeezed back. I felt the pinky finger give way first before Namor took me seriously. He attempted to double his efforts, but I was already phasing my hand out of his grasp. He looked down a little stunned as my hand phased out of his own. Now, I called this meeting because King Namor has told me that he would like access to some of the surface world's amenities. Xavier said with a smile as he showed me the seat I could take. It would depend. I won't be selling any of my military weaponry or anything that could be used as such. I said, shutting down that line of thinking. Such weapons would not work under the waves anyway, Namor said with some pompous pride. I gave Xavier a little look out the corner of my eye. I knew Namor could be a tool and had a thing for blondes, but this was just too much. Instead of opening his mouth to dismiss my weaponry, he should have taken a moment to think about why I had to say something like that. This meeting was just done for, and I was going to pull the ultimate cop-out. Send an ambassador here in a week, and I will have my own here also. Let's allow them to hash it out. I said, trying to shut down this conversation. I wanted to say this was a waste of time, but I couldn't because I now knew Atlantis was beneath the waves. Someone down there was at least going to be amenable to my throne. Or bow down if it came to that. Maybe I could have Emma chat with him. Or better just keep her away. I knew he had an obsession with her in the comics. Xavier looked at me, but I was already moving while also leaving a card on the table. This was so Namor or whoever he sent could get in contact with my people. The man didn't even have the common decency to wear either a shirt or shoes, then tried power games. I was not about to sit and stick around for any more of his crap. For days later, after leaving Namor with Xavier, I had gone back to help with the relief efforts. Everyone out there had either the Vague Industries logo on their clothing or the Frost Industries logo. This allowed us to get publicity, which Emma and I started to milk the hell out of. I had brought out the Delta 6 accelerator suits while Emma had brought out the advanced construction gear my people had made for her company to sell. The public went wild when a photo leaked to the social media sites of a farmer using the Delta 6 suit. Fury showed up once more on the day that leaked and tried to grill me about it, but I was already ready for him. I had one of my tech people on hand and then had them sit him down and wow him with the technical aspects of the suit. The world wanted super suits, and they now knew that Stark was not the only one that had them, and mine were for sale. Too bad for Tony, they were still trying to steal his suit out from under his rear. Right now though, I was in daddy mode. Maya was hanging over my shoulder, looking on as I helped Alfred with his Mega Buster. I didn't want him carrying around a gun, but I wanted him to have some tools for self-defense. So I came up with a mad idea to remake Mega Man's arm blaster. Well, it could only shoot out condensed air and taser pellets. Maya poked me in the cheek, so I gave her the scanner to run over the Mega Buster, while Phoebe handed me a bracket for the stabilizer. Alfred was off to the side with Celeste and Sophie working on the programming and power fluctuations, while I worked on the main body of the Buster. We were working pretty steadily in the kitty corner of my labs when Emma and Raven came in to try and force us to leave. That did not go as planned for them until Emma pulled out a miniaturized tractor beam. There were a bunch of moms that's not fair, but I accepted it once I checked the time and realized we had to get changed and gone like 30 minutes ago. The ladies led the kids out while I wrapped up Alfred's Mega Buster and put it on the dining table before getting myself ready. It was the big race day, and I was not going to be late. Monaco, Benjamin, Blake, Aka, Jason, Todd, Doting Father, Overkiller, Raven, and Aurora had gotten the kids ready in record time while I took a quick shower. Once I finished, I had to get in contact with Sage to go over some information quickly. Gunny had gotten hold of some of the retired Marines, and they were going to pull bodyguard duty today and help free me up so I could take full advantage of Whiplash's little stunt. With Tony's ego, he made the world know he was going to show up at the race in Monaco. This was just fine with me because I didn't have to track him for any changes in canon. Since there were no changes from the MCU movies, this also meant I could put my full attention on his adversary for the main event. Vanko was last seen taking the train out of Russia last Tuesday night. The AI collective on the island had picked him up from a camera connected to a transition station. Well, they caught the side of his face, which sent the systems into a frenzy. They got so overzealous that I had to stop them. Everything was tracked down from fingerprints to information I didn't even want to know. Hell, I had to order a drone into the area to drop a package of nano-investigators. Once Ivan Vanko's credentials were confirmed, I had the nanobots investigate the power suit he had made. The Whiplash suit scanned as a lower-tech version of Tony's suit, and I was surprised he was able to get the level of output he achieved with such low-level, even trashy materials. Then I had to stop and think about it. But putting it all in perspective, I realized Tony made his suit in a cave with parts from his state-of-the-art weapons program while Vanko scrounged and made his suit in Russia without anyone knowing. There was no stopping my excitement once I knew for sure this was happening. Hell, I had created a whole suite of containment units for the Delta 6 accelerator suits. Was I a bastard for using the knowledge I gained from the movies? Maybe, but waste not want not. And this was just business. My company was going to gain a golden halo after this, literally in this case, and so was Emma's for being a part of it all. I had already come to terms with the fact that the hero life was not for me. It was a cool fantasy once upon a time, but I was much more Slytherin than Gryffindor to the core. With one last message sent to my guards on the ground, I put my holo tablet away. Everything was in place for the show later, so I could just sit back and relax. Are we there yet? No. Are we there yet? No. Are we there yet? No, we'll get there when we get there. Turning around, I looked at the little imp as she tried to drive Raven up the wall. Aurora and Emma were the smart ones and had earphones in and were intentionally ignoring the byplay. Alfred was playing a game with Celeste and Sophie over the HoloNet. Phoebe was reading something on her own tablet while snuggled into Jean's side. Gwen and Sue decided to stay on the island and do something in the labs together, but I already made sure to schedule assistants to ensure there was no repeat of the hentai tentacle monster episode. Felicia was doing her thing in New York, and I made sure I had people watching her back as well since she was trying to play with the hand. She didn't tell me about what she was planning, but my paranoia protocols were on full-scale alert, and I was going to be sure I had backups for my backups when it came to the hand's ninjas. Before Maya could ask her question again, I flicked her on the forehead. She pouted and did the most mature thing a spoiled and totally loved child who has her daddy tied around her finger could do. She stuck her tongue out at me. "Leave your mother alone," I said before pulling my holo tablet back out. "Here, let's watch something." With some quick commands into the particle seat layout console of the Sky Car, I was shifted to sitting next to Maya. The Sky Car we were using was one of the premium variants from the island. Well, I wouldn't consider it an island vehicle since it was built with the family in mind. This Sky Car had everything one with a large family would need. This baby was rated for vacuum and underwater operations with an expanded interior, kinetic shielded safety seats, and inertia dampeners, of course, with separate enclosures to ensure safety. Hell, it even had state-of-the-art medical facilities that were just a button press away. None of the seats were traditional seats, either. Most of the interior was built from photon deposition layering of hard lights and nanoparticles. This process allowed us to both have preset configurations, while allowing us to program the inside. I knew Wakanda had their little vibranium dust, but that was all back of the bus now and quite played out. I felt more than a little smug, knowing we had the upgraded version of their musty dusty. These nanoparticles came in colors and combined with the hard lights, could even turn the interior of the Sky Car into a kitchen, a living room, or even a flying saucer if one wished. Anything one might imagine. We had settled in to watch some of the cartoon, but didn't even make it 10 minutes into the show when Raven called out that we were touching down. Once we drove out of the parking garage, I placed a call to Gunny, who was heading the security detail. The information I received back wasn't so bad. Justin Hammer had shown up, but no word on Tony as of yet. Putting that aside, I found Ivan out a few blocks from the raceway before I closed down the tablet as Raven drove us into the owner's side of the parking lot. When we pulled into our section, there was a nice little crowd of guards and employees waiting on us. The kids rushed out while Raven, Emma, Aurora, and Jean took their time and looked stunning doing it. Some of the workers looked stunned that we were able to fit so many people in what looked like a futuristic sports car, but ignored it for staring at the absolute beauties I surrounded myself with. Emma turned and started to coordinate with her people, while Raven and Aurora took the kids with one of the tour guides. Jean and I went right to the Formula One car to take in its curves. This Formula One car was the brainchild of Peter, Ben Grimm, and Johnny working long hours in the labs back in New York. They had gotten it done with room to spare for the qualifiers, and I had thrown millions into getting a team together while also snatching up a driver. He went by some fancy French name that I could not be bothered to remember at the moment as I looked over the Formula One racer with Jean. The team's manager came up with a smile, and I had to take him to the side to let him know that I would be racing today. The look on the man's face was priceless, but he still jumped to and got done what needed to be done. Lucky for me, I was footing the bill and had my qualifications. Bad news for him, I was the eccentric billionaire that paid for everything. Jean gave me a look that screamed unfair, and I could feel the need for speed bleeding through her empathic powers. Before I could say anything, Emma and Aurora showed up with a disgruntled look on their faces. "Why do you get to race, and I have to stay in the VIP booth?" Aurora asked with piercing eyes. "Yes, I believe we should play for the right to race," Emma added before turning to the team manager, which had the man break out in a cold sweat. "Because I came up with the idea, and I brought my racing gear," I replied, trying not to sound smug about it. "That's why you brought the duffel bag." Jean gasped as she put the parts of my plan together. "What duffel?" Aurora asked while looking around. "The one in his utility belt," Emma answered with a huff. "Look, I'll set up a racing track when we get home, okay? I said, raising my hands to forestall them from turning this into a thing. Hell, maybe it would be fun to recreate a speed racer or Mario Kart-style racing back home. I will even program the game tower races myself. That seemed to appease the three, but I noticed the way Aurora and Emma looked at the Formula One vehicle. Yeah, I would have to do something to make up for this later, but for now, I was going to enjoy messing up MCU canon. The team manager didn't even wait for his cue, he vanished somewhere, so I had one of the guards find the man and relay my orders on getting the racer ready for me. Since the manager was going to take care of getting everything ready, I pulled out the advanced helm stashed in my duffel. I gave it to one of the assistants and told them how to sync it to the F1. I followed my family out to the VIP section of the racing circuit. One of the things I instantly picked up on was that Gunny was sitting his oversized marine rear in a little golf cart labeled security. I didn't even say anything, just pulled out my phone and snapped a picture for later. He shot me a look and brought his hand up for a middle finger, but stopped halfway once the kids rushed over to his side. Salt was in the second cart that pulled up so everyone could grab themselves a seat. The old man charmed the kids and allowed Maya to take the seat next to his, while Alfred was stuck between his sisters in the back. I was wondering why he didn't mind when I noticed he took out the collapsed form of the Megabuster we had worked on earlier that morning. In the collapsed form, it looked like a coffee thermos. I did a quick check of my surroundings to make sure that we didn't have any cameras directed at us, but I noticed 3. Well, crap. Aurora picked up on what I was doing before giving me a look, asking why. Since there was no fast way out of this, I pointed to what Alfred had in his hands. The narrowing of her eyes told me she didn't understand, but knew that it was important. Luckily for us, we didn't have far to ride on the little carts. The first thing I did once I hopped out was to make a beeline straight for Alfred. He saw me coming and handed it off to Celeste behind his back, but my eyes were far too fast for that. I can't believe he is already working with his sisters to pull one over me. Before Celeste could make off with the Megabuster, Aurora was already there to take it out of her hand. "We will speak of this later," Aurora said, looking down at the troublemakers and using a neutral tone of voice. The kids looked a little sheepish and crestfallen, but I was just happy they didn't blow someone away. That air cannon packed a punch normal people just wouldn't be able to stand up against. I guess it was my fault for tempting them when I left it on the dining table and not in my lab's kitty corner. I gave them each a look before Emma went on her best behavior speech. Gunny and Salt made a hand motion to the side, which I took as my cue. I tapped Jean on the shoulder, and she turned and followed along. I had taken Jean with me to keep the rest in the loop telepathically. Walking over, I noticed Salt pressing one of the buttons on her vambrace that sent a shimmer of light around us, forming a small privacy corner. "Our security forces are all in place, boss," Gunny stated as he brought out a regular table to show me. I had Laszlo tracking him since he got off the train last night. "Everything is hands-off like you asked, but I gotta ask, are you sure you don't want to pop him right now?" Before I answered, I reviewed the information he gave me. The suit that Vanko was going to use was a stripped-down variant of Tony's second suit. He had legs, arms, and some torso, but no helm or weapons besides his whips. He did have this modularity that would help advance some of the things I was working on for Emma. "Yeah, I am sure. We pop him during his little showboating later," I said, then expanded a little. "I built you guys one of the most state-of-the-art suits known to man. I know your fears, but you can protect the people when this all blows up with the guards planted throughout the crowd. We need the publicity, but I also have you stationed, so civilians aren't sacrificed during this little party." He gave me one hard look before acquiescing to my demands. "You're almost as bad as the politicians," Gunny growled. "True, but we at least have a contingency plan in place to protect the people. No one is going to drop the ball and then start pointing fingers." I quipped. "So the shields will hold if they need to?" Salt asked, inserting herself into the conversation. "Yeah, they are using a new hard light tech called photon deposition layering. It allows us to change the nature of light itself into a hard structure. You can hit it with an Abraham Sabo round and barely crack the outer layer," I said with smug satisfaction bleeding into my voice. Jean smacked me in the side before sending me a look. I sent her a kiss in return that made her cheeks bloom a red blush. With his fears laid to rest, Gunny begrudgingly let us get back to our family time. What I found in the VIP room was one of the funniest things ever. Maya was standing in front of Tony with her hands on her hips. The look on Tony's face was reminiscing as if he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Hammer was trying to interject, and the triplets with Alfred were looking at the man as if he was a bug they wanted to crush. I stood next to Emma, who was beside Pepper, who was trying hard not to laugh at the byplay as Tony was stared down by a little girl. "Daddy said you're a hero," Maya said, staring down at Tony as he had a strained smile on his face. "What are your powers?" "I don't have any, but I'm Iron Man. Did your daddy tell you about that?" Tony tried to reply, but the look Maya gave him said it all. She closed her little book before putting it back in her pocket before turning around and walking over to me. "My guards wear suits." Maya snipped at Tony before she held her hands up for me. Chuckling, I picked up my baby girl as I took in the devastated look on his face. "Jason, you sumbit language. You're here." Tony exclaimed like we didn't stop him from dropping the B word. "Cute kid, are the rest yours?" The Jason Todd reclusive billionaire rumored to be involved with Emma Frost of the Frost conglomerate? "And who are you?" Emma asked the blonde that spoke up. "Christine Everhart, Vanity Fair." The blonde spoke rapidly as she moved from Justin Hammer's side. "Is she any good?" I asked, turning to Tony, who just shrugged back. "My editor would love it if we could set up a time for an interview." Christine gushed. "Yes, well, she can't because she is doing a spread on my company and me." "Justin Hammer," the self-tanner said, inserting himself into the conversation. "Yeah, about what?" I asked, shooting Tony a look. The grin on his face told me he understood. "You know, that cancelled government contract," Tony answered, sending it back my way. "Oh, they finally gave up on his bargain bin rent-a-weapons," I said, nodding and playing along. Tony smiled, and then we both just turned and ignored the man. Emma, Aurora, and Pepper were seated at a table with another blonde that tickled something in the back of my mind. When Tony asked her a question, that was when it clicked. "Bobby, this us?" Tony asked as she directed us towards the best seats in the house. Somehow they had my table and Tony's combined into one. Well, I'll be damned. Since Fury didn't have Natasha to do his little infiltration of Stark's company, he sent over Bobby Morse instead. Not a bad choice, actually. Besides Natasha and Melinda May, Bobby would be on that very short list of kick-ass super spy babes that can get the job done. Salt directed the kids to their seats, while I picked Alfred's tablet off him as he walked by. Tony watched over my shoulder as I donated the money Alfred liberated from Justin Hammer to a list of charities I kept. "Ha ha ha, you should have seen it, Pep. The kids rolled Hammer for his money," Tony chuckled with a laugh. "How do you deal with all these kids?" "Tony," Pepper said, scandalized. "What?" Tony returned with his own shocked look. "It's fine," I said, placating Pepper from digging into Tony's rear. "My little geniuses can be a handful. I'll tell you that, but it helps that we keep them engaged. That and also that we aren't slouches when it comes to the intelligence department, also." Pepper tilted her head to the side, and I noticed the look she gave Tony. Well damn, she was already thinking ahead. Tony noticed the look and made his escape while tapping me on the shoulder to follow along. I gave Jean a kiss on the cheek before putting Maya in my seat and followed him to the side. "Let's race," Tony said, not even trying to hide the playboy smile on his features. "What's the bet?" I asked in return. "Michael Keaton's Batmobile," Tony said, bringing out his phone. The video feed that popped up was of his garage with the Batmobile parked right there in the center. I looked at it and gave Tony a nod that spread the smug look on his face. "I see your Batmobile and raise you one back to the future DeLorean with a working flight module," I said, bringing up my own smartband with a floating hologram of the garage section of my labs. Sitting between my supercars sat the DeLorean from the movie. Floating next to the image was the text of all its flight capabilities. Authenticated, of course. "Done," Tony said as he looked at my flying time car with crazy eyes. We both looked around for a moment. Tony got a little head motion from Happy, which gave us a clear exit. "So, I have a second team out there, and you can drive that one." "No need," I answered before sending the commands to my UMF suit. Tony stood stunned as my clothes changed from my black slacks and boat shoes to racing gear. "You have programmable clothing." Tony gushed as he tried to touch the fabric. He didn't get a chance as I pushed his hands away. "You should worry more about getting yourself ready, man," I said as I fended off another one of his attempts. "You're a grown man, no pouting." There was no looking back to see the look on his face. He was a grown man. He will get over it. Walking into the pit, I found the team's manager was already waiting there for me with a helmet in hand. The French driver was seated on the side and looked sour as could be. This was his lucky day because if I wasn't here, he could have ended up one of Whiplash's victims. Hell, I knew the only reason he isn't up in arms about me taking his spot was that he will still get his hazard pay. Plus, I was going to give him a driving bonus for the day. With a quick double check of the helmet, I slid it onto my head before waiting to get into my Formula 1 racer. Once the helmet was over my head, I gave it a moment to connect with my suit and smiled that the heads-up display became available. For a moment, I wondered if Tony had created the same setup for his driver. I dismissed it since there was no news on such a thing, and he wasn't I care for the world Tony yet. While I was looking through track conditions on my HUD, I waited on the side for them to finish running pre-race checks. Once that was completed, I got in the Formula 1 car and then went through more pre-race checks. The Racer UMF suit had a built-in cooling system that most other racing suits lacked. On the side was a double-plug system that connected right into the F1 vehicle. The blue plug on my left brought in the cool liquid that ran through the suit, while the red plug on the right drew the liquid heated with my race body's temperature. It was a pretty easy system to install with the heatsink fins located right behind the driver's seat. These were the little advances that my drivers like, and I was starting to understand why. Inside of the F1 racer was hot. Yeah, we had an overhead cooler sending in air, but that could do nothing on the track. With this system, once I plugged in my suit, and the cooling liquid started to circulate. Damn, I felt so much better. I had to finish that ship for Peter and Johnny because everything got so much better once the coolant started to circulate. With a double tap on my helm side, I had the HUD change to the racetrack mode, and I noticed the marked lines with green giving the fastest track times. Mic check, mic check. Mic check clear, I replied into the inbuilt radio. With that out of the way, we went over another round of checks before we got the final release. I took the racing column handed to me, allowing me to snap it into place. Once it registered, I thumbed a switch letting me scroll through my HUD to the racing setup I had for this day. On my lower left was tire health, depicted by 4 wheels lit by a steady green. On the right was tack and position. My top left had gear with speed and had fuel levels in the middle. Once everything was in place, I rolled my neck while shifting my shoulders to settle in my seat some more. As the team lowered the Formula 1 racer down to the floor, I powered it on but was interrupted as the top right of my HUD blipped on activating the video chat feature. Maya was stuffing her face at the side as she sat in Raven's lap. It surprised me that my triplets were the ones making the call. "Daddy, you're going to race?" Phoebe asked with pouting lips. "Yes, sweetheart, I am," I answered as I followed the lead out onto the track. I was to get into my position at Mark 17. "Mommy said you're going to build us a track at home?" Sophie asked with her brows scrunched together. "Yeah, I am, sweetie, but why did you call? The race is about to start." I asked back. "We didn't get to wish you luck, and Miss Salt said we have to be good girls and stay inside," Celeste answered for her sisters. "Well, that just means I have to do my best to win this race and take you girls to victory row," I told them with a smile. Even though things will get interrupted, I still plan to make my own little thing with the girls and family later. "Okay, well, good luck, Daddy." The girls all said at once. Maya looked up from her ice cream for a moment to blow a kiss at the tablet the girls used before going back to eating. Before the video call closed, I heard Alfred's voice telling me good luck. A 5-minute count popped up on my HUD, letting me know that we were already in the final moments before the race started. Relaxing into my seat, I allowed my team to run the last of the electronic tests before the race. Closing my eyes, I blocked out the world around me. Not only was I about to start one deadly race, but Vanko was going to show his face halfway through the race. Ba-bump. 252 ba-bump. 122 ba-bump. 032 ba-bump. 010 090 080 07 ba-bump. 0060 050 040 03 ba-bump. 0020 01 go. Go, go. My eyes snapped open as I pressed down on the throttle and shifted gears. Everything around me shifted as I sped forward with a quick left and then a right to avoid crashing into the car position ahead of my starting position. I ignored the knocking at my side as I shot down the straight. A quick message in my top right indicated a collision behind me, but that was ignored as I noticed the names above the cars before me. Tony was in the 8th spot from his starting 12. While some other names popped up, I ignored them. A right turn popped up with a 5 count and a green line for the approach that I should take. Ignoring both, I downshifted and waffled the turn before kicking it back into high gear, shooting forward to overtake on the next turn. The engine roared and growled as I shot around a wide turn right on Tony's heels as we hit the downhill section. We raced neck and neck as we shot downhill, playing chicken with speed and hard turn coming to greet us in 05, 04, 03, 02, 01. We both shifted and took the turn hard, locking out those behind us as we did the S-curve before going into the tunnel. Sweat trickled down my neck and cooled as it entered my suit. My palms gripped the wheel tightly as I made another daring maneuver to get in front of Stark. I feathered a trigger to shift the panels, changing the downforce on the race car as I shot around another corner heading for another short straight. Before we could get more than halfway down the straight, my helm started to flash red. Abort. Abort. This was the moment my reflexes kicked in as I pulled my legs in for a tuck and roll as something sliced into the front of my racer. The cockpit foamed up instantly with stasis bubbles as the racer rolled around for a moment. Shit, I had gotten so into the race, I forgot about Vanco for a moment. Once the rolling stopped, I watched the HUD flash the all-clear green as the fire suppressant systems did their work. With a growl, I applied a little strength to work my way out, but I was already hearing the sounds of battle and crashes going on around me. I might be in front of cameras, but I was pissed and angry. Crawling my way out from under the racer, I found Vanco in the craziest suit he could have made. The man had 4 arms, 2 located each side with a mounted weapon on his shoulder firing off pulses of electricity. Gunny and 5 guards stood around Vanco with shields made of hard light holoplating at the ready, boxing Vanco in. We were making discoveries after discoveries on the island, but Hardlight was turning into one of the most important discoveries we could have made with how flexible its applications were. With enough power and imagination, you could make just about anything with Hardlight. 2 other guards were using a reverse-style tractor beam to slow down the other racers and keep them from crashing into the other racers. This was to prevent that bullshit from the movies, where people just watched cheering because our hero was facing the villain. Pulling myself up to my feet, I did a quick dust-off before running to the side of Gunny and the rest of the Marines he had on guard duty. The gear they carried was only for incapacitation, but they were making do. They were wearing the latest in the Delta 6 line with shield gauntlets and stun batons. Sleek blue and red lines denoted the large V for my Vega Industries, so that everyone would know who was saving the day today. I looked over and noticed the smug look on Tony's face as he looked up, and that was when I heard the whooshing sounds. It had seemed he had built in his remote calling function into his damn suit. About damn time since I could not suit up and play the hero. The crowd cheered as the red and gold suit came down with AC/DC playing in the background. Not suiting up? Tony asked me with a smirk as his upgraded suit landed right beside him. Now, not with all these cameras on me. Kids gotta still show up at school, you know. I replied with a shrug. There was a snap and a hiss as one of his lightning whips slashed into the hard light shield between Tony and my location. Suit yourself, Tony said before his face mask closed down. He walked up to the side of one of my guards before tapping him on the shoulder. Open up, boys. The guard that was holding back the lightning blast from Vanco aka Whiplash looked at Tony before giving me a look. I shrugged in return because, honestly, if Tony wanted in, he could have just flown over the top. The guard gave the nod before turning to insert his stun baton through the hard light shielding. With aim, he fired off a taser round at Vanco, causing him to dodge out of the way before Tony was allowed in. Tony did a jump and launched himself into the air to dodge a swipe of the electric whips as Vanco rounded to face him. Instantly my eyes were attracted to the back stabilizing fins on Tony's suit and the same Mark 15 logo on his shoulder. His suit was a lot sleeker looking and far more advanced than that suitcase model he was using in that Iron Man 2 movie. I was guessing that this was more of my influence coming into play. The forearm of Tony's suit opened up to show something that I was not expecting. Gunny had the guys link shields before a sonic scream punched out of Tony's forearm. Some of the hard light shields showed cracks which highlighted the weakness in the artificial crystals used. Frowning, I made a note of that as I watched the two battle. The surrounding crowds cheered and gasps from feats of daring. Daddy! I heard the shout over Tony shielding against a lightning blast launched by one of Vanco's 2 robotic arms. The fight had really heated up as Vanco realized he was now a caged animal. Daddy! Checking to make sure the shields were secure, I turned around from the fight that was going on. I looked over to the stands and noticed my family standing with Pepper and Happy with a bunch of guards. The girls and Alfred were at the fence looking on stunned, but Maya was the one yelling for me. Raven, Jean, and the rest looked a little bored with the fight, but I could see the analytical mind of Emma working on how to spin this. "Daddy, I thought you were a hero?" Maya questioned me as I walked up to their little section of the fences. That had me slow up for a moment, because how do I tell my baby girl that I don't play with minor hero roles? Hell, was that my ego talking once more? I wasn't even sure anymore. "He is sweetheart, but he doesn't have his costume," Raven said, saving me from answering. "But how am I going to tell Anna that I watched Daddy save the day?" Maya asked with pouting lips. "Oh." Maya pouting and her sisters nod in understanding also. The triplets shared a look before Celeste started to shift on the spot. Before I could ask what they were up to, Aurora gave them a look as a pink Hello Kitty tube appeared in their hands. "What's this, girls?" I asked, taking their Hello Kitty remote control. I rotated the now confirmed remote in hand before Phoebe had me pointed away from my face. Sophie pressed the button and a damn lightsaber came out of the end. Jean's eyes narrowed as she looked at the used to be harmless Hello Kitty remote. I looked on at the pink lightsaber until the girls told me that it was nothing but a taser. I tested it and heard the vish-vish sound as it just bounced off my open palm. When the lightsaber made contact with my open palm, it delivered a weird sensation that tried to shut down my motor functions. Honestly, I wanted to say something about bringing such things outside the house, but I really couldn't. Here we were in a situation where their toys could make a difference. Granted, I could have taken a baton from one of the guards and then go kick butt, but the looks on their faces were all I needed. "Okay, girls, Daddy will save the day," I said before turning back around. I heard Aurora and Emma telling the girls that we would be discussing this later, but I was already sprinting back to Tony and Vanko. Tony had caught Vanko with a sick hook, sending him towards Gunny, who had his stun baton ready to deliver a hit of his own. Vanko dodged under Gunny's swing to slap him across the chest with a lightning whip. I watched as he went rolling across the pavement and out of the shield's cover. The other guards closed ranks, and I went to the side of Gunny as he recovered. I gave some orders before putting in a call for one of my emergency vehicles. That command and call alone will upset the balance of the world soon. Since I didn't have my earpiece in, Gunny had relayed some information. Some of the drivers were down, and the emergency vehicles couldn't get to them because of the backup racers. They couldn't come from the other side because Vanko and Tony were fighting on that section of the track. The only way that they could get out was through my flying emergency vehicles. Once my commands were given, Emma took over and started to coordinate with Pepper to help get the trapped drivers out. My family was on a strict no power display other than money and tech, and my woman was enforcing that fact with the kids. An opening in the shield opened up, allowing me to step through and into the battle zone with Tony. I noticed the ozone smell in the air from the crackling electricity first before having to commando roll out of the way from a lashing whip. "Nice flashlight," Tony quipped as he hovered overhead. "I know, right?" I replied back as I jumped over a low swing for my legs, then a mid-swing for the chest. "My girls made it." "Cute kids," Tony quipped as he dodges around a lightning blast to return a shot with his repulsor gauntlets. "Face me like a man, Stark." Vanko screamed as he lashed out with all four arms and whips. No one heard the snap hiss as I activated the bright pink lightsaber as I moved in for the incapacitation. Vanko watched stunned as I slashed through his lower mechanical arms before getting hit in the chest. Tony had stayed out of reach and waited for the distraction before blasting him with a chest repulsor shot from up high. "So, you think she would want my autograph now?" Tony asked as he watched me deliver a spin kick to Vanko. "Have you not looked at the guards standing around?" I asked as I dove back from a whip. "Our guards were advanced suits. Yours is just red and gold." "Mean," Tony said before slapping his palms together before bringing out his sonic cannons. The guards dropped their shields while I ducked behind Gunny as Tony fired his cannon. The chest piece on Vanko's chest finally cracked, shorting his power for a moment when Tori stuck. Tony came down hard, breaking the other mechanical arm and jabbing his hand into Vanko's chest. The chest piece whined as it charged up to fire, but I was already there with the lightsaber. I stuck the thing into Vanko's neck, shutting him down and allowing Tony to rip out the chest piece. "Shot your wad far too soon. Could have doubled the cycles and gotten more power out of this model." Tony snarked as his faceplate lifted. What do you mean? I asked as we stood over the downed form of Ivan Vanko. Even with the materials on hand, if he upped the cycles, it would allow for magnetic reinforcement, Tony said as he crushed Vanko's arc reactor in his hand. And break the palladium down better on an atomic level. Meaning he wouldn't have had any power outages, I replied, nodding my understanding. Palladium in the chest, Ivan Vanko spat blood out at us from his downed form. Horrible way to die. What's he talking about? I questioned, faking it while also tilting my head to the side. Then I looked at his chest and Tony noticed me putting the pieces together. Have you told Pepper yet? The widening of his eyes, then paling of his skin told me all I needed to know. Look, if you can't figure it out, call me, I said with a shake of the head. I was not going to let on about what I knew of his situation. Solving this was one of Tony's most defining moments, and I wasn't going to intrude if I could help it. We can run the numbers at a lab where Pepper won't catch us. He looked interested for a moment, and then I noticed when his ego kicked back in as he started to shake his head. I could only shrug in return as the guards allowed the police to get through and take Vanko away. Vanko was screaming and yelling the entire time he was taken from the racetrack. Tony stepped out of his suit and allowed it to fly back to where he had it stashed. My guards circled around us and moved us towards the medics that waited in the hovering emergency vehicles while the cameras flashed. I noticed Emma was off to the side, speaking to some reporter while a medic went over the few scraps I had from rolling around. I handed Gunny the girl's lightsaber when Aurora intercepted it from reaching them. Aurora gave the girls a look and then shot one in my direction. Let the girls have their toy, I answered the look she gave me. It can only stun anyway. The girls turned and gave her the puppy dog eyes of defeat. I looked away to watch Tony try and talk Maya into getting his autograph. Pepper was freaking out with Bobby Morse on the phone, talking to whomever she needed to fix whatever was going on back in America. Jean was talking to the team's manager and letting him know that a new car should be delivered within the week. It would seem that my paranoia to have at least 4 made and stored in storage was the proper thing to do. After taking the tablet Alfred had held out for me, I completed some quick work before letting my people handle the mess. Walking into the team's pits, I put the helmet back in my duffel before turning to talk with the team manager myself. Once I was finished with that, Tony caught me on the way out. He was trying to give me an invite to his upcoming birthday party, but I was not going to be a part of it. I already had plans in play for the Savage Lands and Titan if I could swing it. Logan was extremely interested in the Savage Lands when I had mentioned it to him, while Sue wanted to go look at the old Eternal Civilization on Titan. I was excited for both and was not in the mood for some Playboy bullshit. I already had enough women and wasn't going to rock the boat. After sharing some notes with Tony, after letting him know I wasn't going to be available during that time, Pepper had finally had enough and dragged him away from the equations hanging over one of my hollow tablets. Tony was smart, and he knew it, but it was strange to see him put the ego aside as Alfred and I worked out some of his suit's problems with him. I knew it was time to leave when I noticed Maya sleeping on Raven's shoulder, and Celeste, Phoebe, and Sophie all looked tuckered out. Emma and Aurora had already taken care of everything with the media, while Jean had scans sent back to the island and company for review. Gunny had set up security for each of the flying emergency vehicles that we brought with us. This was to make sure that nothing went missing while we weren't paying attention. GPS could always be spoofed or turned off. Vega was back on the map with this showing after the president's little crap show of a backtrack on metahuman affairs. I was going to get him for that, but before then, I had to make sure Senator Kelly brought me to where Trask was building his murderbots. Still upset with Marvel and those Sentinel robots. It had been a few days since the race, and I was in my office watching the news about a gas explosion in Monaco. This was important because it was a gas explosion that happened to be linked to the jail holding Ivan Vanko. I could only chuckle at it all since everything was falling into place. The media was loving the Delta 6 enhancer suits, and profits were flowing. Using some of my blackmail, I had wrangled a few senators to pick up the bill for my suits, and S.H.I.E.L.D. leaped at the chance. With a shake of my head, I changed the channel to the one recording Richard's labs. There was no way I was not going to have monitoring on his elastic rear. So far, there have been 3 explosions where I had to replace everything, but the man was too silent recently. None of Richard's computers were bugged, but that was only because he might spot the code. For now, everything seemed fine, but I couldn't shake the feeling that crap was going to explode in my face soon if I didn't keep a closer eye on him. Because of the feeling I was having, I had called back Ben Grimm from his little stint in car montage. He wouldn't be able to come back for some time, but it was better to send him in instead of Sue. Pussy would just have Richards blindly do whatever and blow us up a lot faster than if I sent in his longtime old friend. Then again, this would also help split him and Ben Grimm up some more. Ben Grimm was on my side about exploding labs, and when I had broken down how that portal tech could have been made safer. Let's just say that Mr. Grimm was not a happy camper that day. The labs and scanning showed an all clear, so I changed the channel instead of continuing to watch Richard stretch across his labs. I relaxed back into my office chair as I kept reading the grimoire that Celine had given me. The magical grimoire that Celine had written me had confirmed a few thoughts I have had over the years. From her understanding, the human body always contained a source of power that could be used for multiple things. Chi, mana, and so much more all came from the same unifying force within the human body. Just reading this was starting to have me compare it to the electromagnetic spectrum. Light was light, but it covered such a range that even the human eye couldn't see them all. From thermal wavelengths to the color blue was all under the electromagnetic spectrum. Well, it turns out magic was the same way. The soul and body synced in a way that produced energy over one's lifetime. Some people pull on the energy to enhance one's body and call it chi. Others pull on the energy and project it outside of the body and call it magic. While others pull on this same energy and sync it with the world around them to access interdimensional energy. Celine had found a way to harness this energy, yet with her flexibility of mind. This same energy wasn't locked into only one use. She was able to harness the sun's energy itself and use it however she wanted. Then turn around and use this same energy to sync with the shadows. Over her long years, she found that metahumans were born with a type of hard control that automatically locked their powers into one subset. The other subset was what she called soft energy, which was what she used to control the energy flowing through the human body. Hell, I was starting to understand how lucky I was that she didn't take me seriously. The more I read about her discoveries in the grimoire, the more I realized how I could apply some of my ideas, but I truly didn't understand anything about the higher powers. Hell, there was even a section on how the higher planes can saturate the soul with their powers, which in turn affect the body. Honestly, I understood it, but changing internal energy into arcane energy or magical energy was just wow. Granted, I wanted magic, so I powered through it until it was time to go see Celine at the Archmage's tower. I had to pay attention to an incessant beep from my desk. It was a message that came from the ambassador that I had sent to Xavier's. Ugh, I was in no mood for Namor and his bullshit. Reading the message, I frowned at the shit demands about cleaning the ocean at certain points in the ocean. All that did was have me mark points on my map about possible locations of Atlantis. That one underwater base we found had been built into a cliff face with no viable entrance. I think I knew whose base that was, but if I was correct, I was going to flip my crap. This was because Adam Brasher was one seriously badass bastard, and it would not do me any favors fighting him right now. From what little meta-knowledge I had on the man, Adam Brasher had found and created a portal to the antimatter dimension which gave him and his best friend powers. His friend went crazy after being trapped in the antimatter dimension, while Adam went around calling himself Blue Marvel, the hero. Because of the whole racial tension back then, and with him saving the Earth from a rogue asteroid, Adam Brasher had to go into hiding and end up getting his CIA mole wife pregnant. Yeah, his bio was all kinds of messed up 7 ways from Sunday. It was going to be a good and a bad thing if we got into the base, and it turned out to be his. It was a well-known fact that he was a powerhouse on the Hulk's level, but the bad news about that is the whole American dog part. He gave our country almost everything and still rolled over and took it up the rear when Kennedy was in office. Then again, maybe I shouldn't put my own expectations upon others. Ignoring the demands from Namor, I sent back that the most he was going to get in trade were a place on the island. Anything other than that he would have access to for his people was the school and vitamins they couldn't get in their diet. There were some other things in the deal, but I was happy to have someone else deal with Namor and his crap. I can already see us discovering how they made their tech work under saltwater without faulty issues. This was going to open up waterworlds down the road, but I would have to suffer through this micro-interaction for now. I did not need or want him around, but I was trying to be inclusive instead of how Marvel in the comics dealt with many things. Once things settled and my space exploration division was running like a smooth machine, I wanted to reach out to the bargain bin X-Men that lived on the moon, calling themselves the Inhumans. Ugh, there was so much to do. Maybe I should flip a coin. There was a knock at my office door that drew me out of my head. Checking my camera feed, I found Sage waiting with one of the werewolves. Checking my time, I noted I still had space before going to see Celine. "Come in," I spoke up as I did a quick organization of my desk. Sage walked in wearing her all-black and custom red smart shades. The smart lens she wore was one of the latest made by my company. It was powered by a micro-Blake particle battery and housed a supercomputer within its small frame. With her powers paired with a smart lens and smart bands, made Sage one of the most formidable minds around compared to my own and Jean's. Jean hadn't said anything to me, but I was starting to notice the changes that Phoenix gave her. One of the largest things I noticed was that she could now contact me with telepathy. Even Emma wasn't powerful enough to do that without me slowing down some of my mental processes. And Emma was far stronger than Xavier by far. That could only mean Jean outstripped her by a vast margin. It was such a shame Shaw never utilized Sage properly. Sage was paid far better than any secretary, but her job could also be considered far tougher. Not only was she crunching data with her superhuman mind paired with human intuition that computers lacked, but she also had to coordinate the mad scientist that worked in the building. That in itself was a job and a half. This was because those mad bastards could be working on anything that ranged from extremely dangerous to mildly so. Natasha had already left for her mission in Greenland, so Sage came at the right moment. Sage directed the guy to an open chair as I looked him over. He was graying at the sides and had a scar running down his left eye. I also noted the same air of wildness around him that Logan also gave off. "My Alpha, you called for me?" "Yes, Malcolm, I did," I started off as I looked him in the eye. "I have a mission for at least 10 from the pack. This will allow you to let out the wild side beyond what you guys are allowed on the island. I understand that some would like to run within a forest and experience the hunt." The way he shifted in his seat told me that he didn't think I would notice or do something about it. I stayed silent as I allowed him to sweat it out. My only other option for this mission would be Craven the Hunter, but he was currently out on a hunt and couldn't be reached. "It's the wolf nature, my Alpha." Malcolm started out softly before gaining his confidence. "We can sate the need for the aggression with sports, but it can't replace the need for wilderness and letting the wolf out." "And you're all able to control yourselves?" I asked, wanting to see what he had to say since I already knew my answer. "Of course, a lone wolf is a dead wolf, my Alpha," Malcolm answered with a scowl. It seems they throw the disobedient wolf out of the pack." "Good, pick 10, and I will allow you guys access to the Savage Lands," I said with a nod of the head. The look he gave me was that of a savage grin. I knew that the Savage Lands had Tiger Man and Catwoman, but it looks like I might have introduced my own set of monsters. Malcolm half transformed into a beast man in his excitement, and I had to flex a little of my powers to settle him back down. It was not cute at all to hold up a quarter-ton wolfman by the nape of his neck. It was even worse to watch him hang there limply as he submitted to you. "Calm down, I still have homework for you to complete," I growled at the man as I deposited him back into the chair with my gravity control. "I want a report on werewolves, and it needs to be from your perspective on the things I need to be aware of as an Alpha. None of this secret society bullshit either. Get it down and make sure you don't miss anything." "Yes, my Alpha." Malcolm barked out as if he was before a drill instructor. "The portal to the Savage Lands will be opened later this week. Get it done before Friday," I said before dismissing him. He left just before my alarm paged me about it being time to show up and learn magic from Celine. It was time to pull a Harry Potter and become a wizard. Luke Cage and Jessica Jones. It had been a rough investigation over the last few weeks. When they had taken down that safe house, everything had gotten quiet, too quiet. So Luke and Jessica had to put boots on the ground and ruffle the known dealers. They had been working the streets until they had finally gotten a name, Club G. Jessica had found out this Club G had an underground fighting ring. Humans and metahumans both went there to buy the mutant growth hormone drug, also known by the street name of MGH. With all of this, there was big money all around. Things had changed there recently with the introduction of the MGH. New York was starting to change. And that was why Luke was riding his bike with Jess riding bitch on the back to that same club. They had been able to get themselves an invite after speaking with Turk Barrett. At first, he didn't want to give up his invite, but that changed when they brought up the fun time he had with a certain speedster. Luke had to laugh when he watched Turk's face pale at the mention of Ben. Luke pulled over into the parking lot next to the club, allowing Jessica to jump off the back while he parked his bike. Backing his bike up into the parking space, Luke located guards standing near a door with an exit sign above it. With his kickstand down, Luke pulled his helmet off before placing it in storage along with Jessica's. Jessica unzipped her jacket as Luke got up from the bike, and they made their way to the front of the Club G's lines. The bouncers looked at his wrist tag with the invite before checking Jessica's also as the +1. One of the guards checked them both for weapons before letting them know someone was going to be at the bar for entertainment. "Can we go now?" Jessica said with her general abrasive attitude. "I need a drink, then a good smashing, but I can't get either standing here all night." The guards shared a look before giving Luke a chuckle and allowing them into the club. "You know, we didn't have to come out tonight," Luke said to Jessica as they walked into the club. Jessica chose to ignore him as she listened to the thumping of the beat that blasted out of 4 massive speakers. "Yeah, well, I wasn't going to just let you punch these bastards in the face without me," Jessica replied as she called over a bartender. "Jessica, I didn't come out here to punch anyone in the face," Luke said back as the bartender came over with a couple of beers. "I'll bet you the cost of the wall you broke down," Jessica replied as she brought the beer to her lips. "You mean the wall you broke down because you couldn't wait to get to the bedroom?" Luke asked back with a raised brow. "And my belt buckle?" "Yeah, well, the pounding you gave broke it down. So it's your fault," Jessica said as she placed the beer bottle back down. There was a sharp breath intake, causing Luke and Jessica to look at the blushing blonde that was on the stool beside their own. The blonde was fanning herself but squeaked when she noticed the glare shot in her direction. "Walk away, wench," Jessica said as she eyed the bimbo and her companions. "I'm not sharing." "Jessica, can't you be nice?" Luke asked as he watched the gaggle of party girls back away from Jessica's glaring face. Jessica turned to give Luke a look, but their time together was interrupted by a nicely dressed man walking up. Well, so big man feeling lucky tonight." A man that stood 5 feet tall and was about as high as Luke's waist spoke. "Yeah, no words shared, but flashy is the thing around town." Luke spoke back the code he had gotten from Turk. I see, follow along," the sharply dressed suit said as he turned around. "'Bout time." Jessica huffed as she downed her beer, then a following shot before walking behind the shorter man. "Jessica." "What?" "I want to punch some face in, and this is just the place," Jessica replied as Luke shook his head at her statement. There was nothing he could say because he knew that she was not playing up the role. Luke had noticed the smile at the corners of the guide's lips, but for the life of him, he couldn't understand why the guide never made introductions or gave his name. Without saying any more, Luke followed along. What they arrived at was a back room with 4 people standing guard. Luke noticed nothing else in the room besides 4 white walls. Then he and Jessica watched as the short man moved a ring before inserting a key. The back wall shifted, and the guards held out a hand for them to step forward and get frisked once more. Luke moved swiftly as a viper to stop one of the guards. Luke had grabbed the man by the wrist and squeezed a little, feeling the bones crunch under his grip as he pulled the man's arm back. "I would like you to refrain from such actions. Thank you very much," Luke growled at the man who attempted to grope Jess. The other 3 guards took a step back as the one's arm he held went down to his knees from the pain. "Okay, man, okay," the guard screamed out as Luke looked down at his begging form. For a moment, Luke wondered if he should break the arm some more, but thought better of it when he noticed the short man come back up the stairs. Jessica gave the downed guard a fake smile before punching his lights out. This caused Luke to drop the arm he held. Without looking back, Luke watched as Jess scowled with a shrug at the short man before following him down those same stairs. Following along, Luke said nothing as he got to the bottom of the stairs, but couldn't help his surprise with the size of the fighting pit. It had to be at least 20 feet in diameter, with a sand floor and cage surrounding it. There were sounds of thumping that drew Luke's eyes to the 2 currently inside the ring fighting. Down in the fighting pit was a lady on fire, while the other person looked like they were made out of sand. Ignoring the 2, Luke sighed and followed behind Jessica. He just knew in his heart that it was going to be a long night. Maybe he should have just taken her up on her offer. At least then, he would be back home and doing something far more pleasurable. Luke had stood there for a moment and watched them fight. He watched as the man made of sand wrapped the lady up in an attempt to suffocate her. Come. Their guide spoke as he directed them over to a small hospital next to a betting booth. He sat down next to a man in a white lab coat with no name tag on his front. "So you in the market or wanting about? A fight would be nice." Jessica muttered under her breath as she looked at the fighting pit. "We are in the market." Luke answered before Jessica could end up starting something. The short man took a look at them before waving over one of his guards. The shorter guy then whispered something in his man's ear before letting him walk off. There was a cheer behind Luke as the lady with flames burst out of her hold. Her fire had scattered the man made up of sand. Jessica looked at the battle, then scoffed, before grumbling something about her being able to do far better than that wench. Luke didn't notice how the short guy took note of that statement before he took the offered seat. "Where are my manners?" the short man said after he took his seat, and someone brought out a hard case for him to sit on the desk. "The name's Savage, and you're Luke Cage." That brought Luke and Jessica up short because they didn't think these people would know anything about them. He glanced at Jessica and noticed that 4 more guards had come into view. Jessica let out a low, "Damn it," before settling in beside his position. "We can do this the easy way or the hard way," Savage said as he tapped on top of the case on his desk. "Well, I can always punch your face in," Jessica said as she punched her left hand into her right palm. "And I could always have my men fill you with lead," the man called Savage said as his guys brought up semi-automatics. "Then, let's take it easy," Luke said, his deep voice calming down some of the goons. "Good, so your broad has been talking smack, right? Well, let's put your life on her skills," Savage said with a nasty smile. "She won't be getting a shot of MGH either." "And if I beat your guy like a cheap drum?" Jessica asked as her iconic resting bitch face was showing. "You get to walk out of here with no extra holes," Savage replied to her. Fortunately, Luke was already checking for a way on how to escape. "Good, because if you shoot me, I'll pull the bullet out of my jacket and shove it up your rear with my pinky finger, and who do you think that will hurt more?" Jessica replied with her resting bitch face. Before Luke could put a stop to everything, Jessica walked up before ripping the gate from the fighting pits. Savage raised an eyebrow before pressing a button under his desk. "Bets are open," boomed around the arena as numbers started to roll across a screen. The LED screen hung over the pit above the cage. "This is not going on her date night card," Luke muttered as he walked down to the stand around the fighting pits. "Haha. She is a wild one. I would pay for a night if I didn't know she was with you," Savage said beside Luke, but Luke never had a chance to answer. Out from one of the locker rooms walked a man that was as large as Luke himself. The brawler had to have been half a foot taller than Luke with thighs for his arms instead of ham chops. The man's head was bald with tattoos along his neck, while he had piercings all over his lips and ears. Jessica was in the fighting pits with her resting bitch face while the big man waited on the outside. Before he entered, the guy in the white lab coat ran up to him with a blue liquid syringe. The large guy held out his hands, and then the one in the lab coat gave him the injection. He grunted a bit before dropping to one knee. Jessica had to watch as his skin changed color to a metallic shine. Clang, clang sounded out as the goon pounded his fist together as he prepared himself to enter the cage. "You don't look too worried," Savage said as he looked over at Luke's calm exterior. "I'm not, because she is wearing her steel-toed boots," Luke replied with a chuckle. "Just wait and see." Savage wanted to say something, but he had no chance as the announcer started to make his rounds on the competitors. Luke ignored it all to check his smartwatch. That same watch was disguised with a standard clock face and dial. With 2 quick flicks, Luke called in backup while he also sent out a GPS ping on his location. Luke's wrist vibrated 5 times, letting him know that his backup was 5 minutes from reaching his position. A waiter came around, and Luke took the offered beer and downed it as Jessica planted her boots right into the groin of the metallic brawler. Everyone winced while Savage noticed the chuckle from Luke at his side. The brawler went down in a scream of pain as he held his caved-in privates. Jessica had kicked him so hard you could see the ripple of metal roll up his back and down his legs as the screech of metal rang out. The brawler's hips had caved in, giving him comical U-shaped innards. Luke knew that when the MGH wore off that he was a dead man because there was just no way of coming back from a shattered hip and pelvis. Savage's face twisted into a frown and then a growl, but Luke was already moving. Savage yelled out for some more of his men to enter the cage and get Jessica. What he didn't notice was Luke's action while he was screaming at the top of his lungs. With the half-finished beer in his hands, Luke turned and smashed it into the guard standing at his back. He didn't need the bottle since he was bulletproof, but the surprise factor was his aim. The goon went down with a dazed look, leaving Luke all alone since the others were running to where Jessica was in the fighting pits. With a double tap on his belt, Luke's utility belt activated, allowing him to pull out a tracker and place it on the hard case. Luke noticed Jessica was having far too much fun as she kept punching out the goons. Before Savage could react, Luke went for the guy in the lab coat and stopped him from injecting another person with the MGH. "You think you wimps can shut me down? I am Savage, wench." The short man screamed as his body started to transform into that of a beast. Hair sprouted all over his body as his teeth grew, and claws extended out of his fingers. Luke watched as his body hunched over before having to jump out of the way as Savage launched himself towards his location. Before he could land, Luke had grabbed one of the metal chairs and swung it at Savage. He bounced off the chair and flew towards the fighting pits, smashing into the gates. More guards poured into the area, but a superpowered tap to the head put them down for the count. Who didn't go down from such a hit was the club owner Savage. He had gotten back up enraged, but too bad for him, he was now within Jessica's reach now. Jessica reached her hand through the bars in the cage to grab a fistful of fur. With a mighty heave, she pulled back, yanking Savage into the mesh of the cage. Whoever built that cage did a damn excellent job. Luke noted that as a tuft of fur was left in Jessica's hands. Savage had bounced off the cage, springing forward. Noting the trajectory of his path, Luke grabbed up a table and used it as a bat, sending Savage into the wall. A bang sounded out as Jessica kicked open the cage as she stalked out. Before Luke could say anything, Jessica reared back her foot, then unleashed a nasty kick into the side of the club owner. "See, I told you that I would win, pussy." Jessica huffed as she gave him one more kick. "Easy, easy, Jessica." Luke chuckled as he had to move her away before she gave him another kick. Luke bent down and picked up the club owner, but noticed the escape door turning bright red. The door burst open, and in came flying a person on fire. "Fear not, citizens, for I have come to..." "What the what?" "All right, fire, but you can clean up here. Luke and I are going to go home and get some coffee," Jessica said before giving out orders to the cleanup crew that followed along behind the Human Torch. "Isn't it too late for coffee?" Johnny Storm asked with apparent confusion on his features. "Aren't you a playboy or something? It's an innuendo for sex, you wet matchstick." Jessica replied in clear exasperation as she threw her hands up in the air. "But don't you have to file a report, and aren't you in charge here?" Johnny asked as he turned to Luke. "He does have a point, Jess," Luke said, agreeing with Johnny Storm. "You should not agree to his schlong blocking," Jessica snarked with a finger jabbed at the Human Torch. "People with suits are already here, and our little bands record everything. We aren't needed." "Point for you then, Jess," Luke agreed. "Now, I want my coffee, and I want it with lots of cream," Jessica replied as she made for the open escape door. Luke gave Johnny Storm one last look before taking off his smartband. He then tossed Johnny his smartband, before leaving some parting words. "Night, kid." Benjamin Blake Leader, King. The public sky car flew along the afternoon sky of Pandora while I relaxed into my seat as I looked over my kingdom. I had an intrinsic understanding of how much of a groundbreaking path I currently walked. There was a common understanding within the comics that any happiness that a hero might receive would come along with pain and suffering. The shoe would drop one of these days, but I was no hero and was lying in wait to shoot that metaphorical bullshit down. Before me floated a hologram depicting all of my kingdom's reach with comings and goings. I thought it funny that this would remind me of the game Civilization. I had a T-Rex with a blue fur logo depicting Hank being in the Savage Lands. He had made it there without any crashes or mishaps, which made me breathe a sigh of relief. They had set up the small colony and had a link set with portal control. I was going to head there once I had gotten this magic thing down. I wonder if the girls would like a saber-tooth cub, maybe a triceratops egg. The next mark was located on the west coast, and that was of a water droplet. The west side was where Namor's little embassy was going to go next to the trading port of the city. It was the closest to water, and the cliff face on that side allowed for a spectacular construction. We had cut into the side of the cliff face and replaced it all with window and reinforcement. The trading center now looked like a spiraling set of windows and moving elevators connecting directly to the ocean. The stunning sight of watching barges move and float around on anti-gravity fields would never get old. The next mark was Aurora in the east with the school, Natasha, and Emma in Greenland over Roger's body. Gwen was in New York at the tower, and Felicia was in a business meeting. A wave of my hand shifted the map to display my military. Out of the 200,000 Astartes birthed out of the artificial womb pods connected under the island, a very substantial 120,000 made up my military forces. This ranged from logistics to transport and ground forces. The Navy was turning out to be one of my service forces' largest, and I was oddly okay with that. There was a lot of love for my ground pounders, but sometimes, all you needed was to launch a missile that would kill everything in an area, including the Earth itself. Granted, each of my Spartans was just a downright nasty super soldier trained by Natasha, Raven, and Gunny. Hell, Gunny had brought a small contingent with him when he had moved onto the island. So I was secure in knowing that there was not a military on this planet that could stand up to me. Not even the Wakandan military could stand up to my own, and Namors couldn't be fielded very far out of the ocean. Hell, once I got my hands on an unsuspecting Atlantean criminal, our underwater disadvantage would be drastically reduced. Shifting the map allowed it to transition to the budding space station. Once Jean had given the okay on that project. We had opened it, allowing the population of the island to visit once the atmospheric generators were online and a few shops and apartments were built. Some of the reviews had come in, and I couldn't help smiling at how proud they sounded. A vibranium ore miner was saying how easy it was to use the specialized tractor beam to mine. Then he went on to talk about how our protocols allowed him to breathe easy, knowing that he doesn't have to worry about blowouts or caving in with our advancements. Emma had wanted me to put the spider bots and survey squids to mining, but I had to explain to her how idle hands cause more issues, and humans would always need work. The AI collective on the island was always going through video footage and posted reviews to help ensure that the island ran smoothly and that everyone stayed happy. The next series of jobs to be released to the public would revolve around space. This would include the shuttles and some of the spacecraft under construction by the Spider-Bots and Matrix Squids. The sign-up sheet to be on the engineering teams and repair crews were filled within moments once it went live. Everyone was ready to work in a field that could be found nowhere else in the world. They wanted to be masters of their destiny, and it didn't hurt that most of them grew up watching Star Trek and Star Wars. The flight schools were also flooded with students, and I was all right with that. Putting my thoughts aside, I noticed the shifting of the holomap to Jean's shuttle. That was fine, but it was the glowing red section of my map that had me sitting up in my seat and placed me on high alert. With a wave of my hand, the network promptly started to update me on the situation. It would seem that one of the Matrix-styled surveyor squids had found an old derelict ship just floating out in space. Of course, we didn't recognize the make and model, but the collective was running a search through the Nova Empire's public networks for something. Jean had pulled up next to the craft and was preparing her boarding team when it hit me. I would have to place a bug in their galactic library once I visit their homeworld of Xander. I hate dealing with unknowns in Marvel. Shit like this was asking for xenomorph eggs. Shit, if I remembered correctly, xenomorphs and predators were a small part of the Marvel universe. Abort. 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 Omega 449921 override Alpha 2. I yelled with full-blown panic in my voice. Shutdown Protocol 6711. I watched as the shuttle Jean was flying powered down the gravity drivers. The airlock disengaged, and I took over controls from the Skycar and had them retreat 100 meters from the craft. Flight control, this is Phoenix, what's going on? Jean started to yell into her comms unit. I demand answers, damn it. Flight control to Phoenix, we are unsure of what happened. I heard a reply from the others. That was my doing, I spoke up in the comms unit. Flight control, dispatch another shuttle with quarantine gear out to Jean's location now. Yes, my king. Jean, this is not a movie. You can't dock and just walk onto that ship. I said with a sigh as the holo video started. And why not? Jean asked back from her pilot's seat. She was wearing one of the UMF suits in a flight suit jumper configuration. Jean, you're a fan of horror movies, I said with a deadpan look on my face. So please don't have me explain to you about all of the ways that this can go wrong. That statement seemed to pacify her, and I watched as her face paled for a second before her eyes glowed an eerie red. Flight suits and full containment protocols then. Jean replied with a nod of her head. Before I could say anything, she turned and started to give out commands to her crew. I sat with a smile and watched as she whipped them all into action. I sat and waited for a moment as the second shuttle arrived at her location and started to let out small 2x2 rooms that expanded to surround the derelict ship. On the outside of the expanding room were attachments allowing Jean's shuttle to dock. On the other side, she would find a room completely isolated from the other ship. Inside that room, her crew would find food and a full medical suite to run tests and check the air for pathogens and other such things. Yeah, paranoid, I know, but it was better than bringing back xenomorphs or the Brood to Earth. I wouldn't see Jean for another 72 hours because of the isolation protocols in place. Yet, I was okay with this over the alternatives. There was a bing in the cabin of the sky car, noting my arrival to the Archmage's tower. I looked up and around, noticing my guards standing outside waiting on me. Sending Jean my love, I shut down the call and prepared myself. Archmage Tower. Standing on the pathway, I looked up at the tower that floated there in silence. The tower stood like a beacon and radiated power for all to feel. Up above, gardens floated around on blue whips of light. The tower wasn't made of stone, no, even here I had opted for crystal and glass to make it pop with a magical interaction. My whole island was made with setting us apart in mind, and having a mage's tower was a must with a number of magical threats in Marvel. I knew that once I stepped beyond the door's boundary, I would be greeted with a new world of possibilities. Magic was one of those things you didn't play with. Not only was it one of the most versatile things around, but it was also one of the worst double-edged swords someone could use if abused. Taking a deep breath, I stepped across the threshold of the mage's tower. The world exploded with a cacophony of sounds as I found myself at one of the dueling arenas. "Took you long enough, dear," the Ancient One said as she sipped her tea. Her back was turned to me as she watched the battle rage before her. There was nothing I could say because this lady was just far too terrifying, and I was just happy that she was on my side. There would be no way to defeat her because of the Infinity Stone she had in her possession. Hell, I was confident that the only reason why she even died in the movie was that she was ready to pass on. There was no way she went from kicking everyone's rear throughout the movie to suddenly get stabbed and die. No, that was because Marvel decided to cop out and set up Doctor Strange to replace her. Then there is the other side of it, that she might have just been ready to pass on. "There was an emergency," I said as I sat in the open chair beside her own. Taking up the empty cup, I held it out for a serving of tea. As the teapot floated over to fill up my cup, I looked down at the two magic users in a heated battle. Down below were Marcus and Celine dueling as if their life depended on it. Marcus's tattoos were on full display, and they glowed as he tossed out spells after spells. Marcus was bare-chested as he dodged a nasty spell that melted the golem that was guarding his back. Celine, on the other hand, had glowing red eyes with a manic grin on her face while tossing out spells far faster than when I had faced her. Ego has a way of limiting one, does it not? The Ancient One spoke serenely as she kept on watching them duel. Honestly, I didn't know what to say, so I said nothing and just kept drinking my tea. The golem that Celine's spell melted warped before coming back to life and attacking Marcus from the back. Marcus paid it no mind, and when it swung at him, his hair extended and skewered the damn thing before slicing it up into small chunks. A twist of her fingers sent a blaze the size of a 3-story house at Marcus, causing him to slam his hands into the ground. I was wondering what he was trying when the ground turned to water before leaping up and devouring the flames. Sitting back in my seat from the steam explosion, I brought up a hologram menu of the field and learned that he changed the entire thing with one move. Since I had arrived, Marcus had been on the defense. I was starting to wonder how he was going to win this. When the steam cleared out, it showed 2 Celines, while Marcus was all bloody with slash marks on his body. Marcus had no chance to escape as the left Celine waved her hand, causing the water beneath him to erupt. This launched him into the air as the Celine on the right had a massive magical circle form before her readying an attack. I couldn't stay anymore and was already moving to save my Astarte, but I was stopped because I couldn't leave my chair. He has not yielded. It would not do for his king to rescue him. I heard from my right. Before I could say anything, Celine launched her attack towards Marcus. The attack she launched zoomed across the battle arena. I watched as Marcus twisted in the air. As he twisted, a purple shield started to form around his body. Marcus didn't even land on the water's surface. He went right through without causing one ripple. The right Celine raised her hand. pulling up all of the water on that side of the field. I watched transfixed as an Olympic pool's worth of water was levitated with nothing but a hand gesture. I watched as the water froze with another gesture, but that purple light was still surrounding Marcus. There was a growl and then a burst of power as he broke free, causing icicles to fly all around the battlefield. Celine displayed impeccable control as she summoned all of them back to her sides. They rotated around her once before being transformed into flying monkeys and sent towards Marcus once more. This fight was over. I could easily see that Celine was by far his superior during this bout. This fight is over. I spoke before entering commands into the holodeck. The Ancient One sent me a smile, but I was far too busy eyeing the time panel on the holodeck. The systems were recording the whole bout, and one of the island's AIs had placed a counter beside the video's time sensor. The recording was rolling at 100 times that of standard time, and that was when I understood what the Ancient One meant about ego blocking one's view. Celine could have kept up with me at my higher speeds. I knew that Marcus couldn't do that before this, which meant he learned enhanced speed recently. Then there were the other implications in all of this. I couldn't stop thinking of all the angles as the Ancient One sat there with her tea watching a hyperspeed battle of magic. Ignoring the implications of that, I sent in my override code and shut down their battle. A stasis field descended upon both of them mid-battle. Both combatants were frozen within the stasis field, while I decided to take my time descending from the viewer's area. I paid no mind to the all-powerful Sorcerer Supreme that decided to follow behind. Opening the door that led to their battlefield, I took a moment to look down at the waters below. They had turned a hardened battleground into an ocean with naught but a spell. The only thing that kept the room from collapsing down was the enchanted reinforcements to deflect spellfire. This was why I needed to learn magic. You just can't do something like this any other way. They both looked down at me from their elevated height. My arms were crossed against my chest, and the look on my face screamed pain to any with disobedience. I did not come here to watch as the two of you try to kill each other, I said with an icy undertone to my voice. Marcus had a look of mortification on his features, while Celine looked bored. This is over. Clean yourselves up. With a wave of my hands, I utilized my gravity control and moved them both to separate ends of the battlefield. Marcus gave me a look before disappearing, while Celine stood there looking at me. Clean yourself up, then meet me upstairs. It's time for our first lesson, I told her before turning around. I noticed that the Ancient One was no longer there, but ignored that and left the arena. I made my way to the platform that would take me out of there. There were no elevators in the mage's towers. What they had opted for was a 5x5 platform that could go up, down, side to side, forward and back. Hell, the only thing these damn platforms didn't do was travel at an angle, and I was not going to be the one that brings that up in a conversation. Crazy mages. I stepped off the platform on the top floor in the midst of a forest clearing with a lake so clear you could see straight to the bottom. Shaking my head at it all, I did a quick look around before finding a few sets of meditation mats. Celine walked into reality with a ripple of dark green flames, instantly locating me as I prepared myself to take a seat. Neither of us said anything as I pulled my combat boots off and placed them at the side. Celine had taken a seat across from the blue meditation mat I had selected as my own. Taking a moment to put my thoughts together as I sat down, I waved my hand and summoned a holoscreen. Floating between us was the magical grimoire that she had written for me. The grimoire had everything to make anyone a magic user. Celine spoke while examining her nails. I gave her a leveled look and took in her attire. She was in an all-black silk dress far closer to a corset than an actual dress with matching goth makeup. Her hair was done with loose curls, and nothing was out of place as she flexed her delicate fingers. Perfect was the word that came to mind, but I wasn't here to indulge myself with her company. I know that already, but every time I attempt to create my own spell matrices, they go haywire. I replied smoothly and kept my voice neutral. Let me see the spell matrix, Celine said without even looking up. She wasn't looking at me, but I could feel her interests being piqued. It was starting to look like she was at Sundra, and I didn't know how I felt about that. Sighing more to myself instead of about the situation, I held out a hand palm facing upwards. What I wanted to construct above my pal was a magical ball that I could use as a magic missile. This had been an idea of mine for some time now. I could throw lightning, yes, but I wanted the versatility that magic provided. I watched as a small shell of arcane energy formed above my head before exploding in a mixture of red and yellow. The explosion sent a shockwave of power into my surroundings, blasting away some of the grass and ground, but Celine wasn't even affected by it. That was interesting. I knew I was protected from my own powers, but when did she set up a defense? Celine said nothing as I looked at her, so I attempted to create the spell matrix a few more times. Each time I put in more and more power, causing larger and larger explosions. As I was forming the fifth arcane bolt within my palm, Celine moved. A magical circle appeared within moments to stabilize the arcane orb above my open hand. I raised an eyebrow at her, but she said nothing while the arcane orb overpowered what she did. Celine watched it explode in both of our faces once again. I heard the tsk of her teeth, but I said nothing as she finally gave me her undivided attention. Once again. The look she gave me spoke volumes, and I took that as the yes I would need. Once more, I created an arcane orb, this time though Celine was right next to me. She sat far to close, almost placing herself within my lap. Ignoring her, I brought up my right and created another arcane orb of power. I see, Celine mumbled to herself as she examined the orbs before they exploded within my palms. And what is it that you see? I asked as neutral as I could. Your power is neither stable nor is it balanced. Celine answered at a critical eye pointed at my chest. Impossible, I have one of the best controls over my powers around. I replied as I tried to figure out what she was talking about. And in there lies your issues. Celine answered back, smugly. Explain. Celine gave me a look, and I returned the same one back. Silence descended before she chose to break it. You have your power separated into two parts, Celine started as she answered me with a lazy look on her face. That's fine right now, but in the long run, not only will this not work for magic, it will backfire because of the imbalance you currently have within you. I can already see and tell that you use this yellow source of power more than you use the red. Then there are the stability issues. You have such a firm grasp over this yellow source of energy within you that there is no soft control. There is no natural flow of energy besides what you're allowing, and that means mental instability, Celine said, bored as the day was long. I can sense the mark of trauma on you. There was a pause as my mind rebooted from her statement. The only trauma I could think of was the kidnapping situation, but I was over that, wasn't I? I was certain that I had killed all of those that had wronged me that day. So how could that be an issue in why I couldn't use magic correctly? Let's work on those issues about the two different sets of powers. I said as I held up both hands. On the right arm, I had the strength force while on the left, carried the speed. Celine looked at me with interest, but I paid her no mind as I started to focus inwards. Within my mindscape, I looked over all that made up who I am. The planets that represented my mind and memories still rotated around the yellow star that was the speed force, while the red Death Star that was the strength force still floated within the void. Thoughts and ideas ran through my mind as I looked over the two and wondered on how I could get them both to work as one. The first idea I had was to just unleash both and let them mix, but that would be suicidal. Circuit boards and capacitors flitted through my mind for a brief moment before I dismissed that also. What I needed was a gradual mixture of both strength and speed within my mind. As thoughts and ideas flew through my mind, something tingled and drew my attention. With some concentration, I followed it along to reach my mental citadel. Within the citadel sat 6 thrones, and upon these thrones were my mental representations of Jean, Aurora, Emma, Gwen, Raven, and Natasha. On closer examination, I found a tether of power leaking out from my core. It was noticeable that neither Raven's, Emma's, Gwen's, nor Natasha's connection to myself was a color other than orange. It was clear to tell why Jean's was red, while Aurora's was pure green while connected to myself. One was of Gia, and the other was that of the Phoenix. I paid neither any mind because if they were detrimental to me, then they would have acted a long time ago. What I did pay attention to was the connection and how it was interacting with the outside world. I watched as the energy just flowed through the astral and back like a loop. I tried once more, but I noticed the friction within the astral, or as Celine called it, the instability. Pulling the power back, I looked over the tethers that anchored me to my woman. What I found was an even mixture of speed and strength, but I couldn't tell how or why their connection was so stable. The energy I found flowed like water, yet it was so stable it gave off the feeling of insurmountability. Pulling out of the citadel, I sat within the nebulous void of my mind. I had to contemplate on what I found. The only way forward would be to allow the strength force to bond with me. This bonding would be in the same way that the Speed Force did when I first spoke those magical words. For an hour, I sat there and thought about all of my options. Millions of ideas ran through my mind, but I could only see one way. I took a breath before releasing my hold over the Strength Force. The world hit me as if it was Truck-kun Reborn. Raw power rushed through me as I released the hold that I had kept so tightly leashed. I gritted my teeth to keep from screaming as power, unlike any I have ever felt, flowed through me, forcing my body to adjust and accommodate it all. Breathe. Breathe. My arms expanded as my thighs exploded with muscles showing off the sculpt. My shirt expanded as my rib cage shifted, and my back expanded. I grew and grew as I shot upwards to tower over Celine. My form exploded upwards before topping out at around 10 feet. Pain unimaginable coursed through me as my arms shot out, bones shifting and growing to accommodate the raw power that flowed through me. I released a growl to keep myself from screaming out as the power ran through me. It was now that I understood why the Speed Force had knocked me out when I had first received the power. I pounded a fist into the ground, causing a creator. I noticed Celine had already retreated a ways back as my power rampaged around my body. With a grunt, I started to use the Speed Force, trying to sync it up with the second heartbeat that I felt within my chest. The beats in my chest echoed again and again in my attempt to create a balance. Lights flashed around me as I fell down to my knees, hands gripping my chest. I paid no mind to the medics as I pushed for synchronization. The one medic that was brave enough to step close was sent flying from a slight nudge. Treadmill. I growled out before starting to sprint. No one was able to stop me as I blasted out of there at such high speeds everyone went flying. I knew where I needed to go, and I hoped that it would help. I sped through the maze that was the mage's tower. The aim was my cosmic treadmill back in my own lab. The ground cracked and broke beneath me while I ran across the island. There was no punching my code into the keypad as it crushed under my fingers. Growling, I smashed down the wall and made my way into the vaults looking for one of my locked-away inventions. Automated defenses popped out, firing salvos at me, but I paid them no mind as I absorbed the plasma rounds. With a wave of my hand, gravity, velocity, time, and so much more flew out and crushed the plasma turrets firing at me. I bullied my way past shield generators and complete false walls in my hunt for the cosmic treadmill. I coughed up the burning heat in my chest, splattering blood all over the hallway as I fell back down and took a knee. My eyes blurred as the world went hazy. I was going to die. Again. Die again. No. I refuse. Urg. I roared, forcing my way up from my kneeling position. I was going to make it. Moving like a battle tank, I forced open the bolt-hole doors that kept the elevators locked. The security had slammed down, shutting down my vault access. I couldn't enter the codes, nor use the scanners due to my condition. Disintegration beams descended onto me as I rolled over to fall into the elevator that was crushed beneath my falling form. Quickly I grabbed the flooring, then brought it up in a makeshift shield before diving out of the elevator. Looking around, I noticed the 5B painted on the wall, helping me orientate myself with my mental map. Tesla coils and Mac guns came out of the walls, and that was when I received my first injury. With the right mind, gravity drivers could be such a flexible tool. And right now, I was starting to regret my own paranoia as a 1-inch slug ripped through my right bicep going 1/4 the speed of light. I stumbled with the echoing shockwave as the round slammed into the wall behind me. The second and third rounds were dodged, but I wasn't fast enough for the fourth and fifth. The sixth slammed into a gravity wall, giving me a moment to catch my breath. My vision was red from the blood vessels that had burst, but I paid that no mind as I moved forward. Think, Ben, think. The sound was low, which meant bleeding eardrums, but it wasn't so bad because equilibrium was still there. Coughing blood meant internal injuries due to shifting bones. Speed was cutting in and out, but my strength was still there. There were no longer 3 heartbeats in my chest. That meant the sync was working, and I needed that narrowed down from 2 because there should only be 1, my heart. It was funny, I did the one thing I said I wasn't going to do. I released all of the pent-up power I kept shackled. My only hope was the cosmic treadmill. I could deal with the mental trauma later, but I needed synchronization right now. Soon I arrived at the big vault. The large vault was made purely out of adamantium, and there was no way in unless you have a strength rating over 100 tons. Lucky for me, not all of the internals were made out of the same materials. Unlucky for it, none of the insides contained vibranium. Eyeing the vault, I slammed both palms into the front and worked my gravity into the internals. The counterweights shifted just enough for me to get my fingers into the seams of the vault door. The metal refused to buckle as I forced it open. Gears ground together, and metal creaked, but I pushed through it all. Vibrations of the internal mechanisms breaking reached my fingertips, but I pushed on and on. Fire licked my chest as more blood poured forth from my mouth due to excretion. Who would have thought this all came to be because I had too much control over my powers, and just releasing them would cause me to almost die. Good news to all of this was once I survived this, I would no longer need to worry. But the downside was if I didn't make it to the cosmic wheel, I would die and leave everyone. I was never going to place my name in history with the greats. If I failed here, I would never be able to build my empire. The smart band on my wrist started to scream out warnings about my health, but ignored it and pushed on. My chest burned as the 2 beats sped up within my chest, yet I pushed on. My breathing was haggard, and my blood poured out. I wanted all of this to end, but I didn't want to die. I had to push on. I had to keep going. A beep drew my attention, forcing me to raise my head and look around. I found myself on the floor of the vault as the alarms blared around me. Panic set in once more, but I noticed the blurred green line to my right. My legs felt like jelly and refused to allow me to stand, so I did the next best thing. I crawled. The motion of my hand activated the cosmic treadmill as I pulled myself onto its surface. Override Acti. Active Sync. Activate Sync Reality. The cosmic treadmill had come around when my paranoia was in full bloom. With the birth of Faura and Alexander, I had gone through a phase where I built anything and everything I could think of. The cosmic treadmill was one of them. I didn't just build it because I could. The cosmic treadmill served a few purposes. One was to help in my distillation of a hyperkinetic particle, and the other was to test the higher limits of my speed. One of the few things it could do besides those two was to create a reality synchronization over the speeds forces spectrum and omniverse. The other was to use a sample of my blood, which carried my quantum signature. This would then broadcast across the omniverse and allowed me to find my way home. This was also in case I fell into one of Richard's portals. Backups for my backups. Paranoid, true, but better than dead. The thread started to move slowly, forcing me to walk. Breathing deeply, I took a strong step forward. Then another and another. Before I knew it, I was running. Boom. 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 My steps sound like thunder as I picked up the pace. Power flowed, and I pushed through my pain. Before I changed over to a flat-out run, my legs carried me from a jog to a sprint. Lightning arced around me as I pushed on. Blue, red, and yellow lightning licked at my form as I ran. Blacks, greens, and purples made themselves known soon after, but I kept on running. The pain wanted me to buckle and break, but I had my goal. I had my vision, and I would not fail today. I had one job, and that was to run and keep on running until I was able to align and sync my powers. Seconds, minutes, then what felt like hours passed me by. The world shifted in a kaleidoscope of colors, but I kept on going. Moments felt like days, and days felt like years to my hypersensitive sense. My beard grew, and my hair became shaggy. My skin warped and cracked as gray licked at the edges of my temple, yet I ran. I was lost within the annals of time when I finally felt the fire recede from my chest as something clicked into place. There was one tender moment where I wanted to stop and take a look at myself, but I knew that I couldn't. My instincts screamed at me, but I kept on running. I was within the speed force, and I had to find my way home. That thought made me almost facepalm myself because I was running on the cosmic treadmill, and it had a return function built right in. I raised a hand to my face, but the smart band didn't respond to my mental commands. Instead of panicking, I hit the manual controls, not the cosmic treadmill, and had it bring us back home while I powered it. Instead of looking around, I powered on trying to get back home. I was desperately trying not to think about the time dilation and the 100 years I spent running within this realm. My clothes were aged, and I could see the same on the treadmill. Right as I noticed, the issues of the cosmic treadmill smoke started to rise out of its sides. I noticed that with a thought, my powers flowed to cover the treadmill. The friction was removed and absorbed, smoothing out the ride right as the back walls to my vault came into view. Jumping from the cosmic treadmill, I allowed it to crash into the back wall as I landed. What greeted me was a team of Spartans all decked out in combat armor, and guns up pointed in my general direction. Behind them were a team of medic and blood. Blood was everywhere, and it made me wonder how in the hell I made it this far without dying. The vault was a wreck. The hallway was trashed. The whole place looked like a battlefield. And this all started because I just wanted to learn some damn magic. One of the medics forced their way to the front to run a scanner over me as I raised a patch of earth so I could take a seat. "It's the king." The medic yelled back. This caused a few things to happen all at once. The Spartans lowered their weapons, and the medics ran forward with a gurney for me to lay on. This in turn had me looking at the thing with pure loathing. "I will walk myself out of here," I told the medic as I stood back up and dismissed the earth formation. How long was I gone? 8 days, my king. The medic replied. This caused me to almost pause mid-stride. As I thought over the implications of that, I noticed the rest of the destruction within the hallway. I could tell that they had recently just made it to the vault because they were held up by the secondary defenses. I noted that no one was able to shut down the security once I had broken the key panel. I would have to fix that. The reason why I went for the keypad and scanners was to keep hackers out. Hell, the vault wasn't even integrated with the island's computers. As I looked around at all of the destruction, I noticed the changes within myself. I could feel the shift of gravity and the earth. Another major change was the strength I exhibited when I grabbed a door handle instead of letting a Spartan get it for me. The alloy bent within my grip as if it was made of clay. Releasing a sigh, I shifted back down to my 6 feet height before flying up the shaft. I then made my way to the ambulance that was waiting outside for me. While sitting in the back of the ambulance, I started to give out commands and check data tablets for updates on the island. Before I could make it through the first report, the tablet started to explode with rings as 8 different calls all came in at the same time. Instead of answering, I sent back messages that let them know I was alright and heading to the hospital. Closing that down, I sent a message to Alex to bring over the latest wrist computer. This would be the Omni tool and a major upgrade from the smartbands I used to wear before. The only thing missing was a mini fabricator, but that was already pushing it with everything already packed into the thing. I stepped out of the ambulance and right before the Ancient One, who ran a few magical scanning spells over me. She gave me a nod and smiled before saying something about reaching balance, then vanished. Bloody woman. A nurse came out with a hover chair, but I walked right past her and had another one show me to my room. I wasn't out of my clothes for more than a minute when the family came rushing in. Relaxing in my hospital garbs, I allowed them to fuss and yell while I just relaxed and ignored it all. When it finally looked like they had come down from their excitement, I spoke. Well, I am alive. What the hell, Ben? Natasha exclaimed out loud. Language, I replied back, but they all gave me that flat look like it was all my fault. Things happen, all right. Then I shrugged, and before they could start another round, Alex walked in with my Omni tool. Behind him were a few techs and medics to check me from top to bottom. They gave me the collective, "This isn't overlook," but that could wait. But I could see the worry etched on their features, and I knew what they were concerned about. I had spent 100 years in that hell of a dimension, and my hair was one of the only things that told of the passage of time. Well, that and the aged look of my UMF suit and dead smartband. I was looking all messed up, but I was alive, and that was all that matters. Alex and his team started to run scans over me as I had Salt relay the more important news to me. One of them was that Stark had his birthday party, and it was a total blowout like in the movies. The other was that Fury was looking for me, but I wasn't available at the time. For that, I had her call Peter and tell him that we were going on a road trip once I was out of the hospital. The island saw its first natural births of a boy while Jean had towed that spaceship to the space station. The ship had been cleared of pathogens and all life signs before they towed it. That was a silver lining in all of this, but the downside was that this ship model wasn't in Xander's public database. Natasha and Emma had put up a video of them finding Cap on the black market. Then they had the same video as a doctor extracted blood and put it up for a price. Right now, the sample of blood was worth a cool $500 million on the market. I knew that it was going to get messy soon, and I knew that Nat couldn't wait to spring the trap. Namor was being sorted, and the embassy by the ocean was already built. Only a few Atlanteans had come to the mainland, and that had started a rush on UMF upgraded clothes for them. From what Sage was telling me, Alex had taken it as quite the challenge to have our tech work underwater. One of the more fearless nurses came in and asked for some quiet because we were getting too loud. Looking at the kids, I asked my mother to take them home since they had guards, and we were safe on the island. Before she left with the kids, Sage updated my Omni tool with a very important piece of information. Some guy had died from gamma exposure in his beverage, and I knew what that meant. Bruce Banner and General Ross were now going to be on the move. The good news was that I already had a base set in New York, so they will both end up coming directly towards me. Instead of leaving with the kids, the ladies decided to stay behind. 4 days later, Peter was there waiting on me as I checked out of the hospital with a giant stuffed bear. The look I gave him could have killed planets, but he ignored me and gave the stuffed animal to my girls. It turned out he won 4 of them at Coney Island earlier today. Shaking my head at them, I had them ushered onto a sky car before closing the door and sending them to school. Peter, on the other hand, got a punch in the shoulder for his troubles. Thanks, Pete. I told him as my own sky car came down to meet me, and we both got in. Oh, it's cool. I am the amazing Uncle Pete after all, Peter replied with a wave of his hand. So, tell me, why did you want me to come along? Remember that conversation we had about your father a while back? I asked as the sky car flew high over the ocean. The ride was so smooth you couldn't even tell the change in elevation or pressure. Yeah, I remembered, Peter answered with a shrug. Uncle Ben said Mom was too independent, and he wasn't reliable. Yeah, about that, I muttered as I brought up a hologram with his DNA and the other match. I found him, and he is dying.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.